Yeah. Timothy, Daddy. Hey everybody. I'll be ready in just a moment. See you shortly. Alright, I'm here. Hello, chat. Good to see you. Let me reduce the volume here. And let's throw on a little bit of lo-fi, shall we? Good to see you today. Hello. Welcome, everybody. Let's see who is in here first. Of course, it was Haruru Kenshi. He's got the early gang. He's always in here before the stream starts. So if any of you ever want some pre-game Ricky hangout, stop by a few minutes before the stream, like 10 minutes before the stream. Haruru seems to frequently be there. Hello, Haruru. How you doing? And with the Uwu Cats command, of course. Azrael Dude, hello, says, I would love to fill Rachel with determination. But my internet is being problematic, so I hope you have a great stream, Uwuki. I have mixed feelings about that message, Azrael Dude, but I'm gonna take the positives out of it. That you hope I have a great stream, I'll do my best. Wish you the best, thank you. Pio! How's it going? Good to see you. Pony Australia. Ricky is running, I shall fly. I need to do something about that opening. I'll talk about that in a minute. Stop saying your name weird. See, I don't think I never even say your name right to begin with. I'm always saying Peony. Like, I've always said Peony because I like to say Pio. But pretty sure I should be saying Peony. I just don't. It's Peony Astera, not Peony. But now you're Pony Australia, right? All right, Pio. I'll say it normal-ish. Nid, hello, hello. I'm here on time this time. Well, welcome, welcome. Yeah, Ezreal dude be sounding a little sus. Ezreal dude's got a thing for Rachel. I can't say much about it. Anyway, hello everybody. Happy weekend. Friday is here. Most people should have their Friday work done. I know like the average, at least in the US, work is Monday through Friday. Same with school. So hopefully a lot of people here are now going into a break. Much needed. Ava, welcome. Thank you for the follow. Oh man, the alert sounds are still so quiet. I gotta figure out what they're tied to. Cause I need to turn them up. Yes, Uwu? Welcome, Ava. But yeah, I hope everybody's having a good weekend. That your week was okay. Friday decided to be a last boss for me of the week. There was a lot of challenges. So some of you know, I normally stream Sunday, Tuesday, Thursday every week, but both our Tuesday and Thursday days were pushed slightly because of real life things that came up. One of which being that Thursday, my job said that they needed me at 8 p.m. I worked the normal workday, but they also needed me at 8 p.m. for a release schedule. So I worked pretty much all day yesterday. And so when I tried to go to bed, I had a little bit of insomnia because my brain was protesting. It was like, I want some me time. I haven't got to do anything for fun. So it was trying to keep me awake. So I had a hard time sleeping, but I did fall asleep eventually. And then unfortunately, I got woken up an hour early. And I'm sorry if this triggers anybody a little bit. I'll keep it brief. I got woken up an hour early because a spider bit my arm. And it woke me up. And then the spider was like crawling across the pillow right in front of my face at the moment of me waking up because I like shook it off my arm. And so I flung the spider off the bed, but then I couldn't find it. And I didn't have time to go back asleep. So I got a rude awakening bright and early after some insomnia. Work was a little bit of a challenge. Then I tried to get a nap after work. And suddenly this gigantic thunderstorm rolled through and was like shaking the house. It was loud, keeping me awake. I'm like, oh boy, Friday does not want me to be happy today. But I beat it. And now we are here. Yeah. Now we are here. And we're gonna do some Undertale tonight. Ava said it's good. I'm on a Zoom call with my BF right now. Well, say hello to the BF for me. Hello. Giga Chad Spider Cat Boy? Who are you calling a Giga Chad in this instance? Because I'm no spider. Or are you saying I got bit by a spider and now I've got powers? Because, like, you know, for a brief minute, I'm like, you know, maybe it will be worth being woken up by this spider if I can now shoot webs and climb buildings. Ruru says, last boss, Friday, the week's end. Yeah, Elden Ring style, oh boy. Hydrate? Alright, will do. I am doing a bit of talking. I got some water here. Never a bad idea. Alright. Hydrated up. But anyway. All that aside, really no bad news today. I mean, that was all a challenge, but it's done, and now it's the weekend. And I'm actually probably gonna take this Monday off because I've been having a lot of work lately, especially leading up to Thursday's release, and there's not much happening on Monday, so me and a couple of the other people who have been kind of heavily overworked are considering taking it off. We got the time, I might do it, little rest and relaxation, no special plans, just a little bit of sleep and a little bit more me time than I've been having. So I'm kind of in a good mood now. I hope you all are too. We did Undertale last stream, and I usually don't do it twice in a row. But as the title of this video suggests, I have a feeling that we're approaching the end of the game. Now, I don't know. It's my first time playing through it. But I heard it's not a very long game. It's like, 7 hours-ish, and I've already it's got to be pretty close to that. You and your boyfriend are using the same damn blanket? Okay, wait, hold on a second, Ava. Not to pry. You and your boyfriend are using the same blanket, but you're in a Zoom call together? Is that what you said? I gotta scroll back up there for a second. Yeah, you are in a Zoom call with your boyfriend. Oh, so are you two in the same... You're in the same chat window? Oh, he has the same blanket. Okay, that clears it up. I'm like, I got a little mystery on my hands here. They have identical blankets, silly. All right, you know what? I forgot for a brief moment that not everything in this world is made identical, okay? It's, my brain might be a little bit fried today. It's all right, we don't need it for Undertale, okay? All I need to do is bring the voice acting, read the things that pop up on the screen, dodge the little things that come at my heart. We'll be all right. I had more things to report on too, to be honest, but like, it's just gone because my brain is shot. So we'll probably get into Undertale, and there'll probably be a few times where I'm playing Undertale that I'm like, oh yeah, that's what I wanted to talk about. But largely, I think I'm just preoccupied by being excited that it's the weekend now. Hey, Matreas, how you doing? Welcome. Oh yeah, one thing I did want to talk about though, just because it was brought up a minute ago, was the beginning screen when P.O. was like, Ricky running, so I'm gonna fly. This thing. I want to adjust that soon. Now, it might look okay to some people. But I think anybody could probably agree that this opening screen is perhaps a little bit bare. It's because as I was designing it, a lot of this stuff in the background is placeholder. I planned on texturing the street. I planned on putting details on all these buildings. Some of the buildings in the background are quite flat right now. I was gonna put details on them. I was gonna put some things flying through the sky, the occasional car passing by, and I had plans for including other people from the community in this opening. But the reason that I've been letting it sit a little bit is because I'm not sure that I'm fully satisfied with it. I've been practicing pixel art a fair bit, and I do like this pixel art, it's fine. But I'm honestly thinking I might like to make a variant of this opening, where maybe instead of being full sprint, I'm in more of a walking. Maybe a little bit more jovial. Or even if I am sprinting, like maybe what I want to do is have it be a little closer up. You know, this looks like a video game perspective, which is kind of cool, but I might want it a little closer up, a little bit more detail, a little bit more expression on the face. I might like to put the Squiddy Cat, our channel mascot, flying behind me. And one thing that I really want to do, regardless of whether I make a new version of this or I stick with this one and just add details, what I really want to do is make it so that as I'm going, I pass by other people in the community, other streamers who we're friends with, people we've collabed with. Maybe I'll create opportunities for like members of chat to have some kind of sort of call out in there a little bit. I want to have it be I want to have it be a lot more fleshed out with things that represent the community and a lot less flat than it is. It's worked. It's done its trick as a starting soon screen. And for those who don't know, I haven't got anything published yet just because of a lack of time, but I do game development on the side as a hobby, and I've got a degree in it. This thing here was actually made in Game Maker. It's not an art program animation. So the current version you're looking at is like automated to just keep running, but technically I run a game file to get this to come up. I don't run a video file or anything. So I could technically make this game integrate with Twitch. So even though it looks like a video, you guys could use commands and stuff would happen on it during the opening scene. You know, you could maybe change the weather or have a certain person like pass by or whatnot. It's pretty open up to interactivity because I have the ability to program on it. The only thing I'm kind of thinking about with that is, like, if I put commands to change things on the opening screen, it's gonna be like, you know, 3 hours and 50 minutes of every stream, those commands will do nothing. And then, like, the 10 minutes of the opening screen running, they'll do stuff. So, I don't know. We'll figure it out. Anyway, let me read what you guys were saying. I talked too much. Is it bad I don't know what that game is? What, Undertale? No. Undertale it's an indie game, so it's not as big as some others, although it's probably one of the most well-known indie games. But it's fun. It's a blind playthrough for me. It's my first time playing it, so I don't know what's gonna happen in it. But it does have quite a community behind it, so I'm kind of excited to find out. Haruru says it needs life. Yeah, it was very much intended to be updated more frequently. I just haven't had the time. And I've been partially considering changing it, so I didn't want to pour a bunch of time into updating it if I want to, like, make it closer up and redo the sprites. Because I'm thinking, you know, maybe like a happy looking, like, walk or more of a jog or something would work better at a closer up perspective and give people more of a time to show up if I run past them and stuff like that. Atreus says there's some emptiness that's in the foreground. Oh yeah, for sure. I wanted to have the occasional car, maybe the occasional traffic light or something. You know, things pass by foreground, just sort of blurred out. I beat you to it. Yes. Hello, Altair. How you doing? Good to see you. Black Hole Sun. Yeah, I don't know if the Black Hole Sun was gonna stay, but I just thought it was a cool I thought it was a cool look at the time. Maybe add some more stuff like a sunset and little plants. Yeah, I could. One thing I was thinking about doing is, instead of having it just be a continuous run on the same screen, I might occasionally have there be a foreground element, like, I don't know, a big sign or an underpass that you you go under a concrete bridge or something, like something that briefly blocks out the foreground as it's passing. And then when that blocking out of the foreground goes by, the scene will have changed. And maybe it would be, you know, nighttime or sunset, or you'd be in a park suddenly, or a multiverse variant of the same area, or, you know, whatever, some like cool things to shift the whole setting, kind of hidden by foreground elements passing. I thought about that. That might be fun. That's obviously going to be a lot more work, so that'd be more of an evolution, I think, of whatever it becomes in the future. But there's a lot of potential there, I think. Maybe add some more stuff like a sunset. Oh, and little plants. Okay, yeah. Yeah, plants I definitely want more of in there. Atreus says, crazy idea, have the mods following shortly behind. Some of the mods will definitely be in there. I beat you to it again. Yeah, we're on the same page, it sounds like, Atreus. Which L model to use? I think I'd probably talk to L about that one. Ava says, you should add plants, sunset, and like you said, yeah, I think so. Oh, by the way, I guess this is another thing to talk about, so let me get through what everybody else was saying first. Nid says that would be rad. Oh, the interactivity, yeah. Trial and error. Yeah, there's been a lot of trial and error. I mean, you guys know, we had that whole talk last stream about me switching some things up, and I've been doing a lot of experimentation. We're still in our hard working arc, you know? I'm trying to bring cool things to the channel. Not everything's gonna work out, but experimentation and trying things I've never done before opens up a lot of possibilities to make things more exciting here. It says, oh, you know what you could do, Ricky? Instead of just being the starting soon screen, you could have something like that as part of your background, and certain commands or redeems trigger an event in the background. Oh. It'd probably have to be a variant, because my background I don't think would be moving the same way, but that's an idea. Since it is a game, I could essentially just like trigger the next room when I do a scene change and have it be the background. That way your commands could still have effect. Possibly, I'll think about that. Probably wouldn't work with Shoost too well, which is the program I currently use for my background. I'll figure it out. And Ava, My name's Ricky, by the way, R-I-C-K-Y, although chat will tell you it's Wiki with a W. But feel free to call me Eccentropy or Exen or X, whatever you'd like, as well. One of the things I meant to bring up is the fact that I'm still slightly, you know, it's tough for me because I'm attached to the name Eccentropy. I've used it for so long, long before I streamed. I've used Eccentropy, and Eccentropy is tied to all my socials, and it's tied to my emotes, and it's tied to my stream, and it's tied to my YouTube, and it's tied to the archive channel, and it's tied to TikTok and Instagram, all this stuff, and I like it. It's like a mixture of the word eccentric and entropy, and those have places, especially entropy, in my past that had inspired them, and they're words I like, and I've thought about meanings behind them, although I don't share it that often, and I got a little logo up there. That all being said, I've always had this one part of me since I started streaming that feels odd about that being my name here on Twitch, simply because anybody new comes into the channel and they have absolutely no idea that I'm Ricky. You know, there's nothing in that name that insinuates Ricky. And anytime that I raid a channel or I show up as a new follower on somebody else's channel, there's no way for them to know that I'm Ricky. And Eccentropy is kind of hard for people to pronounce. A lot of people don't get it right. A lot of people don't even want to try. I think I got the most funny pronunciation of it the other day, where somebody called me, I think, Eccentropy. I get a lot of Eccentrophies, or Eccentropy, or Eccentropy, like whatever it is. Very seldom do people come out with Eccentropy, and I don't know. There's just something in the back of my mind that's constantly itching to change it. Now, I have not been able to think of a single good name that has Ricky in it yet, that like fits the whole like VTubing theme and all that, like all the things that I use as a theme and whatnot. I'd want it to be a good name if I was gonna change it. I could only change it if I really found one that I'm like, you know what, I like that enough, it fits me enough that I'm willing to retire Eccentropy, and that's gonna be a little challenging for me. So I don't know. Elva, hello. I thought your name started with a G. Are you and PO ganging up on me right now? PO there being like, or call him Giga Chad. Elvana's like, I thought your name started with G. The same G in Giga Chad. Matreus says follow X on X. Well, he writes his X longers, XXX for short. Please no, Matreus. I don't want people to go and watch my X videos. Matreus says that's how I feel about retiring, Matreus. I'm really sitting on it, debating. Yeah, it's been a debate for a long time. And again, like the only way that I'm ever gonna actually do it is if I fall onto a name that I'm like, that is great. And I've had a couple of names that I've briefly considered. They're not even that good. I was trying to think of ways to incorporate multiverse into it a little bit, because I had some of that in my lore. But I don't know. I'm like, how do I do multiverse and Ricky? I do like Rickyverse? I don't know that sounds like a good streaming name. And also, I think if I was going to do something based off the themes, I'd want to do something a little bit more directly based off the themes. But, you know, I don't know about working in cyberpunk or vaporwave or synthwave or squiddy cats or anything like that so I really have I have no clue. For now, Eccentropy is gonna stay. But the thought is in the back of my brain. I would love to be able to raid channels and have people who don't know me be like, Ricky, thank you for the raid, you know? That it's just in my name. Most people have a name on on Twitch that are actual names, and if they have a name that aren't actual names, that they at least don't mind people calling them that. Like things like, of course, you've got some big streamers like XQC, for example. XQC, totally not a name, but it's totally easy to call them that. Eccentropy is really hard for people. It's a few too many syllables for the typical one. Ricky's real voice just followed. And of course, you know, if I thought of a name that was taken, I could always do the underscore VT at the end that a lot of people do. But I always feel weird about that. First, like, and this is judging nobody who actually does this. I don't want it to sound judgmental, but just my own personal opinion, like a lot of times if I think about tagging an underscore VT onto the end, Rickyverse is probably taken by Rick and Morty. Yeah, probably. So if I had it be something like, and I don't want to use Rickyverse anyway, but if, as an example, if I did something like this that I just typed into chat, Rickyverse underscore VT, that's what a lot of people do to get around names that are taken already, and it straight up insinuates it, like it says that you're a VTuber. That's a common VTuber tag thing. But personally, just preference-wise for me, I always feel that looks just a little tacky. And also, it's like it's right on the brink of self-advertising. Anytime I see somebody show up to somebody else's stream with the underscore VT on there and they're talking a lot in chat, I'm like, it feels like this person is being a bulletin board. Or that's not the word I want. What's the advertising kind of board that you see on highways and stuff like that? I'm blanking. But they're being like one of those to display the fact that they're a VTuber. And there's nothing wrong with that. Like, I don't actually judge anybody for using the underscore VT, but I'm just not sure I want to use it myself, you know? Yeah, the whole Ricky thing and multiverse, I guess, does kind of get oddly close to Rick and Morty, doesn't it? Also, like, honestly, the multiverse stuff is more in my brain so far. I haven't had any lore dump on you guys, so there's definitely more obvious pieces of lore that I could mention. Especially, I'm gonna whisper this part, okay? Because I don't want to admit to it, all right? And I don't want to admit to it, and I don't really want anybody to hear. But if I do go forward with being a cat boy, like you guys have all bullied me into, if my next model has cat ears and a tail, it might be a little bit more proper to name myself in a way that references the cat piece along with being Ricky. You know, like Neko Ricky or something like that. But I'm not a cat boy, alright? I'm not. So pretend you didn't hear that. Rick Cat VT. Why do I still gotta have the VT in there? Also, I want to have, like, I really want Ricky to be in there fully, because otherwise I'm like partially defeating the purpose that I'd be that I'd be retiring Eccentropy to begin with. Some people have been like, oh, just have it be like Eccentricy, and then you're kind of like best of both worlds. And I'm like, that's even tougher to say, and it has less meaning, and I still don't think people would look at that and be like, oh, you're Ricky. They might even look at that and be like, hi, Tricky, because it's got the T before the Ricky. And start getting known as Tricky on Twitch, and I don't think I want that. Trickyverse? Rickyverse? Alright. Just throw an underscore VT on the end of that, Matreus, and that's perfect. Anyway, that's where my brain's been at. And that's probably the only thing that my brain has actually had any power behind, because all of the rest of my brain is burnt out from the day that I had and the night that I had. So I'm ready for it to be the weekend. I'm ready to relax with some Undertale, although I will be bringing the energy. You're still gonna get the voices out of me today, don't worry. Assert your dominance by creating a Souls-like boss title for your Twitch name. I mean, I could be like Ricky Celestial Emissary of no, this is like my thought for Pio. There was a time period where I was like, ooh, I'm coming up with these appearances in my brain, and I want to create all this art that's like Elden Ring or Dark Souls versions of my friend. Like, you can have Pio, Celestial Emissary of Astera, or Jose Pun father of the great oak. Something like that. Hey L, how you doing? Matreya says don't need to put VT, it's already in the name. Smart, right? Oh well, okay, sure. Just Cat Ricky VT. Suppose that's on the nose. Peony of the Railgun Canyon. L the glitch. It's not long enough. You gotta go just a little bit bigger. Dark Souls, like, I mean, not all their bosses are named those things, of course. Sometimes you get like the Gaping Dragon or something. How you doing, L? Lil Miss what the frick? Yeah, I've just been talking about potential name changes for me because I really want people to be able to look at my name and see Ricky. And also if I potentially like I wanted to have a little bit of the themes of the channel invoked in some way, and for them to be able to look at my name and say Ricky, or at least have a name that people can pronounce. Because in the grand scheme of things, I love Eccentropy, I'm pretty attached to it, but it's hard to say. It doesn't convey very well when I raid or join people's channels. It's not the best for discoverability. It's not the best for people seeing it and associating a human with the word. It sounds a little bit more like a concept than a person. Fricky? Why Fricky? But I would need to think of a really good one in order for me to retire Eccentropy, because I'm kind of attached to it. And I was joking about too, like if I end up giving into the gaslighting and becoming a Catboy VTuber on my next model, maybe we have to have some element of like cat in there, or Neko, or something. I don't know. I really don't know. I don't have any ideas right now. Nothing I've thought of has come even close to me wanting to get rid of Eccentropy for it. So, but that's just where my head's at. So, I'm going to pause our lo-fi right here. Someone make this man a Keyblade? Heck yeah. Make me a Keyblade, I'd take it. Eccentricy VT? Didn't you just hear me talking about Eccentricy a minute ago? Like, some people were like, oh, you could just put Ricky instead of Ropey. I'm like, people are gonna start calling me Tricky. Also the VT. God dang it. Alright. We're gonna actually switch the category too, because I'm pretty sure last time I played Undertale, it was entirely in the just chatting category. So we're gonna go to the actual Undertale category today. Accent Ricky, that way we see them as two different words. I guess like capitalization does come through on Twitch, huh? They don't auto neuter your capitalization, make it all lowercase or all uppercase. Where is Undertale? Am I blind? Yes, I am. Here it is. Why did you apostrophize that? Differ not? I understand. My brain is fried. It's Friday. It's all about having your brain be fried. You capitalize L and D and people still call me LT. Lieutenant He Glitch. So capitalization won't work. I mean, to be fair, those L and T are right next to each other. There's no lowercase to break them up. And lieutenant is like a thing. So, it's probably why. Alright, let me see. Did my... Oh no, that's on the right volume, okay. It's just a little bit loud. What the heck is that? Glitch? Glitch figure L. Virus of net. You really put some art into that one, huh? You really put some art into that one, huh, Matreus? To make it look fancy. That's how it's gotta show up on the boss name bar if it's in a Souls-like. Not the edgy text. Yeah. Alright. We're in this intimidating area. I kind of forgot about it a little bit. The name is the HP bar. Wow, getting real. You're getting a little too outside the box for Souls now. They don't like to change it that much. You're thinking more like Undertale. Where it's like, we can change the rules on any fight if we want to. Alright. So what just happened? We have very little healing items because we burned them all on Undyne. And I'm pretty sure we could have just run from Undyne at the very beginning and saved all our healing items, but I really wanted to listen through all of the lore that was in that fight. So I'm happy that we used it. But I'm down to just instant noodles now. So we need some more healing items, probably. I'm still level 1, HP 20. I die pretty easily. We fought Undyne, we ran from Undyne, we went through the very hot area. Undyne fell down, we helped her out, she got confused and walked off. Then we met Alphys, and Alphys informed us about Metaton. We had a couple of Metaton game fights, including this one in the kitchen here, and proceeded out into this very intimidating area. I don't know what to expect over here, but that's next. Gonna make my name as long as an isekai anime title. Well, it's gotta be pretty long if it's a Souls boss name, you know. Let me have another sip of water before I get moving on this, because I'm sure there'll be some voice acting coming up. You hate isekai titles so much. Yeah, it's not just isekai titles, though. Let me... I gotta find this one. Hold on. Let's see, what's this one? I have to mention this one every now and then. There we go. I saw this one on the internet one time. As an anime, or it was a manga title. I'm sure some of you have heard this. Trey says, that time I gave up on anime because there's so many that I was reincarnated as animes in the world of the series. What the heck? Now, this is the one I was gonna say. There's a manga called I reconnected with my childhood friend and now we both have huge tits. And yes, one of them is a guy. He's just got very large pecs. It's a guy and a girl who are both well endowed in the chest region now. And I saw that title one time, and I can't ever remember it exactly because my brain doesn't really want to remember it exactly. But it still makes me laugh. Alright, let's get back into the Undertale screen here. You were thinking of Vent through time to keep with the possible time traveler lore, but people would just call you Vent. Oh, for me? Yeah. People would be like, Amogus. Because I have Vent in there. That word is ruined. You can't even say that you need a vent about something that's bothering you. Because they'll be like, oh, you need a vent, huh? It's pretty sus. You know? Alright, I think the Darius interruption of the stream is about to happen. Be right back. Hello. He's a good boy. He wanted to leave, but I have an air conditioning unit in one of my windows. It's installed fairly well, but it's easy for bugs to come through because it's not sealed perfectly, and even the air conditioning itself has big enough vents and things for bugs to come in. So occasionally at nighttime, when it's all dark outside and I have the lights on inside, certain bugs get attracted to want to come inside. Not too many, luckily. But I went to open the door for for Darius, and then he saw like this little flying bug, and he's like, I'm gonna kill that first, and then I'll go out. So it took me a second longer. But yeah, he keeps my room safe. Trey says, honestly, I want to be surprised when it comes to an anime. Don't tell me what it's about from the title. Yeah, I think that's a tactic, though, honestly, to combat the fact that there are so many out there. If they started naming, like, all of their manga, like, if every little indie manga or, like, smaller, lesser-known thing named their manga the way that, like, Final Fantasy names their games, you know, Final Fantasy Brave Exvius, the War of Wishes or something, whatever it's called. If every manga named itself like that, people who were shopping amongst the millions and millions of manga, like, wouldn't look at it twice. So I think it's actually a tactic now to combat the fact that there are so many by being like, here's the premise! And then the person can be like, okay, I'm intrigued by that, or not, rather than like, ooh, here's an artistic or like perhaps overly complicated name, and the person's just gonna be like, I have no clue what this is. I'm gonna get one that sounds cuter. Final Fantasy Brave Exvius War of the Visions. Oh, I was so close. The Final Fantasy where a boy is recruited into a war by accident and now has to fight a god, number 12. I mean, yeah, I was gonna say, isn't that most of them in some way? Baller game, Brave Exvius. Like, I don't know, it could be. I've heard good things about Brave Exvius compared to some others, but Final Fantasy burnt me out so hard ever since Square Enix has been in control of it, and that's been a long time now. I kept giving it chances. After 13, I was kind of like, I don't know if I'm ever going to get a Final Fantasy again, but I still ended up trying 15, and I really couldn't get into 15 at all. And like, at this point, I'm just like, I don't know. Now you're hung up on not figuring out a name for Ricky? It's itching your brain. Well, if you have any good ideas, or even incomplete ideas, Al, feel free to DM me. Be like, hey, I thought about this word or this theme, or maybe you could have a name something around this. You know, it could always give me food for thought, you know? I think it's going to be pretty hard to actually replace it. Nid says, I haven't been aware of what Square Enix is in a long time. Maitreya says, if you do give Final Fantasy a chance, just do World of Final Fantasy. That one at least tries to be fun. Yeah. And then there's, of course, the new Final Fantasy VII, like, what is it, Ever Crisis, that goes through everything. But they treat Final Fantasy VII so poorly now that I don't know if I want to try it, even if they do try to stick close to the main story in some ways. I'm also really not interested in seeing like a young and emotionally redeemable Sephiroth. It looks like they're probably gonna try and make Sephiroth like relatable and maybe give him a redemption arc, and that's just not his character, man. Elle says, I love you, man, but Ricky is hard to rhyme. It doesn't need a rhyme. What VTubers have rhyming names? I mean, I'm sure there's some. Honestly, like, if I didn't have concerns on doxing myself, I'd just use my actual last name or a variant of it and be one of those VTubers that just like you know, has a name. I could come up with a fake last name, I suppose, and use that. Trey says, I'm not playing Final Fantasy VII anymore. It's so in my face that I don't even care. I know that about you, Matreus. I know it. It says, haven't encountered emotionally redeemable Sephiroth yet. I feel like I'm close, though. All right. Let me stop just standing here because we're in the Undertale category now. It's time. I'll have another sip. Elsa's totally never seen your last name. I'm looking at your PayPal. I just shut my eyes as I don't know to you. I don't think I even have the dono link anymore, do I? I'm pretty sure that's gone. I don't think you see people's names when you donate to them, do you? But you definitely see their names when they donate to you, which is something I've done with a lot of people. Like, Jose knows my full name. A lot of other people, just because I haven't worried about it that much. But, see, like, I'm not that concerned. There's a lot of creators, and I plan on doing this as a living, and I want to become a big creator. And honestly, when you become a larger creator, people are going to know your full name. It happens, whether you want it to or not. It eventually comes out. It's better for you to have it come out, because if somebody just figures out your full name and leaks it, then everybody suddenly, like, has the mental connection with that name of like, ooh, this is something we're not supposed to have, let's be bad with it. And if you just give your full name, it's like, okay, it's just out there, you know, like Mark Fishbach for Markiplier, or Felix Kjellberg for PewDiePie, or Sean McLaughlin for Jacksepticeye. I'm trying to think of some of like the big YouTubers, because they were the ones that revealed their names a little bit earlier. But if for now, that's just not something I feel like, because right now if I dox myself, I'm sharing a house with my family and stuff too, so it doxes them as well. Perhaps when I live by myself, I'll be like, I don't care. Trey says 2010s to 20s stop making villains redeemable. I want to hate them. Yeah, I like a good redeemable villain with a nice backstory that, like, you know, they were well intentioned, but things just went so horribly and they lost track of themselves. But it's no good if every story is like that, because you gotta have a villain sometimes that's just evil because they're evil. Even if it is the world's fault, even if the world messed them up, they don't necessarily have to have, you know, the shred of good in them still. Elle says, oh, it happened when I donate to you that time, I think was the emailed invoice. Like, I want to not have my IRL name in PayPal, but they require ID, so I'm just let it be. Yeah, the only way that you can take your name out of your PayPal and make it a fake one, I think, is by declaring yourself as a company, essentially, which requires additional stuff. So PayPal's not the best for creators that don't want their identity known. Just let villains be villains. I like a good villain that's just a little chaotic. Yeah, both need to exist, I think. Alright, let's see. The only person I really know that has my phone number... Oh, never mind. Wait, we met Alphys last stream. I'm going back to Undertale, by the way. This could either be Alphys or Papyrus.
See that building in the distance? That's the core, the source of all power for the underground. It converts geothermal energy into magical electricity by, anyway, that's where we're gonna go. In the core is an elevator directly to Asgore's castle, and from there, you can go home.
Click. I'm proud of Alphys for managing to call me so many times. She's getting over her, she's getting over her anxiety about phones. How many of you guys have anxiety about phones, huh? I had to become the person that makes the phone calls for everybody, because so many people in my life are like, I don't know, I'd rather just not eat today than call a delivery place and stuff like that. Nid says, I can't imagine what stuff they're going to try and reveal about Sephiroth that we don't know already. I don't think he can be redeemed since he already tried to commit mass genocide. They'll try and throw some spin on it. I mean, like, straight up, Final Fantasy VII Remake is legitimately just changing the story anyway. So, maybe he'll be like, help! Genova's been possessing my mind this whole time. I don't want to do this, but it's just so hard to fight it. I need your help, Cloud. Elle says, yeah, just trust me, you're in the core made of something that totally won't endanger me. Oh. Phone calls not fun? Yeah, a lot of people don't like it. He wasn't hugged every day, one day was missed. Yeah, isn't it like, that whole meme is like you need to be hugged, what is it, once a day for survival, 4 times, or twice a day for growth, 4 times a day, I don't know what, I don't remember it. Here's most people like going weeks on end at least without getting a hug. I think my last hug was three months ago and some change. You wasn't hugged until you were 20 with Triss. I find it hard to believe nobody hugged you as a baby, but perhaps it's true. But usually when there's a baby, people are like, I gotta hug this thing. Then says, Cloud, we must defy destiny by kissing. Come on, Cloud, it's just one kiss. You can hold my hand if you want. You're one of those? You one of those, Nid? I'm not going to lie and say that I've never written myself some slash Final Fantasy VII fanfiction. But it's never been Sephiroth Cloud. I mean, what? Elle says, food delivery services that I can usually use are just through the app, so I don't even have to call. I just text the guy. Heck, I can even ask him to just put it at the doorstep and leave. Yeah, that's for most of them these days, and I think it's because it's so common for people to have phone anxiety. Although sometimes, the occasional dasher and whatnot will still call you. Please select a location. Left floor, cancel, right floor. And it's left floor 1, right floor 2. Alright, well let's try the left floor first, huh? Let me know if the volume's too loud. It sounds a bit loud in my ears, but you guys hear it a little bit differently than I do. So we're in L1. Seeing such a strange laboratory. Yeah, I was gonna say, this looks familiar. Alright, so this is backwards. Gotcha. And then down here's like the ferryman, right? So they're giving me some ability to world travel, which is strange. Makes me wonder... Yeah, hold on a second. Let's go with a tra-la-la on the river woman, river man here. Snowden, yeah. I want to revisit Snowden, see if they threw anything back there for me to see. When I was doing DoorDash, I rarely got full names. It was first name followed by initial. Yeah, I've heard that's usually what they do. It says, I like the Cloud X Tifa pairing. I like the thought that they have a deeper, more romantic connection to each other. Yeah, Cloud and Tifa was always the thing for me too when I was playing the games. Honestly, I really don't like Cloud and Aerith as a pairing at all. There's a lot of people out there that do. I always felt like that's significantly more maternal, and like she was more connected to Zack, and they never really built that out. It was like there was definitely a deep kind of like almost spiritual connection between the two of them, which is weird considering Cloud doesn't seem very spiritual. But from Aerith, it was more of like a calming and like comfortable thing, but not so much romantic. I feel weird about people who make it romantic. I understand, but I also feel weird about it. I mean, because I know even in the game they're like, oh, let's have a date together. But that was just also a Zack reference. You delivered to a Snorlax once, Betrayus. Ned says, I do get it, but yeah, she and Zack were together. Yes, yes. okay, back to game. I'm gonna try, okay, for a little bit, guys, I'm gonna try and get less sidetracked on, like, the Final Fantasy and DoorDasher talks a little bit, because I want to play some Undertale. I'm getting distracted, because I like talking to you guys, but let's, since we're in the category, let's do some Undertale, just in case anyone wants to join in and see Undertale. Tra-la-la, uh-oh, suddenly feeling tropical. Tropical? Aren't we going to Snowdon? Snowdon was a long way away, to be fair, Nid. Come again sometime, tra-la-la. Alright. Do you guys have anything new to say to me? You like to wander, you must be young.
Let's continue to play Monsters and Humans.
Okay, this person's just still enjoying my knock. I'm just trying to see if anything's changed up. Buff Wolf, you still doing your thing? Still producing ice for the river, okay. Alright, Matreus, I'll be here. I hope you have some good food. Alright, I don't think I'm gonna talk to everybody. I'm just taking a quick glance around to see if anything's changed. We will stop by Papyrus. Is he here? Maybe he's in his room. Maybe he's up here. Okay, he's not. Sans, are you home? Door is locked. Okay, maybe, maybe not. I don't know why there's fire coming from under Sans' door, but it's alright. I don't need to question that. Who is in here again? Oh, it's locked, okay. So one thing I should definitely do while I'm here, or two things. I should sleep at the inn. Which I don't know if it's still gonna be free. They say it's 80G. But then I rest. There's a lot of snores. If it's the same as before, they're like, oh, you were in there for like 2 minutes, and then they give it to you for free. The snore song. Had to have a nice dance there. Hey, you look like you had a great sleep, which is incredible, because you were only up there for about 2 minutes, yep. And I got my money back, okay, cool. And that should make my health, yeah, 30 out of 20, which is nice. I like that, nice, like, free bonus. And now in here... the bicycle. For 45, I don't know that that's the best deal. I'm gonna buy a couple of cinnamon buns. I guess I'll buy one bicycle. Alright, so now we have a little bit more food, we got a little bit more health. I feel a little bit more ready to take on the new area. Your room also expels RGB flames? Really? It's pretty cool, Nid. I expect pics or it didn't happen in the Discord within the next hour. Tra-la-la. Let's get back in the tra-la-la man's boat. Going back to Hutland. I bet. Oh, it's a cat boat. Look at that. Tra-la-la, Temmie Village. The room before the darkening lantern room. Was this not the right place for me to go to? Hold on. Snowdon Waterfall. I got no issue with Temmie Village. But I don't think I need any more Tem Flakes. They didn't do the most for me when I was fighting Undyne. Temmie's probably one of my favorite characters so far, though. Alright. Are we back? No. This isn't right. I don't think. No. I guess the Temmie Village one is the right area? I don't think that's where I got on, but maybe I can't, like, get the ride back to exactly where I got on. At least I'm not far from the correct area here. You have your magnesium around here somewhere? Oh god, no. Not like this, Nid. Okay, this is the right area, never mind. We're good. Get a quick save in. Go north. And back to progress. Right floor 2. Gotta love a good sideways elevator. Around here they tend to call them metros.
I'm Heat's Flamesman. Remember my name.
Heat's Flamesman, okay. What the heck am I looking at?
I love hot dogs! Hey, isn't it weird that there's snow on that guy's roof? Guess he's just too lazy to clean it off.
Or maybe the developer's too lazy to make another asset. I understand, man.
Toasty bun. Toasty bun.
Isn't that like the volcano enemy that I've fought before?
Hey buddy, what's up? Wanna buy a hot dog? It's only 30G.
No.
Yeah, you gotta save your money for college and spiders.
Spiders? I don't want spiders. I already got bit on the arm today. Alphys posted a picture. Dinner with the girlfriend. It's a picture of a cat girl figurine next to a bowl of instant noodles. Oh no, Alphys, not like this. I got excited for you for a second. I thought I thought it was gonna be Undyne, but Alphys, Alphys is dating her cat girl figurine. Oh no. Irredeemable. And worse than the fact that Alphys is dating her cat girl figurine, she's posting about that online. I mean, I shouldn't judge. Cool Skeleton 95 posted a picture.
Are we posting hot pics? Here's my cool friend.
It's a picture of Papyrus flexing in front of a mirror. He's wearing sunglasses. Giant muscular biceps are pasted onto his arms. The biceps are also wearing sunglasses. Alright, come on. I can't walk 2 steps. Pyrope bounds toward you. This mischievous monster is never warm enough. Hot enough for ya? Hello? Oh, it's like the lasers. Okay, I understand. Well, we've already lost the extra HP from the from the inn. Pretending to pull the fire alarm, okay. Invite. You invite Pyrope to hang out. Sorry, I'm all tied up. Uh-huh. Jeez. You know what? Let's load. Let's load that. I don't need to lose 25 HP on the first fight. I think at this point in the game, with the way some of the enemies are hitting, I'm guessing if I took the path where I was like fighting things and gaining XP and putting on items and weapons and stuff, it's probably a little bit easier. Wait, why is my HP 20 instead of 30? I saved after I guess it knows. This game doesn't like to fully save on you because it's like, we know what you did. Alright, well. That's fine, I suppose. Anyway, I'm thinking if I leveled up and stuff like that, I'd be able to take a little bit more in terms of damage and be okay. But since I've decided to play at level 1, being just nice to everyone, I can't take a lot of damage. Yeah, you bet it's something that's coded to go away for that specific reason. Yeah, so personally, I'm just gonna say like my own preferences there, and as a game developer myself, I think that was a bad choice. Because there's nothing stopping you from going back to the inn and sleeping for free and coming back with the 30 health. It's perfectly reasonable to let somebody save with it. The only thing that's doing at that point is like wasting the player's time because they need to go like interact with the ferryman again and go several loading screens away and sleep through the snore music and then come back. Maybe like I guess maybe they just wanted to discourage it, but I think quality of life wise, I probably wouldn't have gone that route. Alright, Heat's Flamesman. I wanted to talk to Heats again just in case, you know, there was some need to have talked to them. You never know with this game. It might be like good to have talked to people before, even if you're not seeing anything new. It'd be very unfortunate to lose if the game crashed, yeah. Alright, a 30's not bad, but I just spent so much money, I gotta keep some of it. Alright, so we got the cat girl dinner posted. We got Papyrus's post. And there we go, we got Pyro. Now, I'm just not gonna deal with enemies that are particularly bad. Can I take more than 2 steps, game? Alphys's updated status, lol, cool skeleton 95. That's a joke, right? Alphys and Papyrus follow each other, I guess.
The only joke here is how strong my muscles are.
So it is a joke. Alright, what's down here? A pouch! Napstablook has sent you a friend request. Accept the request? Of course I'll accept it from Napstablook. It seems to have already rejected itself. Oh, I see. I suppose that makes sense. I'm surprised he even reached out with it, to be honest. There's an apron lying on the ground. Oh, it's not a pouch. Will you take it? Yeah, sure. Got the stained apron. Now, is this a defensive item? How's the music of the game, by the way? Too loud? Or is it good? Armor defense 11, heals 1 every other turn. I equipped the apron. And cloudy glasses were what? Defense 6. Okay, defense 11's a lot better. If you get hurt by an attack, you stay invulnerable for longer. Okay, so that one was helping me when I did the Undyne fight, and I kept speeding up her missiles. Got it. Maybe it's a single notch too loud, it's just loud enough to be blending with your voice. Alright. I've turned it down. Settings like to change themselves constantly, unfortunately. It's just something the streamers put up with. I wish I could just set everything perfectly once, and then leave it there and keep streaming like that every stream, but it always changes. It's problematic. but Windows updates and game updates and Go XLR updates and various things change it.
Hi, it's Dr. Alphys. This puzzle's kinda, timing based. You see those switches over there? You'll have to press all 3 of them within 3 seconds. I'll try to help with the rhythm.
Okay. Alphys. You fricked me, Alphys.
Okay, now press the 3rd one. Hey! Looks like you only needed to press 2 of them.
Uh-huh. Uh-huh, uh-huh. Uh-huh. Uh-huh, Alphys.
It's the last time I try to help with a puzzle, LMAO.
Alright, I'm about to throw away this phone. every 2 steps I take, it's like a phone in real life. And I can't put the thing down.
Hey. I'm going to the bathroom, so I'll be MIA for a bit. I'm sure you can handle this puzzle yourself.
Alphys, you don't need to tell me when you're gonna go to the bathroom. Alphys seems like one of those friends who might be a little bit, like, too active in your DMs, you know? Oh, I see. Let me see, is that gonna work out? No, that's still gonna be wrong. There we go. Okay, that's not something I can go up. But one problem with the perspective on a game, on a game like this, when it's very simplistic, it's really hard to tell the difference between a wall and a path sometimes. Like, that could very easily be something I could walk up. It almost looks like an indented slide or something, like the walls of the slide are the darker parts and the floor is the lighter part. But instead, the lighter part is the closer part of you to the column, or of the column, the closer part to you of the column, and the darker parts are as the column recessed back into the background. Very simplistic art. I like it. But it makes me have to, like, test things like that.
OMG, people think Mew Mew 2 is better than Mew Mew 1? LOL, that's a joke, right?
Is this just me? Like, would anybody else go crazy with this much status updates? I think I probably already would have had to mute them at this point. Not block or unfollow. I just have to mute so that I could go click on their account every now and then and scroll through everything that they said rather than seeing it live. That's just me. Knowing the mouse might one day hack the computerized safe and get the cheese fills you with determination. This mouse has got a lot of adventuring to do. There's a piece of cheese inside the computerized laser safe. The lasers have melted the edges of the cheese. It's stuck to the table. Now, I'm just gonna assume that it's the same mouse at every single one of these, even though that makes no sense. You would have put your phone on Do Not Disturb 7 messages ago. Oh, god dang it.
OMG, don't they get it ruins Mew Mew's entire character arc?
Alphys' updated status.
My Mew Mew 2 review. Mew Mew Kissy Cutie 2 is neither kissy nor cutie. It's trash. 0 stars.
Oh man, I was able to walk a little bit. I don't know whose voice this is. Hey, you, stop! It's gonna update here. Okay, it's them.
We've, like, received an anonymous tip about a human wearing a striped shirt. They told us they were wandering around Hotland right now. I know, sounds scary, huh? Well, just stay chill. We'll bring you someplace safe, okay? Huh? What is it, bro? The shirt they're wearing? Like, what about it? Bro, are you thinking what I'm thinking? Bummer, this is like mega embarrassing.
Have you seen the plane enemy? I've seen it. Don't talk about how that's me. Sundar plane.
We, like, actually totally have to kill you and stuff.
Royal Guards. You attempt to touch RG-01's armor. Your hands slip off.
Like, hands off the merch.
Team attack? Uh-oh. Ow. 01 stands guard. You tell RG-01 to be honest with his feelings.
Like, what? I don't get it.
Ow. 02 watches your movements. You tell RG-02 your favorite secret. I won't tell.
Like, you're dead and all.
I gotta say, the combat of this game, man. You clean RG-02's armor. Its cooling dirt begins to wash away. Can't take it. Armor too hot. Oh, his chest is exposed. The other guy's sweating now. I see. RG-01 looks bothered by something. You tell RG-01 to be honest with his feelings. Alright.
Dude? I can't take this anymore. Not like this. Like 02. I like you, bro. The way you fight, the way you talk. I love doing team attacks with you. I love standing here with you, bouncing and waving our weapons in sync. 02, I, want to stay like this forever. Psych! Gotcha, bro. 01. Yeah, bro? Do you want to get some ice cream after this? Sure, dude.
01 and 02 are looking at each other happily. So wholesome, the gaze. I could read it from this game. I don't know if you were here, Froggy, but as soon as I was like in battle with Undyne, I'm like, you're gay, aren't you? Everybody was like, Ricky, and I'm like, I'm sorry, I was just getting a sense. I won't assume anything. And then a little later on, it's like Alphys has a crush on her, and I'm like, this is only confirms it for Alphys. I still don't actually know it for Undyne, But I knew. I read that. Hey, 100 gold, nice. What do you mean, all right?
Oops, wait, how's the human doing?
You guess spoilers? Oh, you mean for actual literally? Okay, so here's another thing I said during the fight, and people gave me like weird reactions when I said it. This might be spoilers if it's actually true, but as I was doing that fight, I'm like, was Undyne? I was like, was Undyne originally dating a human woman, and one of the 6 souls they've collected was hers? That was one of my guesses, because she was talking about like the flowery swordswomen of the human world, and she seems like really jaded in a very specific way. But I might be wrong about that, because she's like, oh, Alphys told me about how human souls are like this or that, so she had experience with a human. Maybe not. Alphys's update says,
Top 10 shows that make you forget to do your frickin' job.
yeah, is Mew Mew one of them? I don't know if that was a show or a movie. Wow, it's dark over here. Suddenly changed lighting quite a bit.
Okay, I'm back. Another dark room, huh? Don't worry. My hacking skills have got things covered.
Oh no.
Are you serious?
You guys know what time it is, right?
Oh, yes!
Good evening. Oh, which one is it? That's not right. Hold on.
This one? No.
No, I lost my settings. All right, we'll fix this, guys. Let's get a reverb of like 20. All right. That's fine.
We'll pitch down a little bit, just like there. We'll turn this on. There we go. And like down here, right? Or here. This is okay. Or here. Alright. Yeah, okay. There we go. Good evening, beauties and gentle beauties. This is Metaton, reporting live from NTT News. An interesting situation has arisen in Eastern Hutland. Fortunately, our correspondent is out there, reporting live. Brave correspondent, please find something newsworthy to report. Our 10 wonderful viewers are waiting for you. What a sensational opportunity for a story! I can see the headline now. A dog exists somewhere. Frankly, I'm blown away. Report this one?
I'll look more. I mean, he might be interested in the Metaton thing.
Oh no, that movie script! I'll get there. It's a super juicy sneak preview of my latest guaranteed not to bomb film. Metaton the movie, XXVII, starring Metaton. I don't know, what is that, 28? Hey Ziv.
stopping by for a quick hi-bye. Have a good stream, Ricky. I hope you have a good night, Ziv. I've heard that, like the other films, it consists mostly of a single 4-hour shot of rose petals showering on my reclining body. Ooh, but that's not confirmed. You wouldn't spoil my movie for everyone with a promotional story, would you? Attention viewers, our correspondent has found a movie script. Oh my, and it looks like it's for my latest film. Let's not keep them waiting. Let's open it up and get the scoop. Oh? What's that inside the script? That ticking sound. That lit fuse. Oh my, looks like I was wrong about the movie. We definitely have a box office bomb on our hands. And it's about to blast you to bits. But don't get too excited. You haven't even seen the rest of the room yet. Oh my. It seems everything in this area is actually a bomb. That dog's a bomb. That basketball's a bomb. Even my words are. Brave correspondent, if you don't defuse all of the bombs, this big bomb will blow you to smithereens in 2 minutes. Then you won't be reporting live any longer. How terrible, how disturbing. Our 9 viewers are gonna love watching this. Good luck, darling.
Don't worry, I installed a bomb defusing program on your phone. Use the defuse option when the bomb is in the defuse zone. Now, go get him. Great job! Keep heading around the room. Try to go for the one in the bottom left next.
Bottom left? I mean, I think... Oh, down here. Oh, no. Alright, that timing's a little weird. There we go. That was not it? Alright. There we go. Well, I'm definitely not getting 6 in this time. Six seconds left. Oh, there's like the glass of water floating around. There we go. Extremely agile glass of water.
It's...
Too bad, darling. You failed to defuse all the bombs within 3 minutes. Now the big bomb is gonna blow you to smithereens. Ready, viewers? Here comes the moment you've all been waiting for. Goodbye, darling. It seems the bomb isn't going off.
That's because while you were monologuing, I change.
Oh no, you deactivated the bomb with your hacking skills.
Yeah, that's what I did.
Curses! It seems I've been foiled again. Curse you, human! Curse you, Dr. Elphys, for helping so much. I don't curse my 8 wonderful viewers for tuning in. Until next time, darling.
That's that's what it's like to stream, huh? 10 wonderful viewers, 9 wonderful viewers, 8 wonderful viewers. This DBZ style seconds/minutes, yeah, right. I was like, those last 6 seconds are lasting for a good 15 seconds, aren't they? Boomer, hello, how you doing today? Good to see you.
But boy, that was close, huh? I guess a little closer than I would have liked. I should have given you better directions. And it just wasn't enough time. Well, that's Metatron's fault, right? Metaton's, excuse me. Not mine. I can't second guess myself now. I'm finally starting to feel confident about guiding you. I'll protect you from that mean old robot, no matter what. If I have to, I'll even turn, never mind. We're over halfway to the core. Let's go.
8 wonderful viewers, everyone else is just a peasant. Yeah, exactly. You guys know which ones you are. Alright, we're approaching the core. The As core.
I noticed you've been kinda quiet. Are you worried about meeting Asgore? Well, don't worry, okay? The king is a really nice guy. I'm sure you can talk to him, and with your human soul, you can pass through the barrier. So no worrying, okay? Just forget about it and smile.
Alright. I'm trusting you, Alphys. Left floor 1, we've been there. Right floor 1 and right floor 2. Let's go to left floor 3. Although we could have gone to left floor 2 to save. I'm assuming they're going to give us a save point here somewhere. You know what? Let's not assume. Alright. Never assume. Wait, didn't I choose left floor 2? Is this a different series of floors? Maybe it was left floor 1 that I wanted to actually go to for the save. Yeah, I think it was left 1 and right 2 that were originally my options, now that I'm thinking about it. Muffet, you say, Froggy? Like Little Miss Muffet? Who sat on a tuffet? Which everybody knows what that is. Eating her curds and whey, a commonly consumed dish in this day and age. When along came a spider, who sat down beside her and scared Miss Muffet away. It says, I'm excited to see if another game adopts this pacifism as an option deal. I know a lot of games have karma systems, but this one just did it so well. So I actually didn't know Undertale had a pacifist option in it, and had a game concept myself that had a pacifist option. So I'm sure some out there either have them or are working on them. You see your girlfriend in chat, it fills you with determination. It does. So when was the last time you guys ate your curds and whey, huh? Never? How do you even live, Matreus? It baby? Is this what did he say? Sans said you need to save your money for something and spiders. Is this what he was talking about? Spider bake sale. All proceeds go to real spiders. Oh, college, right? You freaking I got like a spider donut early in the game from that empty room that had a couple of spider webs. Did you make that spider donut? So you say baby, Froggy. Do I need to give this a really high voice? Do I need to go high pitch? Let's talk to this weirdo down here first.
I ended up buying a donut. I didn't want to, but that girl, even though I told her no, she kept staring at me in this creepy way and licking her lips. Now I'm out of cash.
She's not a baby, just give her a cool, super cool spider voice. Oh, I see. No one goes to college except Tammy, only way, sadly. I mean, I'd love to give Tammy money for college, or colleague, but I'm not there yet.
Welcome to our parlor, dearie. Interested in some spider pastries? All proceeds go to real spiders. Check out the webs to make a purchase.
To buy a spider donut for $9,999. That's like 10 colleagues. I can't do that. The spider donut, it looks more rubbery than usual. It looks like some sort of powerful bracelet. Wait, it's just a croissant. How come you've upcharged your wares so much now, man? Those were affordable in the past. Okay, that was a brief interaction.
Hi, Alpha here. This room is like the room we saw before. There are 2 puzzles to the north and south. You'll have to solve them both to proceed. Also, I'd like to say, I don't really like giving away puzzle solutions, but if you need help, just call me, okay? Actually, wait, I have an idea. Let's be friends on Undernet. Then you can just ping me when you need help. Wait, we're already friends, aren't we? I signed you up, didn't I? You've been reading my posts the whole time. Well, I hope you agree with me about Mew Mew too.
Alright. I'm gonna call Papyrus, actually.
The entire room is covered in steam thingies? Oh my god! Can't you just take a bus? Hotland stinks.
I kind of agree. I kind of agree with you there. Alright, upward puzzle. Let's see. Is it another shooty puzzle? Oh yeah, who is it? I still don't really know how to fight Sunderplane. Sunderplane attacks not because it's jealous. Vulcan is paying attention to you. It's not me. Shush. I'm not Sundere. You give Vulcan a hug. It warms your heart and your whole body. Ouch, your defense dropped. I figured maybe I had to show some love to the other one. Vulcan's cheeks glow with a bright heat. I don't know how to fight Sunderplane. Sunderplane kind of wrecked me last time. Sunderplane accidentally bumps you with its wing. Approach! Get close to Sunderplane, but not too close.
Human?
Ow. Smells like an airport perfume counter. Alright, there we go. I figured it out. Just a tsundere. You do it with Riz. Am I using that term right? I'm old. I think you're about right. Although it's not Riz with a tsundere. They're just gonna get all flustered and act like they hate you. You gotta invade their space. Yeah, if we're going by anime rules, you get all up in their space and they're like, oh my god, it's happening. So I guess physical Riz. You just can't flirt though. That's not how it works. Shoot the opposing ship. You have just one shot. Just one, alright? Doop, doop. Boo, boo, doop. Doop, doop, doop. Doop, doop, doop. Doop, doop, doop. Okay, let's put that up there actually. There we go. Congratulations. Thank you. Whoa.
My favorite Metaton movement. Right when everything looks like and when everything looks the baddest, he poses dramatically. Like when he's on a cooking show and the eggs don't turn out right. My favorite Metaton movement is when he beats up the heel-turning villains. Even if it's during what's supposed to be a quiz show.
I don't know what you guys are talking about. Bunch of shrimps. So you have to trap them between yourself and a wall, exactly. It says I already have to deal with insufferable people IRL. I can't imagine having to deal with anime level insufferable. I'm totally not a tsundere in real life or anything. Okay, so ouch. So when I first stepped onto there, I stopped moving, but it was keeping me walking. That's interesting.
Hey, this doesn't have to have anything to do with guiding you, but hey, would you want to watch a human TV show together sometime? It's called Mew Mew Kissy Cutie.
Sure.
Really? It's so good. It's my favorite show. It's all about this human girl named Mew Mew. She was the lamb, so she's all sensitive. Like eventually realizing it doesn't matter events like the by her ears. It's really moving. Whoops! Spoiler. Also, this sounds weird, but she has the power to control the minds of anyone who kisses. She kisses people and controls them to fix their problems. I don't remember anything after the kiss. I mean, but if she misses the kiss, then also, I mean, of course, eventually she realized the controlling people. Okay, well, I almost spoiled the whole show, but I think you really like it. You should watch it after you get through all this.
Okay. You need healing? I don't know. My HP's looking alright. I guess I can consume my bicycle. And my unicycle. I think it's supposed to be sickle, but I like to say it that way. Shoot the opposing ship, you have just one shot. Alright. Boom, 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 boom. Boom. Oh, interesting, actually. There we go. Impossible Sword Art Online is the best anime, is it? Never watched. I still like Death Note, but that's old. It's old and edgy. I need to get a few more animes under my belt. You stop to smell the flowers. Of course. Easy peasy. Lemon squeezy. The smell of cobwebs fills the air. You're filled with determination. Is it cobwebs? Or is it spider webs? Wait, was the spider... Wait, Froggy. Was the spider named Muffet? Is that what it... It took me a minute. It took me a minute to get there. It is, okay. I mean, hey, it didn't introduce itself. You just said Muffet before I ever met the character, and I said the rhyme. And then I thought about it, and I was like, wait, there's a spider in that rhyme, and we encountered the spider after you said Muffet. She's gonna pound your guts now? Excuse me. Alright. It is spider webs. So I'm smelling what came out of her? It sounds like it is a high-pitched voice, actually. Based on the laugh. I don't know who's saying this. It might be Muffet.
Did you hear what they just said? They said a human wearing a striped shirt will come through. I heard that they hate spiders. I heard that they love to stomp on them. I heard that they like to tear their legs off. I heard.
I'd be stuck.
That they're awfully stingy with their money. You think your taste is too refined for our pastries, don't you, dearie? I disagree with that notion. I think your taste is exactly what this next batch needs.
Muffet traps you. Alright. Struggle, pay. Man, I don't like that it shows my money here. But sure, struggle is probably not the right thing. If she invites you to her parlor, excuse yourself.
Look so blue, my dearie. I think purple is a better look on you.
Trapped in a strange purple web. Up next, it's a spider, alright? I'm just gonna see what happens for now.
Why so pale? You should be proud.
All the spiders clap along to the music. Alright. I guess we'll try struggling. Struggle to escape the web. Muffet covers her mouth and giggles at you.
Well, then you're gonna make a delicious cake.
Pours you a cup of spiders. Thank you. She laughs and claps her hands.
Let you go, don't be silly.
She does a synchronized dance with the other spiders. Alright. How's the music now, guys? Is it loud enough? She's so amused by your antics that she gives you a discount.
Your soul is going to make every spider very happy.
Oop. I got hit. You pay 5G. Reduces her attack for this turn. Alright, well.
Oh, how rude of me. I almost forgot to introduce you to my pet. It's breakfast time, isn't it? Have fun, you two.
Oh god. Hi. I see. Struggle! Nothing happened, okay.
The person who warned you about... the person who warned us about you.
Ow. Tidies up the web around. Alright, what can I eat? I guess I'm probably okay for one more turn here. Pay 35? Heck no.
Offered us a lot of money for your soul.
Alright, I probably better have a Cinnabon or something.
He had such a sweet smile and... It's strange, but I swore I saw them in the shadows, changing shape.
Ow, I didn't realize that went all the way. I would help you out, but there's good story in her dialogue. Yeah, I mean, like, I sometimes try options over there, but it's the same as the Undyne fight. I burned all of my healing items on Undyne, even after it gave me the escaped prompt, just to hear the lore. So I'm continuing to struggle for now. You can tell me when it's done? Sure.
Oh, it's lunchtime, isn't it? Then I forgot to feed my pet.
Ooh, this one might be bad. I actually might lose here anyway, so it might become irrelevant. Oh. Yeah, there we go. I didn't think I was gonna get through that without getting hit twice. Alright. Retry. As with most of our retries, I'm not gonna read all of the dialogue again until we get to the new stuff. Gotta save my throat a little bit. Even though we did get a compressed version of the dialogue that time. So I don't mind this whole purple heart thing. For the most part, it's not too bad to dodge. I want to hear all the dialogue. It is neat that they kind of change the experience a little bit when you have to reload. The dialogue's quite a number of turns. Yeah, it was with Undyne as well. which so far, Undyne was a little bit more of a struggle than this one. Alright, we're still getting dialogue we've seen. Oof. The double ones are tough to do. Alright, let's do the 5G on this one, because I think this is the pet turn, right? Yeah. Hey, pet. It's like a cupcake spider. This one I'm always guaranteed to get hit about 2 times. It was only once there, and reduced, so that's not too bad. Let's do a check. Ow. Pours me a cup of spiders. I think I'm still okay. We're getting back to where we were. We are getting hit. Let's use our Cinnabon. Sweet Smile might have been like the last thing we read. Maybe not though, because we were dodging these things before. Let's see. Nope, there's the changing shape line. Alright. I think we have enough health to survive through this one. Feeding the pet turn. Okay, actually, maybe not. I think I'm gonna die here again. Because I got hit twice on that one, and I didn't expect that. Yep, there we go. Shoot. Okay, maybe we don't go for all the dialogue. Maybe I try other things to try and end the fight. How does the new chair taste? This game doesn't make me clench. It just makes my wrist sore. That's part of the reason I'm not crazy about the combat in this game, because like for somebody who's fighting off carpal tunnel, it's rough. Alright, so what are some other things that we can do here? I'm still gonna start with struggling until we get the discount, because I'd like to have that available to me when it gets to the pet stage. Because that's probably gonna happen regardless. Alright. Discount me, please. Thank you. Okay. Actually, I don't really see any other sorts of options here than what I was doing before, if Spare doesn't get any kind of reaction. I mean, except, like, constantly paying all of my money, I suppose. Our character supposedly hates spiders, but she's the one feeding them to us with the intention of us eating them. It's the fake rumors. Uh-huh. Here I go paying all my money. Man, I already got a lot of fatigue in the dodges. Ugh, yeah, I'm losing my ability to play. You empty your pockets, but you don't have enough money. Muffet lowers the price. Okay, I'm not sure if this is actually the right way to go about this. Ow.
With that money, the spider clans can finally be reunited.
That's the first new piece of dialogue we've heard for a little bit, so I'll read every new one.
You haven't heard? Spiders have been trapped in the ruins for generations.
They've been trapped in the ruins for generations. How would I, a human, hate spiders? Alright, I gotta eat another cinnamon.
Even if they go under the door, Snowden's fatal cold is impassable alone. But with the money from your soul, we'll be able to rent them a heated limo.
Is that it? Is that the plan?
And with all the leftovers, we could have a nice vacation, or even build a spider baseball field.
Alright, here goes my last healing item. We're waiting on the we're waiting on the instant noodles, I guess. I didn't expect this. Not exactly instant, huh? They don't taste very good. You add the flavor packet, that's better. Not great, but better. I recovered 4 HP. Come on, man.
But enough of that, it's time for dinner, isn't it?
Oh, I can't. I got the fatigue. This is not gonna happen. My brain's too fried from Friday. I can't see the spaces anymore.
Huh? A telegram from the spiders in the ruins? What, they're saying they saw you and you helped donate to their cause? Oh my, this has all been a big misunderstanding. I thought you were someone that hated spiders. The person who asked for that soul. They must have meant a different human in a striped shirt. Sorry for all the trouble. I'll make it up to you. You can come back here anytime and for no charge at all, I'll wrap you up and let you play with my pet again. Just kidding. I'll spare you now. That was fun. See you again, dearie.
Now, I gotta ask. Technically, we did it. But is it worth it, and is there a better way of doing it? Because I'm at 2 HP for some reason. I guess it's my item I have equipped healed me up 1. So I'm at 2 HP. I used all of my healing items, and I spent all of my money. So I'd really rather not if I can do it another way, and I don't mind spoilers. Because now I've seen the dialogue. If you eat the spider thing you bought during the fight, you skip the fight entirely. But I don't have a spider thing, do I? You mean the spider thing that I bought at like the very beginning of the game? I mean, unless I can travel back all the way and buy another one, which I might be able to do with the fast travel system in this game now. Are you sure I can't? Because I can go to Snowden. And Snowden is pretty far back. Oh no, but it's inside the... Yeah, right, it was inside the ruins. So you can't go back through there. Right. Okay, well, that sucks. Because I wanted that money. I was saving hundreds of dollars up. I was hoping that maybe I could get enough to spend 1,000 on the call egg. And also I just refilled on my food items. You were struggling not to tell you to buy one and save it. Yeah, well, it was better not to. I would not have wanted spoilers for that. That would have been, like, too far. But at the same time, that sucks. That's probably the most agitated I've been with a fight in this game so far. That seems kind of unfair. Because that fight was real rough. You can also skip every dogfight if you use your stick. I don't even remember. Like, the stick is what? A weapon? I probably have in the box because I don't use weapons. Thank you, Matreas. I reduced the price on that thing a little bit. I thought 800 was too expensive.
There you are, dearie. You're always welcome in my parlor. Just stay on your best behavior.
See, like, this fight would have been fine. I would have been happy with everything about it if at the end of the fight... Because this is what I was assuming might happen when I was spending all my money. I was like, okay, if I do this, there might be something that changes at the end of the fight, and then they'll be like, you know what, here's all the money that you... here's all the money that you spent on the fight back. That's what I was expecting. Because the game's done stuff like that before, and other games have done stuff like that before as well. So, I was like... Yeah, that would excuse everything else in there. Even the fact that I had to eat all the food items, because, you know, that's sort of just my fault for not being able to dodge it well. But the dodging in that fight is, like, brutal. Obviously, I had to pay for less damage every single turn and eat all of my healing items, even to just be able to get by at 1 HP at the end. Bro, she tied you up, humiliated you, and stole your money. I can't believe this, right? Buffett's really nice, though. She progressed to dialogue even on the turns you ate. Yeah, that's been the case with a lot of the fights, though. Like, Undyne also was kind of just... I mean, to get the lore, was kind of just a matter of passing turns in some way or another. Sounds like the American school system. It does. Yeah, so that's probably my least favorite fight so far, just because of how they kind of, like, destroyed you for it. somebody who's really good at the dodging system in this game, I'm sure can get away perfectly fine on it. But like the actual movement portion of the combat, I don't want to say the combat system, because the fact that you can do the combat in like an interaction way and not an attack way, you can choose to do the attacks, but the fact that you have the choice between attacks and interaction, and there's all these unique ways of taking out enemies without fighting them, and the different forms of items, like the Tem Flakes only giving you 2, and that weird like super long wait for the instant noodles that gave you 4 HP and it stopped the music, and the unique animations of all like the enemies' attacks and stuff. All of that stuff falls in the bucket of I love that. But the actual controls, like the mechanic for avoiding enemy attacks, I really don't like it. It's been the one part of this game, and I think that's actually accurate so far, is literally the only one part of this game that I don't like is the movement system of dodging things in combat. It's probably fine for a lot of people. For me, it hurts my wrists because of the carpal tunnel, and I'm just terrible at it. And that might just be entirely a me problem, but disliking something is also entirely an opinion. And I'm like, man, I wish they would ease up on that a little bit so that I could just get through the game and watch it, because everything else is so great. You love this part, Froggy? Let's see. It's a poster for Metaton's latest stage performance. Oh no. Nid says, I found it much easier using my Switch Pro controller. Yeah, maybe I should be using my PlayStation controller. Probably be easier on me than like the weird crab hands you have to make. Because I have a very large hand too. I'm a big guy. I'm 6'3". My hands are large. If I need to like quickly move my fingers around the up, down, left, and right arrows on my keyboard, my fingers are like cramped in together in sort of this like crab claw thing, and it tenses up my wrist in a way that really isn't very good for me. It's part of the reason I'm taking an extended break here now too, because I'm actually doing wrist exercise, like I'm doing wrist stretches as we're talking. Rookie tall enough to use a claymore as a longsword. So we were talking about Sephiroth earlier. I actually have cosplayed Sephiroth twice at conventions. Now, not recently. And it's not to say that I feel like I'm too old for cosplaying. I just haven't really had like a great opportunity to cosplay for some years. But when I was younger, like a teen, I cosplayed Sephiroth a couple of times. And I actually created, not out of metal and things, otherwise that would have been unwieldy and probably not allowed at the convention, but I created a Masamune Sephiroth sword that was about as tall as I was. I think it was a 6 foot tall sword, and I'm 6'3". So I would hold it by the handle, and I'd have to kind of prop it up on my shoulder so that it was angling up into the air, so I wasn't hitting people in the crowd in the convention. So as I was walking around, you'd just see this big, long Masamune sticking like up into the air. But it was cool, and it was light enough that I was able to use it in Sephiroth's like battle stance for pictures and stuff, because at one of the conventions I did that, I was actually fairly popular in terms of people stopping me to take pictures. It was in the height of Sephiroth popularity. There was even a couple there who had a baby that they literally named Sephiroth. They were somewhat well known on the internet because of just that little fact, that they named their child Sephiroth, and people were like, that's crazy. So they were known for doing it on the internet. And they were at one of these conventions, and they heard that there was a good Sephiroth cosplayer there, and that was in reference to me. And they were trying to find me so that they could get a picture of me holding their child. And they're like, it's Sephiroth holding Sephiroth. So somewhere out there on the internet, I've seen it before, is a picture of me and Sephiroth cosplay holding baby Sephiroth. That's a little bit of internet lore. And Odachi is just a regular katana for me. Yep. If I did myself up on big like intimidating armor, I'd look like one of those Dark Souls enemies, like towering over you. Cause I got the height for it. I just need to put some like extra pronounced shoulders and maybe like a little bit of extra boot height. That'd be all I need. Final Fantasy out here bringing people together. 7 was very, very popular in those days, even though it was still quite a ways after 7 had come out. A lot of people were into Zack because of Crisis Core. Lot of women cosplaying Zack and Cloud and coming to the cons as a pair and like making out in the hallways. That happened a lot back then. And for a time, 9... Unfortunately, there were almost no 9 cosplayers at any of the cons that I went to. Plenty of Final Fantasy VIII cosplays, plenty of Final Fantasy X, so many 7, but almost no 9. Once in a while, you'd get a Garnet. There was actually more Final Fantasy XIII cosplay than there was 9, because people liked dressing as Vanille or Lightning. Occasionally a Fang. None of the male characters, though. 13 even brought people together to hate it, and alternatively for the people who like it. I know a lot of people who really like Final Fantasy 13-2 and thought that 1 was just but 13-2 was really good. And some people have said Lightning Returns is good, but I just haven't brought myself to play it yet. Alright. I think my wrist exercises are okay. I'm going to have a sip of water here. I am going to say, because my brain is a little fried, and now after that fight that we just had, my wrists are a little fried, this may be a shorter stream tonight. I know a lot of people are on right now, too, and there's not a lot of viewers in here either. I think everybody's kind of tired. It's a Friday. This might be a shorter one tonight so that I can rest up a little bit. It's been a toughie, but I certainly don't want to stop it yet. So we'll keep going. Matreya says, I did like 13, but I understand the hate. What did you like about 13? Because for me, the level up system was terrible. I hated that it like locked you based on where you were in the story, because Final Fantasy's never done that. If you ever needed to level up more to beat something, you could, but not in 13. The characters were all incredibly flat. The story was okay, but kind of uninspired. The maps were extremely linear. The combat system was really unpredictable because there'd be like AoE moves, but you had no control over where your characters stand. So there'd be like this tiny little circle in the arena where it's like, this'll completely devastate you if you're there. And you're like, okay, well, let's move off of it. And your characters will just all like stand in the circle at the wrong time. And it's like, if you're gonna do this, can I at least have some way of moving them? Etc. So I didn't really like find any aspect of that game. Like the music wasn't that great, the characters weren't that great, the aesthetics of the game weren't that great, the combat system wasn't that great, the story wasn't that great. The only thing I can kind of say for it, and this is pretty much across the board for most Square Enix games, is that the graphics were good. Because Square does a lot of like focus on the graphics. But I didn't even like the aesthetics of the game, so the graphics were kind of wasted on a look that I wasn't crazy about. But that's just personal opinion. Also, Matreya says, isn't it funny you see so much Renoa, Squall, and Zell, but almost never see Ultimecia or Quistis? I saw some Quistises. Ultimecia, probably, I don't know. People pushed the bar, but they did have standards of being a little too exposed with some cosplays at some of the conventions. Ultimecia's a little bit risque. 'Cause, 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 ' there's so many people on in general, even the ones we're not communities of. Yeah, there's two things on Fridays. One, a lot of people have IRL stuff that they do these days, and that's one of the things that hurt a lot of people's mentals in Twitch for a little while, is when some of the mandates went away for COVID, because 2020 was booming. People were on every single day, and everybody was so into Twitch. But as soon as like some of the mandates went away, people started going out on Friday nights and Saturday nights again, which, you know, Friday and Saturdays were times where streamers had previously been booming in terms of numbers, but then it went down a lot. And so right now on the weekends, on Friday nights and Saturday nights, you see a lot of people who stream because they were used to it and they made that into their schedule, and streaming is just how they spend their time. And you see a lot less people who are actually on. So you have fewer people on, and they tend to be divided over more streams. It's not the best night. That's one of the reasons why, you know, Friday is not even on my regular schedule for streaming. I like streaming Thursday. I like streaming Tuesday. It kind of breaks up the week nice. I like streaming Sunday because I always have a little bit of the Monday dreads. And it's cool to be able to wrap up the weekend with something fun, get like a little extra bang for my buck out of the end of the weekend, you know, and help fight off the Monday dreads a little bit. But Friday and Saturday, if you're doing a special event or something that really pulls in attention, it can be great. But you need to compete with a lot of people for fewer viewers. Matreus says, the fighting system was something I actually liked. I'm a sucker for skill trees, and planning on the fly is just what I'm used to. Really? Because, like, I found that the fighting system was almost impossible to do if you were on manual, because the enemies attacked rapidly enough to assume that you were choosing auto attack every time. And just sitting there and pressing X for like 90% of the fight just to do auto attack after auto attack was so boring to me. But if you switch to manual, you go like at least 4 times slower than you would auto and make the fight so much harder on yourself. The only thing that there really was switching between the paradigms. But I don't know. You understand what the story wanted to do, that the pacing was long in between. The idea of the villain working behind the scenes and having 2 types of villains was cool. Cool to have for me. Plus the inner turmoil made it a bit more enjoyable for me. Except Hope, that kid can go to hell, he sucked. You were full manual. That was probably a little bit nicer. But again, the way that they set it up so that everything was so flat, even being manual, honestly, it just ended up selecting basically the same things that auto would have anyway, except much slower. So the combat was harder, and you were pressing X more often, for very little actual benefit, except maybe like a little bit more mental engagement, which would have helped sometimes, I suppose. But I needed them to like fluff up the combat system a little bit, I think, personally, because it was just there wasn't enough elements to it. It didn't strongly matter what you did most of the time too much. Alright, you guys ready for Metaton's latest stage performance? 13-2 forces you to make decisions, which is what makes it a better game. I've heard that. And I don't mind the idea of having, like, enemy summons, which sounds kind of cool. Alright, let's go. A tragic tale of 2 star-crossed lovers, kept apart by the tides of fate. Looks like it's almost time for the performance. Alright. Star-crossed lovers, let's do it.
Oh? That human? Could it be? My one true love?
Oh boy.
Oh my love, please run away. Monster King forbids your stay. Humans must live far apart, even if it breaks my heart. They put you in the dungeon. It will suck, and then you'll die a lot. Really sad. You're gonna die. Cry, cry, cry. So sad it's happening. So sad. So sad that you're going to the dungeon. Well, Toodles. Oh no, whatever shall I do? My love has been cast into the dungeon. A dungeon with a puzzle so dastardly, my paramour will surely perish. Oh, heavens have mercy, a horrible colored tile maze. Each colored tile has its own sadistic function. For example, the green tile sounds a noise, and then you must fight a monster. Red tiles, well, actually, wait a second. Didn't we see this puzzle about 100 rooms ago? That's right, you remember all the rules, don't you? Great, then I won't waste your time repeating them. Oh, and you'd better hurry, because if you don't get through in 30 seconds, you'll be incinerated by these jets of fire. My poor love, I'm so filled with grief I can't stop laughing. Good luck, darling. Alright, red was wall. Green was like monster. Oh, that's electricity. Oh, I'm so sorry. Looks like you're out of time. Here come the flames, darling. They're closing in. Getting closer, oh my. Any minute now.
Watch out, I'll save you. I'm hacking into the firewall right now.
Oh no, how could this happen? Oiled again by the brilliant Dr. Alphys.
That's right. Come on, Metaton, give up already. You'll never be able to defeat us, not as long as we work together. Your puzzle's over, now go home and leave us alone.
Puzzle? Over? Alphys, darling, what are you talking about? Did you forget what the green tiles do? They make a sound. Then you have to fight a monster. Well, darling, that monster is me!
Oh no, Metaton attacks. Of course I remember the instructions, Froggy. The red tiles were walls, the blue tiles were water, but it had piranhas in there, but they leave you alone normally. The green tiles were grass, and you make sounds and monsters fight you. And then there were the honey tiles, and if you stepped on them, they were safe. But they got honey on you that the piranhas would want to eat, so if you go in the water after the honey, The piranhas will get you, and then the blue tiles will electrocute you, so you don't want to step on them. Who would forget that? Metaton attacks!
This isn't Darwin, say goodbye! Set your phone, you better answer it!
Hey, this seems bad, but don't worry. There's one last thing I installed on your phone. You see that yellow button? Go to this phone's act menu and press it.
Your phone's act menu is glowing. Press the yellow button. The phone's resonating with Metaton's presence.
Ooh, that yellow glow!
Now press Z.
Oh, you've defeated me! How can this be? You're stronger than I thought, etc.
Alphys, did you set this all up just to make yourself look good? Is this what we're coming down to in all this?
It looks like you beat him. You did a really great job out there. Oh, thanks to you.
Oh no, all thanks to you is an option I can select. Alright, all thanks to you.
What? Oh no, I mean, you were the one doing everything cool. I just wrote some silly programs for your phone. Hey, this might sound strange, but can I tell you something? Before I met you, I didn't really like myself very much. For a long time, I felt like a total screw up. Like I couldn't do anything without ending up letting everybody down. But guiding you has made me feel a lot better about myself. So thanks for letting me help you. Anyway, we're almost to the core. It's just past the MTT resort. Come on, let's finish this.
Alright. Ew, you're pee-pee colored. Atreus says the pee-pee poo-poo person said ew to pee color. How do I react to this? It depends on the day. Oh god, it's Mr. Nice Cream. I don't know if I have the money for stupid Muffet fight. Sorry. I think Moffat's stupid too. That's another story. Took all my stuff. Hey, it's you again. Business is excellent here. These two fellas bought all my ice cream. I've actually sold out of everything. Sorry. Wait, I've still got something for you. A big smile. How about that? No, you jerk.
No, hey, we're like, taking a rain check on that killing you thing. Like, don't tell Undyne about this, okay?
He seems happy. Alright, that's fine.
Metaton looked really cool in that dress. It sort of makes me feel like I could wear one too.
Okay. Go for it, sir. What's up? I don't know what the proper direction is. Okay, that looks like the proper direction. Let's check this way. Oh, it's...
Hey, did you remember my name? Did you?
Yes.
What? You remember? How could I be so easily defeated?
You didn't even ask me? Heats Flamesman? Or whatever. Hey, Steven. I don't know what's your Steven thing in Undertale, Matre. I haven't gotten that yet. I've seen you say it a lot. I don't exactly know who Steven is. Hey, go up the creepy alleyway on the right for some great deals. What about the left? It's just a regular wall. Alright.
Hey, I heard you're going to the core. How about grabbing some dinner with me first?
Yeah.
Great, thanks for treating me. Over here, I know a shortcut.
I didn't want to go now. Come on, man.
Well, here we are. So, your journey's almost over. You must really want to go home. Hey, I know the feeling, buddo. Though, maybe sometimes it's better to take what's given to you. Down here you really got food, drink, friends. It's what you have to do. Is what you have to do really worth it? Forget it. I'm rooting for you, kid. Hey, let me tell you a story. So I'm a sentry in Snowden Forest, right? I sit out there and watch for humans. It's kind of boring. Fortunately, deep in the forest, there's this huge locked door, and it's perfect for practicing knock-knock jokes. So one day, I'm knocking them out, like usual. I knock on the door and say, knock knock, and suddenly from the other side, I hear a woman's voice. Who's there? So, naturally, I respond, dishes. Dishes who? Dishes a very bad joke. Then she just howls with laughter, like it's the best joke she's heard in 100 years. So I keep 'em coming, and she keeps laughing. She's the best audience I've ever had. Then, after a dozen of them, she knocks and says, knock knock. I say, who's there? Old lady. Old lady who? Oh, I did not know you could yodel. Wow. Needless to say, this woman was extremely good. We kept telling each other jokes for hours. Eventually, I had to leave. Papyrus gets kind of...
Excuse me, I'm sorry guys, my my voice is a little fried too.
Papyrus gets kind of cranky without his bedtime story. But she told me to come by again, and so I did. Then I did again, and again. It's a thing now. Telling bad jokes through the door. It rules. One day though, I noticed she wasn't laughing very much. I asked her what's up. Then she told me something strange. If a human ever comes through this door, could you please promise something? Watch over them and protect them, will you not? Now, I hate making promises, and this woman, I don't even know her name. But someone who sincerely likes bad jokes has an integrity you can't say no to. Do you get what I'm saying? That promise I made to her. You know what would have happened if she hadn't said anything, buddy? You'd be dead where you stand. Hey, lighten up, bucko. I'm just joking with you. Besides, haven't I done a great job protecting you? I mean, look at yourself. You haven't died a single time. Hey, what's that look supposed to mean? Am I wrong? Well, that's all. Take care of yourself, kid. 'Cause someone really cares about you.
Huh. Can I go back outside? I wanted to check the other alley. It's a platoon of ficuses. wanted Sans to plant a ficus in my front yard. It's a potted plant. Some kind of TV show featuring Metaton. Alright. It's a potted plant. As I came in, I realized I forgot to make a reservation, but I didn't want to look like I messed up, so I kept walking in anyway. Now I'm just kinda consuming dew off this ficus. Thank you, Mr. Four Nipples. You keep consuming your dew. Froggy says I need to go shower, but make sure you check the other side to see if there's an alleyway there. Alright, will do. You'd be dead where you stand. Did you guys like the Metaton song, by the way? It's a wall of fame, full of quotes and photos from visiting celebrities. The food is to die for. Gorgeous style and fragrance. My face tastes beautiful. These are all Metaton. Alright. Is that Hellboy? Some kind of TV show featuring Metaton. Performance schedule. Comedians, dancers, Sans. Seems there's a break now.
Originally, we dug mazes with puzzles in order to foil human attacks. But now, building things winding and confusing, it's some awful tradition. You can't go, 2 feet without being up to your armpits in puzzles.
I work at the core. Inside is a maze full of swappable parts. That means we can shuffle the layout at will. Boy, was today a fun day. I sure love puzzles.
I'm the resident comedian. I'm very funny. People laugh at my jokes. Now my son, he wants to be a comedian like his father. But his jokes aren't funny. He tells these awful puns. He's an embarrassment to our family. That's not funny. Since his mother passed on, he couldn't stand living at home anymore. So he ran away. I haven't seen him since. I'm a terrible father. That's not funny.
It's a potted plant.
Bro, you have to reserve a table here. You also need to reserve your chair, your silverware, your food, your... Blah.
Alright. Alright, I get it. I get it. I get it. Blub blub. How do I get... Alright, hold on. I gotta check all these plants. Some of them might not just be potted plants, okay?
Welcome to MTT Resort, Hotland's biggest apartment building turned hotel. Whether you're here for a night or still live here, MTT Resort prides itself on a great stay. Just passing through. Nice. MTT Resort prides itself on being passed through.
It's a potted plant. The relaxing atmosphere of this hotel, it fills you with determination. It's got a save in here. Oh god.
Hey, check it out. Yeah, check it out.
Okay, junk food, empty gun, cowboy hat, mystery key. I mean, I don't have the money for anything.
So like, what's up? I'm Brady, and this is my best friend, Caddy. I'm Caddy, and this is my best friend, Brady. The stuff inside is like totally wicked expensive. But like this stuff we found is totally wicked cheap. You should like totally wicked buy all of it.
I'll be back in about 10 to 20 minutes. I'm gonna be honest, we might not be playing this anymore. I gotta say, between the brain burnout, the need to rest a little bit, my wrist's killing me after the Muffet fight, and the fact that we got like 4 viewers in here right now, it might be beneficial to switch it up a little bit. But if I'm not playing this, I should still be here at least. Maybe we'll do some marbles or something else. We'll see. I do gotta pay a little bit of attention to the numbers occasionally. Hey Hayden, how's it going?
I mean, like, where did anyone get guns or food or...
We found it in the garbage.
It's good garbage.
It's like really good garbage.
Where we get the garbage? Like, the garbage store. The... Waterfall mostly.
I found the gun in the dumpster.
You're dying, but it's fine. I kind of feel you. But at least it's the weekend now, you know?
Oh my god, Metaton.
Oh my god, Metaton.
He's like my robot husband.
Actually, he's like my robot husband.
I think we're like both gonna marry him.
We're both like already married to him. He just like doesn't know it yet.
So like, Dr. Alphys built Metaton, right?
That's like what they tell you.
But like, Metaton always acts like...
Being built was his idea somehow.
And even right after he was built,
He acted like Alphys was an old friend.
but they're like not friends anymore.
Yeah, unlike me and Brady, best friends forever.
About Metaton old? Okay, it really is the old one. It was strange how they wrote it there. School just started again and you want to not go. Yeah. Especially because like people are getting sick again too.
Oh my god, Alphys.
Oh my god, Alphys.
She used to live on our street.
She was like a big sister.
I mean, like, if your big sister...
Takes you on trips to the dump.
She showed us the coolest places to find trash.
She was always collecting these weird cartoons.
Then she became the royal scientist.
Yeah, we haven't seen her in forever.
So Alphys has always like...
I thought Asgore is a super cutie.
So like, I'm pretty sure she...
Made Metaton to like totally impress him.
A robot with a soul.
That's like super relevant to his hobbies.
So after seeing Metaton, Asgore...
Asked her to do all the science stuff for him. But nobody's like seen anything from her yet.
Or her at all.
She must like just stay in her lab all day.
Like, live, a little girl.
Yeah, like us.
Oh my god, he's a total goober.
He's a big fuzzy goofball.
Like, I love that guy.
He's like so nice.
God, we're like
So hyped for the destruction of humanity. Alright. Well, I don't have money. I mean, like, maybe I could sell something if my box was around. Maybe. Is there a box in here? No. I can't examine those. Alright. Bid says I found Starbucks brand cold brew coffee concentrate in the back of my fridge. I have an idea. Oh, that sounds promising, Nid. There's an inscription on this fountain. Royal Memorial Fountain. Built sometime in the 2010s. Metaton added last week. Is that why it's spraying outside here? Metaton really trying to take this place over, huh? Oh god. It's an Elden Ring enemy. Too many things.
Yeah, I'm not gonna be home tonight. I think there's some cold pizza in my treasure hoard you can heat up.
This elevator goes straight to the Capitol, but it stopped working. The hotel's doing its best to accommodate everybody stuck here.
As a slime, I'm outraged.
Me, I just like explaining things to passerby.
Can't you access the box from your phone? Oh yeah, I can, can't I? Because I got weapons. I don't know the difference between A and B though, phone-wise. Huh. Wait. There we go. Because I can take the tough glove I don't need anymore, toy knife, punch card, ballet shoes. I can take all those out and sell them. Even the cloudy glasses I don't really need anymore. Thanks, but we don't really need anything.
Oh my god, can you go get us some glam burgers?
We don't really need anything.
Wait, I'll pay you 1,000 G if you get Mettaton to autograph my butt.
Really? I can't sell?
See you later.
Sassafrassin, Hoosenanny, freaking Frecker, Chackalackin. Alright. Let's put them all in. That's fine. Friggin' put the sell option there.
Yeah, we know the elevator to the city is not working. Because of this incident, rooms are running at a special rate. 200 a room, interested? That's not enough money.
Yep, don't have enough. MTT restaurant? Oh god.
Welcome.
I don't know, let's see.
Welcome to MTT Brand Burger Emporium, home of the Glam Burger. Sparkle up your day, TM. Why is this person trying to sell me something? This is a hamburger restaurant. I'm just trying to survive. The customer is always right. I'm sorry. It's against the rules to talk to customers who haven't bought anything.
I mean, I can't buy anything. Steak in the shape of Mettaton's face?
Sir, do you want it or not?
Nope.
Have a sparkler day!
You're gonna peace out, you have a lot of homework to do? Alright, I hope you have a good night, Hayden. Thank you for stopping by, always good to see you. Knock, knock, knock. Whoa, room service! Got my CT? Nope. Then it's locked from the inside. All these things that you would have no idea ahead of time. But if you saved an item from earlier in the game, you'd be able to interact with it. Whoa, room service! Got my cinnamon bun? Nope, because I had to eat it. Because of the frickin' Muffet fight. You hear shuffling, seems like you could put something under the door. I don't have anything. Seems busy. Wiping up his own slime. I get it, the struggle is real, sir. Sometimes I leave slime around that I gotta wipe up too. It happens. Let's head toward the core, I suppose. This is a frustrating episode of Undertale, alright? There's some good stuff in it, but this is a frustrating episode. I've encountered so many things that's like, hey, if you had this item from earlier in the game, you could interact with us now. And friggin' Muffet took all of my money and all of my food and left me at 1 HP. And there's so many things I could potentially interact with or buy here, but I have no money and no way of making it. and they have the sell option at the stores, but they don't allow me to sell. What the heck, man? Why is everything frustrating? Is it supposed to be? This part of the game. Part of the game is breaking my Undertale vibes.
Huh? Who are they? Nobody else is supposed to be here. Oh well, we can't worry about that now. Ready? This is it. Take the elevator up to the top of the core.
You know, I think I actually need a break from it. I thought potentially I might finish Undertale today. I don't know how close I am, to be honest. And I don't think I'd want that spoiler. but a couple of aspects are driving me nuts at the moment. We need to take a little break. I think I'm going to run a marbles game. Anybody actually here want to play some marbles? Let me try it out. I'll stay on the Undertale category for a minute in case we decide to click back in. Actually, no. Let me switch to just chatting. There we go. Let's see if Marbles remembered my settings. If it plays music, it didn't remember my settings. Let's see. Hey, it remembered. Something actually remembered my settings. Alright. Let's do this. And I'm going to move over just a little bit here. Oops, didn't mean to move that. Let's move myself over here. And let's do a random race, shall we? Space station? Let's take a look. People like making space-themed ones. Huh. Oh, it's like an indoor space station, huh? We go down here. Alright, why not? That looks kind of interesting. Alright, so we're gonna do a round of marbles. Exclamation point play to join. This game... Is this an upward funnel? Huh, strange. This game plays itself, so don't worry about not knowing how to play. It's just Twitch integrated, so if you type exclamation point play like this into chat, you get a marble. It puts itself in, it races itself in the track. There's Altair's glowing marble. Welcome, Altair. Shining, shimmering, splendid. There's not any particular prize for this marbles game. I just need to give my wrists a break and also my brain a break. Because Undertale was on something different today. Alright. I'm gonna put a... Let's see. Let's put a 90-second cooldown. Yeah, bragging rights, exactly. You still get to be like, I'm the victor. This is also practice, you know? Marbles is always a part of our channel. This is practice for those times where you can win a sub by doing the marble. Not that you can actually practice marbles, but sometimes I question it, given how often Altair wins. I think this guy's paying... He's playing pay to win. I think so. Time to down this coffee. Let me know how it is. I've thought about getting like Starbucks things to make my own coffee at home. Though I'm trying to like not drink coffee nearly as much anymore if I can help it. Let me see. Can I find... Let's mute this. There it is. There it is. I wanted to find Maxwell to play while we do our marbles race. Because we're about to count down. Exclamation point play to join. Last chance. Otherwise it's just the three of us. 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and go. Good luck to everybody. I had to play Maxwell. It's been a while. I love the Maxwell theme. Alright, everybody's in another funnel, looks like. You never paid, it was a free skin. Now you're pay to play. I know it. I need to make a Maxwell redeem. We need to have you guys be able to bring Maxwell up with points. Alright, there it is. Hey, look, Altair in the lead. I wonder why. Alright, go Altair. We're gonna have the Mario Kart cam on you. Like you're actually racing down a track here. I'm coming up behind though. You were not slowed down by the obstacle much. Hearing the Maxwell theme, it fills Altair with determination. Did you die? No, you didn't die. But it looks like Altair just did. So now I'm in first place and you're behind me. Altair flew too close to the sun. That was kind of an unnecessary death too, he just sort of hopped over the edge. Story of your life, Nid. Hey, well there's a lot of chance you're still back there somewhere. Oh no, you're not, you died. Okay, well, I'm the only one in the race now. I guess let's just see if I can make it to the end. Armored Core looks a little different than I thought it would. A little bit more simplistic. Hey look, it's Ert. I'm looking forward to playing some Armored Core. Have you guys watched any of it yet? Rigged? I mean, we'll wait and see. You guys both died, so I might end up hopping over the edge myself and just ending it. You never know. You've seen a little bit of lore? I've avoided looking at the game like at all. But I know I enjoyed Project Phantasma way back on the PlayStation 1, and I like From Software games, so I want to give it a try. I heard it's kind of like mission-based rather than open world, which is kind of nice. Because I think if they tried to do the whole like Dark Souls open world style element, and I don't even mean Elden Ring, I just mean even the openness of the original Dark Souls games, it would feel a little bit weird in Armored Core. You need to be having mission assignments, so I'm glad they still kept to the roots a little bit. Alright, well, looks like I survived. You guys, speaking of Dark Souls, I guess you guys just gotta get good. Alright, we gotta do another one. Let's choose another random track. Where are we? Another space one? No. No. Let's get a difference in theme here, huh? Love is in the air. Let's try that one out. Very pink. Yeah. Love is in the air. Here, let's get into that. Exclamation point play to join. We got Plinko to begin with. And then we get the twisting heart-covered pink track. We can hold each other's hands as we go. Congratulations to me for the previous victory. Too bad it wasn't for a sub. I would have loved to be subbed to my channel. You're a ball, you have no hands. Fine, we can hold each other's balls as we go. Altair, it doesn't seem to have registered you. I don't see you anywhere. You might want to try exclamation point play again. Oh, it's because you didn't use exclamation point. I'm gonna put down our countdown. So hopefully this next coming week, we're kind of at the we're at the last day of the current posted schedule. I don't know if you guys follow me on Discord. Well, I know some of you do. Follow me on Discord, or if you follow me on Twitter. But we posted the schedule, and it's for usually Sunday, Tuesday, Thursday. This week it was Sunday, Wednesday, Friday, because there was a reason to have to shift both of them. My Tuesday was a special anniversary, IRL, so I couldn't stream on Tuesday. And Thursday, my work needed me at 8 p.m. EST, so both of those got shifted one day, so it was Sunday, Wednesday, Friday. But this next week, we should go back to the normal schedule, I think, which will be Sunday, Tuesday, Thursday. So the next time I'll see you guys after tonight will be Sunday. Now, I don't exactly know what I'm going to do on Sunday yet. Probably Elden Ring, because we've been away from it for a while. But also, like, I kind of want to finish Undertale. Because I feel like we're getting close to the end of Undertale. I planned on doing it tonight, to be honest. But it just seems like not a lot of people are here for it tonight. And also, this particular episode of Undertale, because of some of the stuff they're putting me through, has been a little frustrating. I don't have the items for anyone. I don't have money for anything. The Muffet fight was awful. So I'm not sure tonight's the night to do it. And because I'm spoiler free, I actually don't know how close I am to the end. Alright, it is... Oh, I thought that was one of us, but that's actually just the speedrun marble. It's Nid in the lead this time. Not by much, though. We're all pretty close. Holding balls, as we said. Is any of us gonna finish faster than the record marble, maybe? That'd be cool. So far, we are not there. I have taken quite a lead, though. And I am now ahead of the record marble, but things can get in the way. At least I thought I was. I seem to have lost track of the record marble. Oh no, it's right there. Okay, so all of us are. Interesting. I think Nid is technically in the lead, I think. I've taken a different path. Yeah, Nid took the upper path. Has quite an advantage currently. And you made the jump, alright. Striking out on your own? Well, so far you're coming up ahead of everybody else. There's not too many more obstacles in your way. You made the jump, which was probably the most dangerous part. And you're ahead of the record marble, still. Which is right behind Altair. Go, Nid! You passed the hole. The holes are over here. You can pick one of these two holes, but you gotta choose one of them. Alright, there you go. Interesting choice. And the speed boost! Hey, you won! And significantly before the record marble, who's winning right here. I don't know if that's like world record for this course, but you very well may have just set the new record, Nid. Missing the whole 2 true. Meanwhile, I'm like way behind. Don't know what happened. Alright, let's see. I was wondering if there was any kind of information here, but it doesn't really show. I'm confused about some of the information I see here. Okay, here's what it is. Okay, I got it. Nid, you did break the record, yes. But you broke our local record, that's what it is. We must have played this course before. I had to look around here a little bit. It looks like up here, Baka Squared has the world record on this particular course at 1 minute 57 seconds. You were at 2 minutes and 16, so you didn't beat the world one. But the previous local record here was by King Cobra, Sneck, as I call him, at 2:23, and you came out a good 7 seconds ahead of that. So congratulations, you got the local record on this particular course. It's not the easiest interface to find that on, but I'm like, I know it's got to say it somewhere. Alright, what do you guys think? One more? You guys enjoying the marbles? Let's see if it gives us a good random track. What does it look like over there? An upper path and a lower path? Yeah, let's do this one. I like the tubes. We'll have one more marbles game. Exclamation point play to join. Looks like we got a little, like we start at the top of this almost ant farm looking thing. And then there's a little obstacle course. And then 100 million tubes. And then downward slope for a long time with the option of taking an upward path or a downward path. And a number of obstacles along them. I think that's pretty cool. So let me start the cooldown again. And what was I talking about before? I know I ran out of time when I was talking previously. Oh yes! Next week's schedule should be a normal one. On Sunday, I was originally planning on coming back with Elden Ring. We might still do that, but I want to wrap up Undertale, because there's some other things I want to bring to the channel. And I don't want to be done with Undertale, because I'm enjoying Undertale. And I do happen to know that Undertale has other endings. Like if I play through the game, presumably killing everybody instead of being peaceful. You know, Kess the other day said, oh, you're taking the pacifist route, so that leads me to assume that the other route is, like, murder everybody. I don't know if there's more than the 2 endings, but I know that Undertale's got more to it. And also, I'm clearly seeing some things in current Undertale that's like, oh, if you buy this item and save it for later in the game, you can get something. So I'm going to try to do some of those as well. And I'm a little bit interested in checking out Deltarune. I don't know how you guys feel about that one, but that's the AU for Undertale as well, right? So it's not going to be gone off the channel, but if we beat one of the stories in it, it leaves us a little bit of an opening slot to try some other things, which I want to do. Because I just don't want to, like, put other things in there while we're still in the middle of the story, because I want to remember what's going on, you know, on my first playthrough of it, so I don't really want to interrupt it now. So I've been holding off on bringing in anything like a Dark Souls randomizer or something while we're still in the middle of the Undertale story. Like, Nid has a little bit of a lead here. Altair's probably taken a faster path, though. Let's see. Yep, Altair's path was faster. Of course he knew the faster path. Although Matreus ultimately found the hole better and came out first. I don't know where I am. Took the worst path ever, I guess. Alright. Matriyachi in first place. What's the not like this for? Is that the kill everybody path reaction, Matreus? Altair is weaving. Altair's in the lead again. This happens a lot. Forever Maxwell in your head. Oh yeah, of course. It's gotta be. If Maxwell's not occupying your head, I'm doing something wrong. Alright, are we gonna be taking the upper path or the lower one? Altair almost did upper, but went over the edge. Altair likes to do that. That got him killed on the last course, but this time he's just taking the lower path. Don't go over the edge again, man. You can slow down a little bit, it's okay. Meanwhile, Matreus and Nid are taking the upper path, looks like. We'll see what works out better. Altair's got such a lead. Actually, I'm almost catching up to the other two. Altair's got such a lead, I don't see anybody taking him down at this point, though. Yeah, it would take quite a struggle inside this ball, I think, for Altair to not come in first place. We'll see. It's always possible. Nope, he made it out. And nobody else is even close yet. I'm the next closest person, but it's still behind by quite a bit. Altair finishes number 1! Congratulations, Altair. Somehow Nid died, that's true. What did you do, Nid? What did you do? I come in second place. Spin drifting? Oh, I see. Just didn't quite work out in your favor this time. It's worth the attempt, you know? If you die, like if you fail, sure, you die. But if you win, or if you succeed, then you've continued living and look cooler. So that's gotta be worth the... it's gotta be worth the risk, right? I don't think we've done this course before. It doesn't look like we have a local fastest time, so that would be Altair now. We'll do enough marbles in the future, probably, that we'll start seeing a lot more local times. Maybe we'll even give some kind of bonus to people who beat local times. We'll see. You gotta learn to use the whole sphere. Uh-huh. Everybody, words to live by. The one person who did not finish. Giving words of advice for marbles. Make sure that you listen to that. Words hard? They can be. Alright, my brain is significantly fried, guys. We're a half hour early, but I don't think jumping back into Undertale makes sense. And I think that was enough marbles. I think this is going to be just sort of a really casual stream today. We didn't get nearly as much done in Undertale as I wanted to, but I hope you guys did enjoy the time that was there. We had some fun Mettaton moments. We had Mettaton singing. The Muffet fight, at least like we got through all of the dialogue. Like, if we did have the spider donut that allowed us to skip the fight, it would have saved me a lot of frustration, but I wouldn't have gotten all the dialogue. And there was, you know, some lore stuff going on there. So it was worth seeing. Definitely on whatever will be like the next playthrough. Unless I'm killing everybody, I guess. I'll grab the spider donut and make sure I save it. I don't know if there's more than 2 ways to win. I'll probably hold off on actually asking that question until... hold on, I gotta change this music. I'm sorry. Too much Maxwell all at once. Let's put this back on. Yeah, depending on how many endings there are, I'll probably do the spider donut way to skip that fight again in the future, because it was brutal. But we did get some things progressed. We got character development. We learned more about Alphys. and Metaton and Met Muffet and are getting closer and closer to the core. I don't know how close I am to the end of the game. I don't know if it's like, oh, I go into the core and then as score shows up and I'm like really basically just there. Because I know this game's not long and I'm definitely I think I've already played more time in this game than a lot of things say is like the average time it takes to beat it. So the only thing that I'm sort of hesitant on is I don't know if I'm basically like at the end of the game right now and we're gonna come back and try to do an Undertale stream and I'll have like, you know, 1 or 2 fights and the game's over. Hopefully not. I'm not getting like exact end of the game vibes just yet, but if it is, I apologize for whatever our next Undertale stream is. That like the meeting that we just had with Sans and the stuff he was saying sounds like something that would come up kind of like end game. So that makes me think I might be later, and I am almost at the core, but we'll see. Steven. So is Sans Steven to you for whatever reason? Matreus, is that what it is? Boomer says, take it easy on Friday. Good idea. Cat boys need their rest. I definitely need a rest. Man, I worked. Oh, who was that? Sid Calico. We were just talking about cats. Welcome. Thank you for the follow. Yeah, I worked until I worked all day yesterday. I worked until 10 p.m. It was like 9 a.m. to 10 p.m. With a couple of breaks. So I didn't really have any time to do anything besides working yesterday. So when I tried to sleep last night, my brain was like, it was insomnia. It was like, I need my me time. You can't sleep, so it didn't want to let me sleep. Sid says, hey buddy, dropped in to support a fellow VTuber. Thank you, I appreciate that. It's nice to meet you. We're starting to wrap up stream now, but I'll be back on Sunday. And I really do appreciate the follow. I hope you enjoy some of the content. We were playing some Undertale today, although we ran into some difficulties in it. But yeah, I had that insomnia last night, and I finally eventually managed to fall asleep. But then I woke up in a terrible way, guys. I woke up in a terrible way. I woke up with an ouch because a spider bit my arm while I was sleeping, and like I reached and like pulled it off my arm, and when I opened my eyes from the startle, it was crawling on the pillow in front of my face. So I like flicked it off the pillow and it went down off the side of the bed, and then I couldn't find it, and it had done that about an hour before I was supposed to wake up. So I already had insomnia, and then the spider woke me up an hour early, but it being an hour early and me having to deal with a spider and then having, you know, the adrenaline of waking up from a bite like that, I couldn't go back to sleep. So it was insomnia plus early wake up time, and I worked all day yesterday, and then work was brutal today, and at the end of the work I was like, oh, I need a nap so bad. So I laid down to try and have a nap, and a huge thunderstorm rolled in, and it was shaking the house and blasting thunder everywhere, and I couldn't sleep. So I couldn't get the nap in either, guys. I couldn't get the nap in either. So yeah, Friday decided to really be like a final boss to end the rest of the week, but I passed it now. And I guess it translated over a little bit into the Undertale time too. Mana, hello! Sorry, I'm so busy yakking, I didn't see you there. How you doing? So you becoming Spider-Man soon? I hope so. Otherwise, it's just an annoying spider bite. It's been such a long time. I hope you're well, Mana. It kind of translated too into Undertale though, because we got into Undertale and some of the most brutal fights I've had in the game so far. Having to do Muffet 3 times, and it was killing my wrist because I already had carpal tunnel issues, and it used literally all my money. Well, actually, I think I had like 13 gold left. It used all my money. It used all of my food. It brought me down to 1 HP, And then apparently the only other way I could have gotten by the fight would have been to save an item from way early in the game that I had no idea I would have had to save. And then I get past there, and every shop that has the sell option is not interested in selling and having me sell anything to them. They're like, we don't buy stuff. And I'm like, why do you have the option then? It's so frustrating. I need money. And then there's so many interesting things to buy, but I had all my money taken from Muffet, and the selling doesn't work. And I could probably backtrack a considerable way to get back to Snowdin or something and sell, but I had already had to backtrack to Snowdin for the inn one time, and then I saved, and when I loaded back in, the extra health from the inn didn't save. So I don't know. Today just wanted to be frustrating. So I appreciate you guys being here, you guys being fun, you guys participating and enjoying the voice acting and doing some marbles with me or something, because Friday's just got it out for me today. Friday, this is a troll of a Friday. It's one of those Occam's razor. Is this the right term, right? Occam's razor, I believe, or is it Murphy's Law? Yeah, I think I'm actually thinking of Murphy's Law in this case, that anything that can go wrong will. Seems to be the notion that this Friday is going by. We just chatted a few days ago. Yeah, but I haven't seen you here. I still missed you. I hope you're doing well. Matreus, you've lost a year. Yep. Yeah, we've been playing through Undertale. I don't know if you've played it before, Mana. It's my very first time playing through. And I don't have any spoilers or anything, but it was it's agitating me slightly today, because it was throwing all these situations at me where it's like, oh, if you have this item from earlier, and this item from earlier, and this item from earlier, then cool things can happen. But I didn't have any of them because they were just food that got eaten up in various fights, including Muffet's fight. I'm like, man. So I don't know how close I am to the end of the game, but I think I need to call it. I think I want to be in a better mind space when we approach the actual ending of the game. Just in your Steam library chilling there. That's like so many games that I have. There's a lot of them that I really want to play. I want to play the Danganronpa series, which has just been chilling in my Steam library. And I want to play the Yakuza series, which is sitting in my Steam library. Eventually I want to get around to the God of War games. And I have Doom Eternal, and there's like a lot of stuff. And I want to bring you guys like Dark Souls randomizers, but also now that I've been practicing art more often, and we had an art stream fairly recently, I would like to have more art streams. It gets me used to doing art streams and gives me more opportunity to practice. So there's a lot of things I want to fit in. Sometimes I think about increasing my times of streaming to 4 days a week instead of 3, because that might be very beneficial to the things that I like to practice in. But also I gotta remember that I have an actual job, and I gotta be responsible, and I gotta make sure that I can rest as well. So it's probably better for me to keep it officially to 3 and then just occasionally sneak in a 4th, you know? I don't think too many people mind that. I know that occasionally there's people who don't follow in Discord or Twitter, and they still like to try and make it to every stream so that they can get the bonus channel points that you get for going back to a stream repeatedly without missing one. So they like to be able to rely on a schedule. So that's the only thing that kind of like holds me back from doing the extra day thing too often. Just because I don't want to throw that off for people. But I think that's a very small minority of people. And honestly, if they've got notifications on for me and things, they'll probably see that I'm live anyway. I usually stream for 3 to 4 hours or whatever. So it gives a nice space for people to actually like notice and get in. Actually, there's been a surprising number of times recently I've streamed a little closer to 5 hours, which isn't what I'm supposed to be doing, but but I just enjoy chilling with you guys. So this will be my one stream in a long time that we've actually ended early instead of significantly late. Even though with all this talking, that early end is actually only 20 minutes early, so not too much. I'm gonna go chill with the rest of my Friday night. We're gonna come back and hopefully finish this story mode of Undertale, possibly Sunday, although that will make 3 Undertale streams in a row, and I do try to mix it up a little bit more. Or possibly Tuesday if we don't do it on Sunday. The only reason I like to mix it up is because I try to stream with the sort of variety that I enjoy. If I go to somebody's channel too often and they're like always playing the same thing, like their normal streams are always the same 1 or 2 games, and then their like special event streams always have the exact same format to them. There's no problem with that. Some people thrive in consistency like that, but I need a little bit more variety. I need a little bit more variation, a little bit more variety to enjoy my streams. Otherwise I get burnt out on stuff, so I try to keep it mixed up here for you guys too, simply because that's the philosophy that I like to see. And I'm like, I'm sure I'm not alone in that. You can only do so much at predicting what other people like, but when it comes to the internet, there's always people who share your tastes on things, unless they're really, really strange and obscure. Even then, there's probably at least somebody. But it's a pretty good idea when streaming to try and do the type of thing you'd want to watch, because most likely at that point, if you do that, you enjoy your own content more, and if you're enjoying your own content, I think it kind of bleeds through and the viewers realize that. If you're playing something and you're like not in the right mind space for it, or you don't even like it, but you're doing it because it draws views or whatnot, I think that just comes across and it's not great. Hold on, my tracking started slowing down here. I'm gonna fix it. So I try and keep the integrity and really only play things that I actually enjoy. And that's why, like tonight, for example, when Undertale was kind of agitating me a little bit, I'm like, all right, we're gonna put it down, we're gonna come back, we're gonna play it when I'm in the right mind space again, because then I can like really lean into the voices again and we can really enjoy the story again. It only really started agitating me at the end of the Muffet fight, and then like when we got to all those shops and sections in the post-Sans talk there in the hotel, where I didn't have money for anything, but then they also had like the sell option of all the shops not work. Then I'm like, man, this just seems like it's designed to agitate you here. And maybe it is. Maybe they're trying to make you feel like you're a little like helpless and out of place at that particular point of the game. Maybe not. I'm not sure. But as soon as that actually kicked in, I was like, all right, I think this means we gotta be done for tonight and come back another one. Now, do we have any people who are very familiar with Undertale here who want to say in a fairly non-spoilery way, like roughly how close to the end of the game we are with how far we got? Like, you just say, oh, you're pretty close, or like within 1 stream, or maybe within 2 streams. That we're in this sort of hotel right under the core, and when we went north of it, Alphys was like, here it is, this is the core, almost there. Your knowledge is 50-50, Matreus? Because like, it's one of those things that for planning purposes, it would be good for me to know, but I don't really want to Google about it, because I feel like if I Google, it's just like far too likely that I'm gonna get spoilers. Undertale is a well-loved game, and on the older side at this point, so nobody's actually gonna be concerned about accidentally giving spoilers about it. But maybe I'll ask Forgy. I think she knows pretty well. Anyway, my wrists just needed a break from that, and I need to regain a little bit of mental energy. We'll come back. I'm guessing Sunday is probably going to be Undertale again, just to try and finish it. But if it's not, on Tuesday we'll come back with high energy and do the voices and finish the game. Ruru says, I'm sure it depends on how much we spend in just chatting next stream. Yeah, well, I mean, the intent tonight was to finish it. And I spent very little time comparatively in chatting tonight and just got right into the game because I was like, I think we can do it. And maybe we could if I had kept going instead of going into marbles. And I just continued to play and we went for this additional 20 minutes past this point, maybe just a little longer. Who knows? Maybe I'd be able to finish the game. But I didn't know exactly how far I was, and I'm like, I don't want to push through it if my brain is burnt out. I'd rather enjoy the experience. And I think that would probably be better for you guys too. Sundertale? Quite possibly. I don't like to do the same game 3 streams in a row, but we've done it with Elden Ring before too. And if we didn't do Undertale on Sunday, it would be Elden Ring. So I guess it's fair if we do end up playing Undertale a 3rd day in a row. I really want to bring a new game in soon though. That's part of the reason I want to finish Undertale's story. Even if I am going to go back and play the other Undertale runs, which I would like to do. And I would like to play Deltarune. I want to finish one of the Undertale runs so that I can have a little break and bring in some other games and mix up the channel content a little, because Elden Ring is definitely doing the thing that I was worried that it would do, which is last a really, really long time and take up most of the channel's time. And anybody who doesn't really care for watching Elden Ring has had to wait an awful long time to get past it. And I know I'm not that far in Elden Ring, but I'm starting to see some of the reasons why people burn out on it a little bit late game. So I need to make Undertale. No Underring this Sunday. We're playing Elden Tale. That's a pretty good note. Either way, it might it might partially get there. You aren't even late game yet? Yeah, I don't really know how to take anybody up on their... I don't really know how to feel about people's judgment of my distance. So, when I was just pre-Radon, people were like, you're like 10-15% through the game. I'm sure that percent probably bumped up slightly when I beat Radon in people's minds, but I haven't really done anything to advance the game since beating Radon. I've mostly just been going around and being a little bit more thorough in some of the regions that we've already visited to get some of the extra items and things like that. So Radon is really the last thing we did that was like main story advancement. I don't know. Maybe whatever we did to cause that guy to attack us in the round table. I don't know what made him attack us, but maybe that advanced it a little bit more. I haven't been all the way through the crater place. I don't think, Matreus. I went to the first bonfire in there because people were like, oh, if you go through the crater, you're gonna miss some things. And I don't know what things, so I just went far enough to get to the first grace in there and then left. You'd say 30 or 40. So some people, based on what Haru is saying now, even though he's got the cap face there, for some people it would put me at like 12, 17%, or maybe around 20 max with estimates. But at the same time, pre-Radon, I'd put in like 65 hours into the game, or 70. I'm closer to 90 now. And I know you don't judge progression in Elden Ring based off of hours, but I also know, and maybe I shouldn't know this, but a member of our community here was behind me for a while, but playing more often than me. They told me when they beat Radon, and then they were like, all right, I'm gonna have to stop telling you about what I'm doing now because I'm past you. And then like a day and a half later, they're like, I finished the game! And it took them quite a few days to get to the Radon stuff. It's like, they basically had the game done. It's like for them, the Radon point was like 60 or 70% of the way through the game in the amount of time it took them to play it, because they beat Radon and then shortly after they beat the game. So I don't know if people are trying to give me percentages based on doing like everything that I possibly could in Elden Ring, or or talking about story and maybe just a couple of notable like side bosses, or what it is that people are using for percentages. But basically there's so many different measurements that people could use for distance, and everybody seems to be so thoroughly underselling how far I am that I kind of don't buy it. And given that almost everybody I know who played Elden Ring burned out in the later portion of the game and decided to stop being as thorough and just finish it, or stop playing even without finishing it, which it was a few of the people that I knew, I'm guessing it's not going to be nearly as much time as I've currently put into the game until we're done with it. At hour 100, you just wanted to finish it. Yeah, and I'm approaching hour 100. I think I'm around 90 right now. And I'll just have to check. And I know I'm near Lanedale. Matreya says, yeah, after you get through Lanedale, it's basically streamlines. I'm near Lanedale. I haven't, like, gone to the entrance because I've been trying to clear up some other things. I might just do the crater next time we play, because it's like the Snap situation again, right? When people are like, oh, just find Snap so that you can interact with this NPC. It's like, oh, go discover this thing that exists out there somewhere in the world. But it's an open world game that is quite large. And if I just so happen, like, it might even be in an obvious place, but if I just so happen to walk at slightly the wrong angle, for a couple like meters too long, I'm gonna miss it. And when it comes to like the crater, people being like, oh, if you do the crater now, you're gonna miss some things. I'm like, okay, well, I could go spend a supremely long time wandering the world trying to do things just in case they might be something that I miss. But it's so vague that not only do I not know where they are, but also I wouldn't know if I did them. I wouldn't know if I accomplished the thing that I otherwise would have missed if I went through the crater, because the information isn't right there in the game as far as I can tell. It's just going to be experience or people who have, you know, read up on it online, stuff like that. So I might just have to go through with the crater and worry about doing some of the more thorough stuff when I'm willing to take spoilers, which will be after the first playthrough. Just like Snap, I'm sure, like, people were saying, oh, Snap's from an NPC you talked to already. There weren't even that many of those, so probably I'm gonna feel dumb when I find out where it is. But just, you know, given the amount of time I took actually, like, trying to revisit NPCs and talk to everybody thoroughly and all that, I'm like, I haven't found it. And I don't think it's worth the time anymore. I'll get some more thorough playthroughs of it when I'm able to just like listen to people tell me where everything is. There is a certain freedom in that. Like, it's nice to have an experience where you do accept like all backseating and all information from chat. I don't want that the first time I play through, just because I want to have sort of like the true experience, and that's what I've been enjoying so far. But now that the true experience is starting to get me up toward 100 hours, I'm like, all right, maybe I would like to just do the stuff that I have found and not so much worry about 100%ing when I don't have the information to 100%. And then finish the game, and then I can have, you know, another time through where I'm like, hey, tell me what to do. And also, I already beat all these bosses by myself, so I'm gonna now use spirit summons and summon real people, and I'm gonna abuse ways that the game has generated for you to just wreck enemies really easily. etc. Because I've heard there's some things like that, especially for mages. Haru says you shouldn't be able to miss anything in the crater now since you already met Ronnie. Okay. You already passed the point where you needed Snap right now anyway. Yeah, I heard basically by getting to the Radon Festival, I missed that opportunity. So it's just like, I had a weird balance of the fact that I was trying to do a blind playthrough, but I also had just enough information that I knew I would be missing things. But I also was not getting enough information to know where the things I would have missed would be. Except for like that time that Haruru, and I appreciate this, I think I asked for it as well, but I appreciate it. Haruru was like, yeah, you should look in Northwest, what was it? Lanedale? Or not Lanedale, Raya Lucaria or whatever. I'll get more of the Ronnie dialogue. Apparently there were like NPCs and things there pre-festival that I would have been able to talk to. We'll do more of that in the future as well. I am interested in learning more of this, and you guys, I'm sure you can tell, if you've been watching the streams where I've been doing Elden Ring like fairly closely, every time I hear some dialogue from somebody, or pick up an item that relates to something else, I'm trying to piece the lore together. It is interesting to me. Hopefully it's interesting to you to see how I try to piece the lore together. I'm sure I get some of it right. I'm sure I get some of it very wrong. But anytime I hear a name of a group or a person or something that sounds like another name, or that links to death or cold flame or the eternal city or Makella or whatever, I'm trying to put all these things together. And I think I'm doing a decent job for a first blind playthrough. People already praised me on like putting together details about Radagon, which I thought was strange because I thought Radagon was one of the more straightforward ones. But people were like, yeah, a lot of people kind of just miss who he is when they play through the game. So I'm doing my best, but it will be cool to fill in the details that I didn't get. By meeting some of the additional NPCs and getting more of that information and allowing chat to kind of like tell me where to go a little bit and get myself access to some of the OP weapons and meet some of the more hidden NPCs, because I'm sure probably out in that open world, I'm sure there's probably a lot of cool hidden NPCs standing like in a corner somewhere or in a small part of a ruin that's so easy to miss. Or in some hidden cave somewhere. And as much as I'm trying to be thorough, there's clearly, I've passed through sections I've thought that I did scan line searching over, and then found that there was an entire portion in there that was like full of items and enemies that I never even saw. And I'm like, how? How did I miss it? It's almost a little bit, the map is almost a little too big. I like it, but it's almost a little too big. There's a place for that though. I have had my own consideration for games before. I'm like, once in a while, the rude person in my head, it's not really rude because it's thinking about something that I'm sometimes in the mood to play myself, but once in a while, I've had the thought of being like, all right, what if I made a game that was really slow burn? It was like really wide. There was just a world, and the world was full of things. And you had a character, moved at a reasonable pace, not too fast, not too slow. There were things like sicknesses you could get in the game, but the sicknesses would affect you really slowly, and there were ways of fixing them. And sometimes you'd get into plot lines based on them. If you got some kind of magical disease, you'd have to find a better way to fix it. And there'd be more realistic injuries and less UI. And there's just like no way that a normal person would find everything. So you just kind of have to accept the idea that you're immersed into a world and you're experiencing whatever parts you experience. And then I was like, and what if on top of that, I made it permadeath, you know? It was long and slow burn like this, but if you actually died, it was over. And then just make it so that, you know, it was at least somewhat fair, more fair about killing you. Like you could sustain more injuries and things like that. It wasn't like Dark Souls and killing you, or like a roguelike or something like that. It was just, you know, if you actually did something dangerous enough, or succumb to a sickness or something, it would kill you. But I'm like, when it ultimately comes down to it, some people might be interested in playing that at first, but I think the likelihood, like the statistic for the amount of people who would actually finish the game to whatever degree there was like a story and an ending and whatnot, would be like, that percentage would be so small. And like a lot of people would be interested in trying it out, but they'd probably get burnt out after 1 or 2 deaths, you know, if they had them, and having to restart, or like the game would be slow, or they'd get sick of getting sick, because a lot of those things don't make their way into games, because ultimately in the grand scheme of things, they're not good game mechanics. They're not really fun to have in a game. It's interesting to have to play with that sort of thing, but then as soon as it defeats you one time, it's like, all right, I had my experience in that, but is it really worth starting over? So I don't know, because there's some emotions that you can fit into something like that that's really good. If you had a very wide game that had quite a degree of different, like, emergent storylines and things like that, and I know how I'd do it. It's not as crazy complicated as it might sound. You could have things like romances and stuff that could bloom, and things would feel more impactful. If you lose a follower, like if somebody who's a follower dies, if they succumb to something, that's just it for them. You can't load. If you form a romance with somebody, it's like, hey, this is my one life in the game. You know, anytime that you actually like die and load up in a game, it slightly takes you out of the immersion of the experience. So being completely immersed in a single just like life that you get more and more invested in making sure that you protect it because you've been playing it for longer, and you've been playing it for longer and you've invested in more things, and you've gotten further in the story and made romantic connections and friends and progress and dungeons and got all this gear and all that. There's a lot of like things that you can evoke in a player through that kind of design that you can't get in a normal game. But also, again, as soon as you die and it's gone, like, it might have been quite an experience while it was going, but if it just goes away, if it's permadeath and it's just gone, then suddenly I feel like it ruins it. and saying, oh, I'll just start a new game, kind of feels like those parents saying, oh, let's buy you a new pet when you just lost your pet, you know? I don't know. I'm not sure it's actually a good idea, but I've been tempted to make something like that before. Wiki gonna start the Rogue Souls genre? Oh no. It's not a genre if it's named after both. Well, I don't know. Metroidvania would like to disagree with you on that. New gamers may like that, not old farts like me. Are you sure, Matreus? Because I actually feel like a lot of elements like that harken back to some of the more like hardcore, unforgiving PC games that were more from our youth, rather than new ones. I feel like a lot of people these days have a shorter attention span and would not like a slow burn game, and would be like mad if saves were not generous. Because saving and loading back in quick and being able to constantly retry the thing that defeated you is more and more common, and games hold your hand a lot more. Back in the day, at least, like, console games were unforgiving in difficulty, but computer games were the ones that were just like unforgiving in sheer complexity and amount of hours that you would put in just to lose it all. I feel like that's more of an old-fashioned notion. Wiki starts developing the game called life. I mean, like, essentially. Some of these notions that I've thought of, I'm like, oh, I'll put you in a fantasy land. But some of these notions that I've thought of, I'm like, all right, what if I do this, but I just, like, put you in a city, like a fake city somewhere, and there's just, like, NPCs that go about their life. You know, like, they're programmed to go attend to their pets and to their work and all this stuff, and you just have a world happening around. But I put in some of this emergent storytelling through, you know, who you decide to actually interact with, and experiences that you have in the game, and because there's a lot of cool room to do stuff with that. And if it's in the real world, the likelihood of actually like having your character die and needing to restart, or if it's in a real world style area, like maybe not real world, it could be a fake city or whatnot, but if it's a lot more realistic in terms of being like the modern world, it's a lot less likely for your character to just die off and you'd have to restart. Unless I was going to be rude enough to make it so that, like, you know, you could accidentally get hit by a bus or something like that, and then it's like maybe I'd have to ease up on some things. Treya says yes, but that's such a grind to make sure you do everything right, and if there's no load back, I'm gonna either just drop it to see how many in-game lives I can ruin just or see how many in-game lives I can ruin just to have fun. Oh, I see. I suppose, yeah, I guess there's a little bit of both. There's a lot of grind set these days, although it honestly just sounds like you probably weren't into the really hardcore computer games of the past either, and I wasn't either. So, but yeah, I guess it's developed in different ways. A lot of modern gamers would not want to put in all that effort either. But also, I feel like that's, I don't know, the point of it would almost be to immerse yourself in such a way that you have to accept the fact that you don't need to do everything right, you know? I'd want to program it in a way that was fairly forgiving, like, you know, if you got an injury, you could get patched up by one of your allies or something, you know, get it wrapped, and you'd have to go to a medical person somewhere. I don't know if it was, like, I'm trying to say generally because I don't know if I'm talking fantasy or not here, if you'd have to go see a healer, or if you'd have to go to the doctor or whatnot. It'd be like the notion of not having to do it perfect, but just doing what you can to survive, you know? I think that would be more what it would be about. But then telling the story and having sort of the impactfulness of events be on another level, because you can't just load in and do things all different. Miguel O'Hara, hello. You know, I just got bit by a spider this morning. It woke me up. We've been talking about Spider-Man in here a couple times today, so welcome. Thank you for the follow. Canon event. Atreus says, check out the game Long Live the Queen. It's a game that's similar to what you're thinking, but no slow burn. And sometimes a screw-up can save you, and vice versa. Interesting. You hate spiders, to be honest? I mean, that's fair. I'm not a fan of spiders myself, either. Especially this one. I had insomnia last night, so it took me forever to fall asleep. And then this thing bit my arm while I was sleeping and woke me up. And I, like, shook my arm and it fell onto the pillow, like, right in front of my face. So I flicked it off the bed, and then I couldn't find it. And I looked at my clock, and it was, like, 1 hour before I was supposed to wake up for work. I'm like, I can't go back to bed now. Both, like, with the adrenaline that I had from that event, and the fact that I couldn't find the spider, and the fact that by the time I fell asleep again, my alarm would basically be about to go off. I'm like, man, I hate you, spider. Why you gotta do that? But, Miguel O'Hara is pretty cool. Matreus says, plus it's short, and I like that game. I've only passed it twice. I think it's probably a much better format, Matreus, honestly. Like, I'm talking about all these interesting things I could potentially accomplish with this game, but I think ultimately the audience for it, to take all these elements together, to make it slow burn and permadeath and having to be okay with not doing everything perfect and all this, I think creating such a game would be an incredibly niche audience. I think it would take a really long time to make to appeal to very few people. And that's probably why very few games like that exist. You can get away with making a permadeath game if it's shorter. If it's a short game, if it's not slow burn, and you can go in and you can experience it, and you can try to get the emergent stories and all that. Like, I could do that on a level of game development where an entire playthrough took you maybe a couple hours max. I think that would be popular because people could even come in and stream that, and they could be like, okay, we're gonna go through an entire run of this today and see how it turns out this time. But if it goes any longer than that, if it becomes slow burn and permadeath and all those things that I was describing, I think it could be really, really awesome for a couple of people and in the right circumstances. But I think in general, objectively, it would just not be very good game design. Which I hate to say, because obviously this is my own idea for a game that I would love to develop something like. But I think it's just kind of ultimately a bad idea. Maybe I'll do something with some element of it, though, at some point. I'd say look at Fire Emblem or Suikoden. I haven't seen the second. I do know Fire Emblem's permadeath. I like the notion. I don't think you yourself can permadeath in Fire Emblem, right? Or do you even have a yourself in some of the earlier Fire Emblems? I'm trying to think. But I know that you can permadeath your allies and things like that. Just your main character. Only your main character can't permadeath. Yeah, but there's definitely elements to be considered there. I like the idea also, even though it's kind of cruel. And again, it gets cheapened if you can save and load, so you got to figure out how to balance it. But I do like the idea of permadeathing other people, even if it chose to be one of those like slow burn games, but they didn't want to make you restart every time you died. The idea to permadeath other people still gets some of those strong, powerful immersion and feelings in that I was talking about, because if you find a character in the game that you really like, that you're friends with, or you think is cool, or you start to romance, and then there's the potential that they can permadeath, it makes some things really intense. But it can also make things really frustrating, because once again, it gets into the bad game development aspects, because if you aren't permadeath yourself and the show must go on, and somebody like that you've put all this time and investment into that you really love died, you're like, do I even really want to like keep going anymore? and then if you're like 45 hours in, you're like, it's just like the sunk cost fallacy at this point that is making me play the game further on this particular play. Yeah, that's what you mean, drop it or just ruin everyone's lives around you. Yeah, it's like you either want to quit the game or you want your character to become bitter and be like, all right, it's time for my supervillain arc. I lost the digital love of my life. It's even worse if you try to combine that. This would take so much extra effort to do. But I've even gone like one step further and been like, hey, what if on top of all of this, the characters are procedurally generated so that or at least to some degree, like aspects of them are procedurally generated, not all their dialogue, because that'd just sound awful, but like if the characters are procedurally generated so that even if you decide to restart the game, you're not just gonna be like, you know, if you fell in love with Kim from some game and Kim ended up dying and you were, you know, unable to continue with your world because you were just so miserable, there's no way you can start the game over and re-meet Kim and re-fall in love because Kim's just gone. Kim was part of that save file and was was generated as part of that world and isn't around anymore. That's just extra mean, though. It's like there's no reason to do that to people. There's just there's emotion that is there to be invoked, but I think it doesn't exist. Not because it's too hard to do, but because ultimately it's a bad idea. Elements of this stuff has been used, as you're talking about. There are some examples of things out there with it. And I think that there's still a lot more potential to use portions of it, but I don't know. It reminds me of that thing, actually. Somebody brought up Rick and Morty earlier. And I haven't watched that much of Rick and Morty, but I saw this episode where they went to like an arcade or something. And maybe that's what you were referencing, Haru, when you were talking about the game of life. Because I think there was this game that Rick put Morty in, and he basically like experienced an entire life. And it was just basically a normal real life thing, and he he fell in love and he had children, and then got old, and on his deathbed he like was content and said his final words to them and took his last breath, and then it went into game over. And he had it taken off, and he had only been in there for like 5 minutes. They took that from Adventure Time, yeah, and I think Adventure Time took that from something else. That concept's not exactly new, but I like having the idea of that feeling in something, that it's like you're so immersed in it. And it's partially because I have had some serious dreams like this, and I know this isn't that uncommon either. Other people face this too. I've legitimately had dreams that have heartbroken me afterward. It's few and far between. This isn't common, and if it was common, it would probably take a lot of the punch out of it. But I have had a couple dreams before where either I lost somebody that I somebody that exists in real life, like they pass away in the dream, and I'm devastated. And like the dream goes on long enough that I go through the entire mourning process. Like I'm heartbroken for a long time, and then I start to get used to them not being around anymore, and like I visit their grave occasionally and whatnot. Like it's morbid. And I go through that whole like emotionally traumatizing process, but by the end of it, I've accepted that they're no longer there. And then I wake up and like that person's still alive, and my brain like goes through whiplash. And this is probably the more painful version, and this has happened to me a couple of times throughout my life. Still not common, a couple in my 30-something years is not a lot, but I have had the occasional time where I've met somebody, gotten to know them, they were such a lovely person, I was so thankful to meet them, and then we got together and fell in love and started a family, or one time was planning to start a family, and eventually either like there was one time I got older with this person and they didn't die, I didn't die or anything. We were going to celebrate something, I think, or even just have a dinner. I don't know. We were going to do something nice together. It was like sunset, and we were just going to have a dinner somewhere that we had like gone to get away from other people. And then I got woken up by somebody, and it was just gone. And like it seriously felt like all the actual like years of being in love with this person and being so grateful that I found a place to be contented with in life with somebody that I loved actually happened. And then of course I've had a variant where somebody, I went through all that and then kind of lived my whole life, or a variant where the person died. But anyway, it's just like it's really cruel that the brain can fabricate that much time and that much emotional connection actually happened. Those are some of the times that I swear I've stepped into like a different life or a different universe for a dream, because I'm like, I can't have actually gone through the entire gamut of all that stuff in the course of a couple hours, because I don't fall for people very quickly. And I know the brain, it's in control of all the emotional liquids, all the chemicals that can give us the responses in our heads. It can do all that stuff whenever it wants. So I know it's perfectly fine. Like, it's just, it could, but it just feels like so much time and emotion has passed. And then suddenly I wake up and I'm like, that person that I fell in love with doesn't exist. And then I start to forget their name and face. Man, it hurts. It hurts when that happens. Haru says, I've played Skyrim that way. Though you die, the game just restarts. Oh, really? Through the alternate start mod? Interesting. I guess that must get kind of like close to that experience. Obviously, like Skyrim, relationships and stuff only go so deep, and you clearly, you know, if you had romanced and had years of relationship with Lydia, and then you die and have to start the game back over, you can get to the point where you and Lydia are about as advanced as you had been in the course of a couple hours anyway. It's fairly easy to get a lot of that back. It's more like you'd be losing loot and stuff, I guess, and story progress. But I imagine that gets a little bit closer to the experiences that I'm talking about than a lot of games would. Anywho, this is a really niche rant. I don't know, Miguel, if you're still here. I appreciate, if you came in at this point, I appreciate you sitting here for this. This isn't normally what we do. I was playing Undertale tonight, then we did some marbles games, and I was going to wrap up. But it's just like Friday night after a long week, a little bit of like tiredness. I need to go sleep. And I'm just like, yeah, let's just sit down and have some talks as friends. So anybody who's actually here listening to this, whether you're participating or not, whether you're lurking or not, I appreciate you and your patience. This is just extending the stream. We're actually now 21 minutes past our ending time, because I was just having like nerdy conversations about game development and like emotions and the the hypothetical notion of being able to like emulate the experience of heavy attachment to something in a non-real world setting. I think those things are all interesting. I think the brain's interesting, but I think those things also have the tendency to be depressing. Even the game format one, like I said, you procedurally generate people or a story, or have some slow burn where you make friends and enemies and relationships, and then you can die and it's all just gone. I'm like, I don't know if I actually want to do that to people. I want to do the experience. Like the midway part sounds like a great thing to do. I'd love to elicit those kinds of emotions. The end? Not as much. Because it's too much like life, you know? There's so many lovely things to experience in life. There's so many great emotions. There's so much that like you'd want to tug at people's heartstrings sometimes, and have other times that were just goofy and this or that, and you make all these attachments. But then like life always gets to some points too where you're like, oh, now I have to deal with the fact that that thing isn't around anymore. I don't know if that's the emotion that you want to elicit from somebody in a game. Like, maybe rarely, you know, we had plenty of people like cry over the loss of Aerith back in Final Fantasy VII, or Aeris, as people were playing the original English translation of Final Fantasy VII. But like a good character death can be great for a story. But sometimes there's just some emotions probably not best to elicit. Betrayus says, Kim's in the next playthrough, but enemies now because you turned left instead of turning right, and the whole timeline changes from the point where an alien invasion takes over the world. Oh, wait. Don't do that to me, Betrayus. I didn't know you watched Doctor Who. I miss that Doctor Who. I miss pre-Moffat Doctor Who. I watched all of Eccleston and all of Tennant, and I loved it so much, both of those, even though it could be really corny sometimes. And then I watched quite a bit of Moffat. I think I watched 4 or 5 seasons of Moffat, which is like more than the entirety of Tennant's run. I watched all the way through big-headed, childish, spitting fish fingers custard Doctor. I'm sorry, I forget the name of the actor for that one, but I hated that Doctor. It was awful. The only thing that made me feel slightly better about that was the 50th anniversary of Doctor Who, where they essentially like actually verbalized and acknowledged that Doctor was an emotional regression from where he had been as Tennant because he couldn't cope with some of the things that had happened, so he became childish. That was like the only thing about the writing that I was like, all right, I at least like to hear them acknowledge that, even if I have had to put up with this character for so long. And then I watched like a little bit of Capaldi, which he was like kind of fine in his first season. And then his second season, he was suddenly like jamming on a guitar he called his axe and was wearing the Sonic sunglasses instead of the screwdriver. And I'm like, what the heck? Come on, Moffat. What's this writing? And I never survived long enough to get to the Christopher Chibnall female Doctor episodes. I had a little bit of hope for that because he co-wrote a lot of Torchwood, which was a Doctor Who spinoff that I enjoyed a lot. But I've heard a lot of people don't care for that portion, and I'm not sure if it's just because of the prevalence of sexism and people being angry that there's a female Doctor, or if it's legitimately that the show is poorly written at that point, because it would take a lot to compete with the level of poor writing that was in the Moffat section. I'd be super surprised if I went into the Chris Chibnall stuff and the writing was even as bad as the Moffat writing. But and I know there was a lot of sexism about it, but that doesn't necessarily mean it was the main reason for everybody either. And in general, it just sounds like people hated that stuff. And I don't know what's past that. I think I heard that they actually brought Tennant back, and that's probably with an attempt to save the show, because people liked Tennant's Doctor so much. But I feel like if I jumped back into the show at that point, that I'd be so, like, lost. Because the new Doctor Who likes to reference back to everything that it's done all the time. So if I just jumped past a bunch of seasons and started up again, I'd be missing so much context. Loki season 2 I am looking forward to. Luckily I have at least one person who's looking forward to that with me too in my life. Some of the people that I enjoyed Marvel with before have like severely deviated. Like we used to share a lot of same opinions about it, but they've severely deviated and kind of just like hate everything that comes out now. I don't know if they're just like really into hating it now, or if their tastes changed, or what. But you know, Marvel's not at the top of its game, but it's still producing some good stuff. Guardians of the Galaxy 3 was Guardians of the Galaxy 3 was one of the best pieces of Marvel that I've ever seen. I don't know if you watched that one, but that really had the proper feeling. They got She-Hulk. See, I even liked She-Hulk, to be honest. Like, She-Hulk was the most trying of any of the Marvel stuff they've produced recently, I'm not gonna lie. And I am gonna talk a little bit about spoilers here, for anybody who cares. We don't have very many viewers in here right now, but I'm still gonna say it, just in case there are people that care. I'm gonna talk a tiny bit about Marvel here without worrying too much about what I say, so just know that ahead of time. But yeah, I mean, like, the whole weird breaking the fourth wall thing in a way, like at the end of She-Hulk, that really, I don't like that, because continuity has been such a thing in Marvel and immersion has been such a thing in Marvel, that to try and be like, haha, it's written by writers, and you can just step out of it and be aware of that, it's trying. It's straight out of the comics, though. I mean, in She-Hulk's original comics, she would occasionally tear up, you know, the pages and be like, this writing's garbage, and she'd like talk directly to the writer or artist of the particular comic that she was currently in to complain and change something. She had an early Deadpool dynamic. She was actually doing that sort of thing before Deadpool did. So it's not un-She-Hulk like to put that in there. Just like they also went through and referenced the original, what was the show called? Was it The Incredible Hulk, or was it something else? But the original, like, 80s Incredible Hulk, they basically redid the opening of that 80s style with her, and a lot of people didn't get it. They were like, what the hell are we looking at? Because it's kind of like a deep cut a little. Just like the original comics. It's sort of a deep cut, so I think it was a lot of stuff that like most people wouldn't understand, and it would just seem confusing and out of place. But I liked most of She-Hulk. I didn't care to see her like twerking at the end of one episode, or some of the dating stuff was weird, and you know, obviously the final episode was fairly trying for that reason. But ultimately, even with you could ignore the whole, like, any time that there was a meta fourth wall break in that show, you could actually basically ignore that it happened and fill in the blank that that the show was happening without that. Like, as she was walking, you know, like walking with people in hallways and would talk to people, like talk to the audience, the people around her weren't acknowledging it. And then she, as a character afterward, did not seem to have the awareness that she had said that. It was just like an aside. It was like a narration break of the fourth wall, but not actually for the character. Like, she introduced that the Wong would be making a cameo in one episode, but she didn't know who Wong was when Wong appeared. It was just like for us, but not the character knowing. So in that way, it's like, yeah, it was a nod to those things, but it didn't ultimately actually break the continuity in any way, because the show could have happened without them, and you can even ignore the fact that they did happen and everything could have played out the same way. So I don't know, it wasn't that bad, but I agree, the twerking was dumb. I mean, that show, and I don't know if you'll agree with me here, Kenshi, but I think that was, I think that particular show was the one that was written most out of all of them so far with Gen Z in mind, because the humor of that show, the dating humor, the twerking, the celebrities they brought in, the superhero influencer, all of it was very, very Gen Z based. Even the breaking the fourth wall, like the types of things she talked about and kind of like thumbs up toward the camera, like the X-Men and all that, it was all like straight out of Gen Z stuff. And the weird like guys against She-Hulk that they had, I would literally not be surprised if they actually just scraped the comment section on their own YouTube videos for like things like Captain Marvel and stuff, for the dialogue that they took for those guys, because it's like straight out of like current internet discourse kind of thing. So it honestly wasn't a terribly unrealistic thing. It was just very Gen Z, and that doesn't always hit just right for people who aren't Gen Z. But at the same time, I think that if we see She-Hulk in the future, it's probably not going to be like that. Because Marvel has had a history of experimenting when they're doing something in the past that it doesn't really matter that much if it succeeds or not. They experiment. And I think that probably She-Hulk was a little bit of an experiment at trying to tell the story in a very different way and for a very different audience, because it didn't really matter if it succeeded or not. It was introducing the character, and likely if they bring back She-Hulk again in something else, she's going to have the same air as the rest of Marvel. Betrayus says, why experiment if there's a blueprint? That's said for Disney in general. Because if you just follow the blueprint all the time, it's bad. Some of the best things that Marvel's done has been through experiment, and I appreciate the fact that they have been willing to do that, even though they are owned by Disney. Hey 3D, how's it going? Like Guardians of the Galaxy, the first one, which is one of my favorite Marvel movies ever, and the third one's one of my favorite Marvel movies ever. Guardians was an experiment. At that point, they had never done a space-based movie. The closest they got is the fact that you got like little glimpses of Asgard. That's like saying a tower is boring if you follow the blueprint. I mean, it kind of is, but at the same time, a tower's purpose is not entertainment. You don't need to follow a blueprint for entertainment as much as you need to follow a blueprint for something that's gonna, like, you know, kill people if you get it wrong. It's a kind of a different subject. It's apples and oranges. But yeah, Guardians, like when they put out Guardians, they had really not done anything spacey in Marvel, and the most they'd done is Thor, and most of his actions were on Earth at that point, because they hadn't gotten into any of the late Thors, and he was in the Avengers and all that. Guardians of the Galaxy, they're like, all right, you've seen entirely Earth-based heroes, and they were all part of the main Avengers, right? Well, now we're giving you a story with a completely different power level set, not involved in any of the main Marvel you've been watching, set out in space somewhere, way away from Earth. Like, you see Earth for 5 minutes at the beginning, and that's it. And by the way, one of the people on the team is a talking raccoon who likes to tinker with technology, and the other one is a giant talking tree who only says his name, really, and is the companion of the raccoon. And they somehow had the most ridiculous humor and also like really emotionally engaging stuff in that movie, and somehow had it work. That whole movie was a big experiment. That was just an experiment that ended up working for them. Whereas I think She-Hulk in general, there's plenty of people who liked it. Like, after I watched the show, I finally decided to go out there and expose myself to what the internet was saying, and I expected it to be a lot worse because I had already heard a lot of complaints about the show. But if you actually go into a lot of like discussions about it, there's a lot of positivity. There's just some loud people angry at it too, and I completely understand why. But I think still, even though there are people who liked She-Hulk, I think I'd say that experiment probably didn't go well. If Shang-Chi wasn't tied to Marvel, it's just another mystical kung fu movie. Yeah, honestly, I think Shang-Chi was one of the examples where they didn't experiment enough. I feel like Shang-Chi was a little too cookie cutter. Like, you could see any other movie studio producing that exact movie. Even with the dragons and all that. I think, like, that's probably the biggest reason Shang-Chi was a little bit of a failure. I do think that Eternals was an experiment as well, but I can't say I see where they were going with that one as much, personally. Man, should I have like lo-fi on? I thought we were I thought we were rapping, but it feels weird to just sit here talking about Marvel with no background sound. I mean, I appreciate it. I needed a little bit of just like relax and chill. 3D, I don't know if you're still here, but how's your Friday been treating you? I do want Marvel. I think the biggest problem Marvel has right now is that they're not tying anything together. There's a lot of potential out there. For people paying attention to everything, they've basically introduced they introduced the Captain Universe lore start, which is like the power cosmic. They haven't outright said it, but they did. In fact, you even got to view it in Thor. What was it called? Love and Thunder. You got to see the power cosmic in person, like as a person shape, like it is in the comics a couple times. But they don't show it to you for long, so if you don't know what to look for, you miss it. They introduced Thanos' brother, essentially, Eros. They've introduced the other set of gods from the Greek lore. Obviously, like setting up Kang the Conqueror and having this tie-in with the Loki stuff, and it seems like Loki is likely to play a role of a hero. He's probably going to be one of the people that is most important to them coming up for taking out Kang, and all this stuff like Eternals introduced interesting things like the Celestials, even though they had been somewhat mentioned in other things. They were really brought in more. The Celestials, the Eternals themselves. Eternals also set up Blade and the Black Knight, and what else? And Eros, and Shang-Chi had all this like something about his rings were sending out this signal thing at the end of his movie that we haven't examined yet. Doctor Strange introduced, and again, I'm talking about all these things you need a little bit of comic knowledge for, because they haven't said any of these things outright. Like Doctor Strange introduced Dormammu's sister at the end. Yeah, the Watchers. The notion of incursions started coming up. The notion of the tied in other universes, the multiverses, the X-Men. Miss Marvel's show actually played part of the X-Men ditty for the first time in the MCU. So like X-Men are being heavily hinted at. We've got Venom incorporated in now, in a very small way. It's like every one of these movies has been bringing in a humongous amount of potential. But the whole thing about Marvel from the beginning is their movies were all connected, but they were connected in a universe that they planned to tie together constantly. And they tied together the original set with Loki, and then for the longest time after that, the tie was Thanos. And we were slowly building to that, and there were elements that tied together there, and you could see the general path of the story slowly bringing these characters' fates together and where it would get to. And that culminated beautifully. All of that stuff was great. The only movie I thought in that entire series of stuff from the beginning to the end of that was bad, in my opinion, was Thor Ragnarok. Iron Man 2 and 3 were like not great, and Incredible Hulk, if you count that in, was but they weren't bad movies. I think Ragnarok was bad, but that's just me. A lot of people like it. Yeah, Eternals probably could set up Fantastic Four as well, and we saw a member of Fantastic Four in Doctor Strange. Although, if the rumored cast of the Fantastic Four movie is accurate, I'm a little upset. Not like mad, but I think it's bad casting. I don't know if you've heard it. Atreus says, I don't feel things need to be tied together to be entertaining. I wouldn't mind watching a movie if I didn't have to spend 40 hours watching every show. Or in general, I agree with that. I think it's bad for everything to do that. And I think Marvel actually set a lot of entertainment down a bad path because Marvel did this. And it was so unique and interesting, and they were making the cinematic universe that like everything was like, I want to make a cinematic universe. So I agree. I love to see standalone movies, but when I'm talking about Marvel, yeah, you got to tie it together. They've already like made the continuity so tied together. At this point, going forward in it, their general audience, in order to continue to enjoy things, in order to continue to feel like they dedicate themselves to every Marvel movie that comes out, in order to continue to like follow and make sense of stuff that's happening, they need something to tie it. Because a lot of the things that I'm talking about now that I'm excited that they've like introduced, they haven't said any of this out loud. This is stuff that I've noticed through Easter eggs, or that I've recognized a character who came in at the end of a credits scene, or I knew the general plot line that they're following or hinting toward, but they haven't started bringing it together yet. So for the general audience, like most people don't have the same level, or at least like if you're gonna average, the average audience member doesn't have this level of Marvel knowledge, and is not going to be looking that deep into every little thing that happened in the movie, and is not going to necessarily see all the pieces of potential. And so it's making it's making this phase seem really underwhelming to most people, and it's losing a lot of audience members. Like, people are like, I'm not going to go see the new Marvel in theaters because I didn't watch the last couple because the ones before that just really kind of like confused me or were boring, and it's really falling off. And ultimately, at the end of the day, underneath all of this is Disney. And that's why I want the tying to happen, because if Disney starts to catch a whiff that these movies are not selling, they're not making the money they used to, they're not being the cash cow, it doesn't matter how many years of history it has. It doesn't matter how much untold story there is left, or what they were building to, or how many people are absolutely in love with this franchise. If it starts falling off because they've taken too long to tie it back together and they've lost the average audience viewer, it's gonna end. And some people will be happy about that. That's fine. I know some people don't like Marvel. Like, everybody's allowed to their own opinions. But as somebody who does like Marvel and has really enjoyed the experience of these movies, I really don't want that to happen. I myself, as a viewer, can enjoy all of it right now, even though it hasn't been tied together, just because I see that potential. I'm like, they'll get back there eventually. But I really do think that it is failing in terms of a general audience right now. And I want to see them fix that. I want to see them get the average audience excited about something again, like they were about Thanos, because it needs to keep going, because Disney will cut that stuff. Disney will get rid of it. They don't care, and that would make me sad. Comic book fans probably would know what's going to happen already. Yeah, I mean, I have a lot of feelings about where all this is going and what's probably going to happen with a lot of it anyway. They do manage to surprise, and Marvel's been very good at surprising over the years. They did a lot of subverting of expectations, and then once they got to the point where the subverting of expectations was expected, because people were like, oh, they're so good at subverting expectations, that everybody tried to like wonder what they would do differently, they started pulling the exact thing that would be expected as opposed to the subversion, so that it would still shock people. And now they're like, you know, playing 4D, 5D chess. Sometimes it doesn't work out, but they still manage to get a lot of twists in there that even I, as a super over-analyzer, I'd say, of Marvel, especially before this phase, but even during this phase, a super over-analyzer of it who has some comic knowledge and all that too, they still pull things on me all the time that I don't expect. So it's kind of cool. But it becomes kind of impossible for the writers to always write it in some way where you can't like sort of predict down the line where it's headed. But again, though, you know, they've done some things other franchises really haven't done. It doesn't seem that exciting at this point because everybody knows it. It's been so overplayed with the snap and everything. But like Infinity War, having Thanos actually win and kill off most of the heroes and have that movie end on a dark note with Thanos being happy and everybody else being like, oh god, what just happened? Like, there were plenty of people far, far before that movie came out that were like, wouldn't it be funny if Thanos won in Infinity War? Because he won in Infinity War in the comics. But like, nobody really expected the movies to have the balls to go there. And nobody was really ready to quite see how it happened. And they got you so close to thinking that Thanos was actually beat in that movie. Even with like destroying the mind gem and all this stuff. They just managed to do it in such a way that it's like, I don't know, I'm nerding out. I know this is just Marvel. I might be taking it too seriously. But those movies have made my life better, entertainment-wise, for like 15 years. So I don't know. It's like I couldn't have asked for more of a return on my own investment in movies than what I've gotten out of Marvel so far. Haru says, I'm just waiting for Doctor Strange and Ghost Rider to team up. Oh, Matreus also says what you said is basically why I defended Final Fantasy 13. Yeah, and I don't argue against that at all, because I also have not, like, obviously I have all my opinions about the mechanical pieces and storytelling elements and all that of Final Fantasy 13, but I haven't played the full game. I haven't, like, I've gotten to Orphan's Cradle a few times, and I get that's most of the game. I haven't done all the side quests with all the L'Cie, or whatever they're called. I haven't finished the actual game. I haven't seen the cutscene, and more importantly, I haven't gone on to play 13.2 or Lightning Returns. So I feel like, you know, I can only really talk about what my personal experience of Final Fantasy 13-1 is. So I don't argue against 13 as like a franchise even being good or bad, because I really just don't know. In fact, to me, a lot of people who I respect the opinions of have said like 13.2 is amazing. And some people have said Lightning Returns is even better. Some people are like, don't bother with Lightning Returns. So that one seems a little bit more iffy. But, yeah. You're waiting for Doctor Strange and Ghost Rider to team up. They're setting it up, actually. What's that team called now? I'm trying to remember. The Midnight... Is it the Midnight Warriors? Blade's voice, I'm pretty sure. Given the context, I'm pretty sure Blade's voice was at the end. The Midnight Suns, that's what it was. I'm pretty sure Blade's voice is at the end of Eternals. And the Black Knight is at the end of Eternals. And that's like the two of them together. And we have Doctor Strange with the third eye and the notion of incursions in there. And we've had a lot of hints at Mephisto. In fact, the most direct hint at Mephisto, which isn't even a hint anymore really, was in Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. I don't know how many of you guys watched that, but Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. is where Ghost Rider actually showed up. So we do have Ghost Rider in the universe, and we haven't had anyone come from Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. and then show back up in the movies. They kind of disconnected those a little bit, but like the Ghost Rider they had in Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. was not even like normal Ghost Rider. They chose a different character, like a different identity, and made him Ghost Rider, but they acknowledged the original Ghost Rider in it. Like, apparently the original Ghost Rider had passed off the Spirit of Vengeance to this guy in Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. for a time, but it leaves it very open. Like they only showed like the shoulders, like the back or whatever of the original Ghost Rider. They specifically made it so we couldn't see who it was. They could legitimately bring in Nick Cage to play actual Ghost Rider if they wanted to. And I think, you know, it wouldn't be that unlikely at this point that they'd do that. Now that we've seen people like Tobey Maguire and Andrew Garfield show up in the Spider-Man movie, and we're seeing characters from like the original X-Men movies and stuff show up in the multiverses, and we've been told, you know, that we have a Deadpool movie, Deadpool 3, still called Deadpool 3 as far as we know, so it's still directly tying itself to Deadpool 1 and 2. Deadpool 3 is supposed to be the one that integrates him into the MCU. I'm a little concerned about how they address that too, because once again, like, actually breaking the fourth wall in a perspective where the characters maintain the fact that they did that. Like She-Hulk, they broke the fourth wall, but she herself never seemed to even be aware of it. It just seemed like a narration device. Deadpool is very aware of it. So I'm a little concerned about how they'll pull it off. But like, honestly, I'd be perfectly happy if we had some moment in the MCU after Deadpool came in where he's like with the other heroes, and then he turns to talk to the camera and he's like talking in this like, you know, fourth wall breaking moment, and then we suddenly get a camera change from the perspective of the other heroes and he just looks like he's looking at nothing, talking to nobody. That would, you know, that would be enough for me. That would honestly be enough for me right there to be like, man, that guy's just crazy, huh? He just lost it. For it to be allowable for Deadpool to act that way, and legitimately like be breaking the fourth wall, but it just looks like craziness to the other characters. I don't know, I'd be okay with it. I think they could do it right. They've just been slipping a little bit more in terms of their writing in this phase. And again, I kind of think that they're doing that a little bit because this phase doesn't matter as much, because there's a lot of setup, because there's a lot of experimenting. I think it's also because the team was very divided up. A lot more writers than there needed to be, a lot more stressed people on the teams. I don't think it's all intentional, but I think some of it's intentional. Obviously, there's some things I don't love the fact that they now used AI art for the entire opening sequence of, you know, every episode of Secret Invasion, I think it's called. I haven't watched that one yet, so that one I'm not spoiling. First off, because I can't, and secondly, because I don't want anybody talking about spoilers for it since I haven't watched it. But yeah, Deadpool and She-Hulk team would be funny. It would be. And honestly, I kind of like the Deadpool and Daredevil thing that they did. Not Deadpool, excuse me, She-Hulk and Daredevil. It kind of worked out, and they're both like the legal people. And I don't know what people are on about. Like, some of the people hating on the She-Hulk show were like, they ruined Daredevil's character. Man, I watched the Daredevil seasons like three times each, including like right before having watched She-Hulk, and he's the same exact guy in it. His writing is the same. Like, the show feels different, but he's written the same. He's acted the same. He fights the same way. They didn't wreck him at all. I feel like some people just, you know, the notion that you gotta hate the She-Hulk show is out there, so they find everything that they possibly can to hate. You think a lot of people see Batman and Daredevil? Yeah, but he's not. He's very similar. He's probably the closest guy they have to Batman. I don't know, if you combined aspects of Tony Stark and Daredevil, and then made him significantly more broody, if you have to have it be the modern Batman, then you'd have Batman. But you could just combine those two and not make him more broody if you're willing to have the Batmans of the days of the past, like, you know, animated series Batman that wasn't afraid to crack a joke at the enemy's expense sometimes. Like, he'd be dark and intimidating, but if they were being fools, he'd be like, be making fun of him, you know? That's just the Batman I prefer. I miss the world's greatest detective. Not the guy who's like, oh, all these misdirected kids who have joined gangs in Gotham to try and survive in the weird landscape. I'm gonna go break all of their bones in their body, and that will teach them a lesson, and they'll become better people. Meanwhile, it's like, I'm gonna like not rough Joker up too bad, just gonna keep putting him in jail. I don't know, it's weird. Batman's always been the non-killing one, but it feels sometimes a little bit weird of like, oh, not jail asylum, that's true. It always feels weird to take the Batman that's like so heavily against killing and have him like throw people off rooftops and and into the side of moving vehicles and like all this stuff that could potentially easily kill them. Like he's just got a little bit of luck that they just like broke a ton of their bones and not, you know, their spine or their neck or something. He's just like smashing people up. And it's like, yeah, I specifically purposefully didn't kill them. Much like how Spider-Man doesn't kill people. Then you play the games. Yeah, a couple of them fixed that. So that like if you tossed somebody toward the edge of a rooftop, there was an invisible wall so they never fell. But there were a couple you could just huck them right off the roof. Or that they forgot an invisible wall somewhere. They'd fall like, you know, 20 stories down. The Spider-Man games were good though, at least some of them. Spider-Man 2, the video game, great stuff. Spider-Man 1, the video game, was good too, but it didn't have like the same kind of perfect web mechanics. I did really like the fact that you could unlock like Green Goblin to play as at the end and things. Games don't do that sort of thing enough anymore. I'm glad I decided to switch back into the just chatting category instead of staying in Undertale, because like I don't know what people I don't know what people could expect to just like click into this stream right now. But we weren't doing numbers tonight anyway. Numbers are too divided on Twitch today. And Undertale was like slightly agitating me. And I needed to give it a break. So I guess this is just what this stream was supposed to be tonight. I don't think we're even gonna raid anybody, to be honest. I'll probably like do a shout out or something, but I think I'm just chatting with you guys for a few minutes. I appreciate anybody who's here lurking and watching this stuff, and thank you very much for the follows. I want to re-thank Miguel O'Hara, Sid Calico, Ava, and Ava for following today, but also Hush Blue Feeling, Risto, and The Dude Abides all followed while the stream was down, like while the channel was offline. Hey, Jose, how's it going? Played bonk, wrong sound. Are you not streaming right now? Hold on, let me see. Oh, you wrapped up? Are you coming back later, Jose? Is this just a break, or are you done for the night? I guess it is like 1 a.m. now, huh? So for you, it's like midnight? You gotta go to sleeps? All right. Well, I hope you had fun, Jose. Happy birthday. It's just the first of 3 days, right? You going all weekend? What was that? Hold on, let me see. Hey, 10K Zaddy, welcome. Can I call you Zaddy? Yo, what's up? Where the bros at? I'm right here. we're I don't know what to say to expect from this stream. This one's been like weirdly mostly chatting. We did some Undertale earlier, but now we were just talking about Marvel. We also talked about like weird potential ideas for game development that would lead to interesting but probably frustrating experiences. We've been on all kinds of weird topics today, so this is kind of an odd, maybe not terribly representative stream of mine today, but I'm very glad to meet you. You can always call me Zaddy. All right, I will do. Otherwise, you'd do a 24-hour stream. You feeling that energy, Jose? Well, anyway, like, happy birthday. I hope you had a good time with your first of 3 days of stream. You gotta let me know, Jose. I know you've you've hit me up since the beginning of the week, since Tuesday, I think, or maybe even Sunday, about like potentially doing something. I know it's busy, and no harm, no foul at all if you don't want to do anything, if it's too filled up with other things. But if you do, gotta give me some specifics. So that I can plan for it. Otherwise, I'm gonna probably end up being too busy because I got a lot of things coming up. But I'm happy to plan for something. If you wanna do something, just throw me some specifics and I'll be there. I think tomorrow I'm probably mostly hanging out with Forgy, unless it's later at night. This week was terrible and horrible, and you hated it. I'm right there with you, Zaddy. I know I've told the stream this several times, so I'll say it a little quicker. But man, I had work all day yesterday. I wrapped work up at like 10 p.m. at night, and I started 9 a.m. So that was most of my day. I worked yesterday because we had this release thing at my work. And so I tried to go to bed, and my brain rebelled. It was giving me insomnia because it was like, you had no me time. I want to do something fun. Get up and do something fun. So it didn't let me sleep. Eventually, I managed to fall asleep. And then I got woken up 1 hour before I was supposed to work because a friggin' spider bit my arm, and I shook, and it went onto my pillow and landed right in front of my face. So I like reacted in adrenaline, and I flicked it off my bed, and I didn't know where it went. I couldn't find it to get rid of it. And it was 1 hour before I needed to wake up, and I'm like, I'm not gonna be able to fall back asleep now with the fact that there's just some random angry spider around here now, and I have adrenaline, and it's 1 hour before I was supposed to wake up. So I got rudely awakened early, and then work was difficult, and then finally after work I was like, I can finally take a nap. And as soon as I laid down, a huge thunderstorm started going nuts outside, thunder and lightning everywhere, huge like blowing breeze, like knocking the rain against my window, and I couldn't sleep. Friday decided to go like last boss mode and fight me today. Even like Undertale today, I played it, and friggin' it was brutal. One of the bosses took all of my money and all of my food items and all of my health down until I had 1 HP left, and then put me in a section of the game where there was all this cool stuff to buy, but I didn't have any money. So I was like, okay, I'll sell the stuff I do have. And all the shops at that point of the game were like, oh, sorry, you can't sell things here. Like, the option's here, but you can't sell things here. I'm like, I got so frustrated, and I turned it off. Something about this week, Zaddy, something about this week. I'm with you. That was just yesterday and today, but, you know, I'm gonna turn it around on this weekend. I'm gonna come back with some energy on Sunday. For real, for real. You're getting a Cato this weekend, Jose? Make sure to spam pictures of your Cato in either the IRL pics or the animals section of my Discord. I'm really gonna want to see that. I want to feel like I'm part of that cat's life. Zaddy said I didn't have any codeine and promethazine, and that's why it was horrible. Oh, yeah, missing something that you're supposed to be taking is not a fun time. I hope that's gonna get cleared up for you soon, though. You're gonna turn into Spider-Man for real. You know, it would make it worth it. It would make it worth what happened today if I could start climbing around my walls. I mean, I don't know what I'd do with it. I'm a little bit afraid of heights. I don't know if Spider-Man's powers fix that. I'd probably be really lame with them. I'm probably like, well, I'm gonna like hide on the ceiling to spook people sometimes. That's it. I don't know. Maybe I'd try to be a superhero and then I'd just get like, I don't know, shot or something. Actually, if I have the spider senses, I can dodge it though a little. Yeah, maybe I could do it. I just have to have the full array of the powers. Maybe I'll get one of the other Spider-Man powers. Be able to turn invisible or something. Like, what does Miles have? Invisibility and electricity? Or like, get weird vampire fangs like Miguel? I don't know the full array of what Miguel has going on. Everything slows down when you're falling. That would feel so weird. Atreus says there's no way you got spider sense because Spider Lady ruined your gameplay. Yeah, that was a mixture between the fact that my brain was burnt out from this week and my wrists were starting to get like killer pain from like carpal tunnel. That on my second and then especially on my third attempt of Muffet, I'm like, I can't do this. Like, brain and hands are not connecting. The fatigue is kicking in too far. I'm like, if I don't get it on this third try, I'm gonna have to like stop on the first fight of this game. I'm glad that wasn't the case. I'm glad I like just managed to get it with 1 health remaining on the third try. Otherwise, we would have had to end really early. Jose's like, I gotta get some rest now. Wanted to say hello. I'll message you later, Wiki. Brain is mush right now. Yeah, no worries. I just need to have something direct or the time's gonna go away, you know? Because I'm crazy busy too. If we can't end up doing something, that's fine. But yeah. When you know, Jose, when you know. Haru says, Miguel has no spider sense. He developed his own called accelerated vision. I see. Thank you for the lurk too, by the way. And happy birthday! Jose's birthday was a little bit ago, but he's celebrating this weekend now, so I'm actually gonna give Jose a little shout out here too. We can see a Jose clip. If the clips are working, I think they should be.
Closest in the world.
It's only 100.
What's your serial number? 75.
Limited edition, Jose.
Wait, will that be my birthday? Ah.
I'm happy.
I don't know why it is. The vast majority of time, I'll let the clip finish first actually. The vast majority of the time that I give Jose a shout out on this channel, I think it always grabs from that stream for whatever reason. It's like, it's always using the Destiny footage from that exact map with him talking to those exact people about like something. And I always think, oh, we got the same clip again, but it's actually a different clip. It's just a different clip from the same session. They're always talking about something nerdy Destiny-wise. I really want to get back into Destiny a little bit. It was giving me a headache for some reason, but like, I'll give it another go. Maybe it was just that period of time, part of like the dryness of the weather or something. Lately, it's been more humid, which I don't like, but it makes the dry headaches less of a thing, so maybe I'll try it again. There's just a lot of games to play, and I got a little burnt out at Destiny, but it is a good game. But I think, you know, I said I was gonna wrap the stream up 20 minutes early. That was an hour and a half ago. You need to level up your gacha? What's, well, what do you mean, Haruru? Destiny's got nothing to do with gacha, right? What do I need to play? What do you mean? I gotta join Honkai Star Rail or something like that? Do you have one in mind? Oh, you need to level up your clip gacha. I see. I completely missed one of the words in there, and it changed the context. Like, which gacha am I missing out on? Your clip gacha. I see. I don't know. Maybe the Jose clips from that particular moment in Destiny are like the gold standard. Matreus says no Destiny for me. New reasons come up as to why. Did you even need new reasons, Matreus? You didn't like Destiny to begin with. I think no Destiny for me has been a constant for you the entire time I've known you, I think. Stop pulling 3-star clip. Hey, why is that a 3-star clip? Maybe I'm actually getting the good ones constantly and I'm just like too good. Who's rating these clips? Do you guys have some kind of like page indexing them that I'm missing out on? When you have a brother who plays it all the time and I always hear about it. Yeah, that happened to me with Warframe for a little bit. Although I did start playing Warframe for a time. I was never able to play it nearly as much as my brother. And I got burned out on it. And I'm like, man, how do you play this all the time? But he was very good at it. He was always like the highest up at the, like about as high on the mastery rank as you could be without having been there for some events that he was too late into the game on. Haru says War of the Visions, FFBE, Final Fantasy Tactics, like gacha if you're looking for new gacha though. War of the Visions is the Brave Exvius one. Is that new? I really haven't been following Final Fantasy stuff at all. I didn't realize that was a new one. Final Fantasy like puts such a bad taste in my mouth now. I still like Original 7. I still like Original 8, Original 9, Original 10. 10-2 was messy. That was the start of the downfall, but it was still good. It's still a good game, especially now that you can compare it to everything that comes after it. But I've completely stopped following all these other things. Like, honestly, for the longest time when people were talking about, oh, we got like young short-haired Sephiroth clips now where he's talking about like how he has to like save the people of the world and he just really cares and we're gonna create like the redemption arc for him. I honestly thought that was the next installment of whatever the heck this Final Fantasy VII remake is trying to be. I didn't realize it was its own, like, the Ever Crisis thing that tries to tell the whole story. It's weird though, because it seems like Ever Crisis jumps around a lot from like the pre-Crisis Core stuff to Crisis Core to Final Fantasy VII, but not in order. It'll like jump back and forth, and it's gonna insert young Sephiroth at some point in there somewhere. I don't know. It feels like a lot. I'm looking forward to Kingdom Hearts 4 still. I know some people like Matreus here didn't care for 3, so the notion of 4 probably doesn't sound too nice. Some of the stuff they're making I'm still following enough to like be interested in, but they've definitely like lost me on some things. 4 doesn't look good to me at all. I don't feel like we have enough to go off of on 4. Because Kingdom Hearts has never looked like whatever the original teasers they gave was. Like, even 3, almost all the way up toward the point where they released 3, like, we started to see proper trailers when 3 was getting closer that showed Frozen and stuff, but, like, everything else we got for so many years on 3, and that was 13 years of footage, was, like, the occasional shot of, like, Twilight Town with Sora surfing on some shadows. But like Kingdom Hearts 2, it's like, oh, we've got this weird, like, the characters are all tall now and they're in black coats and there's a 2 Keyblade wielding person and it's all in like a rainy like gothic futuristic looking town, like, or city, big buildings. Like, what the heck is this? This is all different. And like the kind of it was like kind of a mesh of a couple scenes that sort of happened in Kingdom Hearts 2 all in one area and was completely non-representative of like the rest of the game. In fact, I kind of almost feel like they made that area in Kingdom Hearts 2 simply because they had it in their teaser and they didn't really know what they were going to do ahead of time, because all like the words flying around in the teaser, they don't make any sense. Half of them are unused stuff. I think sometimes they just make these teaser things and then try to figure out how it gets fit in later. Kingdom Hearts 4 is going to show Squeenix's other worlds, probably. We'll see. They've been really shying away from Final Fantasy. One of my biggest problems with Kingdom Hearts 4 is that we've got pretty much no Final Fantasy in it. I think Auron was referenced once in like the opening whoa, it's like a voiceover that happened before you go to the Hercules world. And then there were Moogles, and that's about it. There were, it was Cloud that was referenced. I thought it was Orin. I was forgetting at this point. And then there's like some gummy ships and stuff, but they really brought it down versus some of the other games. But it would be nice. People speculate the Tokyo and the teasers, The World Ends With You. Yeah, I don't really think that's much of a speculation. The only thing that makes me not sure whether or not they'll do it is just because they don't always stick to what's in their teasers. Because again, I think sometimes they set that up before they actually know what they're gonna do. But yeah, they showed what is normally the 109 building in Shinjuku, Tokyo. Actually, Shinjuku is not in Tokyo, is it? Is it? I could be wrong. Anyway, Shinjuku is where World Ends With You takes place, but it takes place in a weird, like, death version of Shinjuku. And the 109 building is replaced with the 104 building, 4 being a number that you don't want to see too often in a lot of East Asian cultures because it represents death. So the 104 building was in the death world of Shinjuku, and we see the 104 building, not the 109, but the 104 in the teaser trailer, or in the teaser for 4. And the World Ends With You characters have already been in Kingdom Hearts. So I think it's like, I think saying speculate is probably a little, I mean, it's not confirmed, so I guess speculate's still the right word, but at the same time, it's pretty direct. I'd be surprised if that's not what they were saying. I don't know why they would have had the 104 building in there instead. Obviously, Nomura's doing some weird, like, journey back to what he wanted to do with Final Fantasy Versus 13 as well. Because they have this Yozora character, and they've got the really weird segment. I don't know if you guys ever saw the segment at the end of the DLC with the Yozora battle and the variants of the ending. Did you guys see that stuff? Like, you have the Yozora battle, and you get one ending if he beats you, and one ending if you beat him, which is really, really difficult. It's one of the toughest Kingdom Hearts fights. But if he beats you, Sora essentially crystallizes like in Final Fantasy 13. And again, are they called l'Cie? I think they're l'Cie, and the fal'Cie are the strong ones. Crystallizes like a l'Cie who failed to have their purpose happen, or one that succeeded in having their purpose happen. I don't quite remember the Final Fantasy 13 lore, but Frieza's like a l'Cie, and Yozora's like, I will save you, Sora. But like, also Yozora introduces himself being like, I don't look the way that you see me right now, and he's like, I know Sora, you're not Sora, but you say you're Sora, so you're just not who I expect to see when I hear that name. And he's like, I've been told to save you, and he, kills you and crystallizes you. It's really weird. But if you beat him, he's like, oh, I guess I wasn't supposed to do this yet. And he like wakes up. He has a brief sequence of saying, I've been having these weird thoughts lately. Like, is any of this for real or not? Just like Sora at the beginning of Kingdom Hearts 1. You have that in Yozora's voice, and then he wakes up in the back of like what we consider a modern car in a city that looks modern, full of other cars, and it's straight up just a recreation. It's straight up just a recreation of the trailer of Final Fantasy Versus 13 that we got like 11 years ago or something like that, where what was the name, Noctis, where Noctis, or the early version of Noctis, wakes up in the back of a vehicle and he's got a driver and it's got the same angles and all that. They just recreated it. So they're doing some weird thing that almost seems like Sora's realm was a dream of this like Noctis character, and that Sora's supposed to exist in a different look. We're probably gonna go into some other weird like BS of, stacked sleeping worlds, or something like that. because like the references to Yozora through Sora's worlds were like through a video game, but now Sora seems to exist in a dream world for Yozora. It's probably going to be some stacked like multiverse or the Sleeping Worlds again, because when we did Sleeping Worlds and Birth by Sleep, there was another Mickey from another time period who had no idea who Sora was and looked different. The world was black and white. I mean, that's just how it is sometimes. I don't know. They're not always the best at explaining it, but I don't know. Kingdom Hearts still manages to hold just enough continuity that it keeps it interesting most of the time. Most of the stuff, especially through Kingdom Hearts 3, the end section of that game tied so many things together that most of the continuity still manages to actually survive, despite all the frickery that Kingdom Hearts has done over the years, including doing teasers that don't make sense. Like, I forget some of the things, but the teaser for 2 that was in the city, what's the city called? The City That Never Was, or something like that. Featuring, you know, tall, blindfolded Riku versus double Keyblade Roxas in their cloaks, being like, where is Sora? And all that, in the rainy world and the Neo shadows and all that. A bunch of the words around the screen, there were things like, who are the chasers or something, was one of the things that popped up. That's not even a thing. Nya. Hello, Darth. Nya. That's not a thing that ever became anything in Kingdom Hearts. Yeah. And that fight, it didn't really happen. Yeah. Not in the original game. Yeah. It was in... It was made to happen in other variants. I think like in 358/2 it happened. Yeah. Oh, and now we're ASMR mode. Yeah. But it didn't, even then it didn't happen the same way that it did in the teaser. Yeah. And a lot of like the teaser text that was supposed to be introducing new elements never came up. Yeah. And then Dream Drop Distance that tried to introduce the Sigil of the Recusant. Yeah, I hate that name. To be like, oh, this is how Xehanort gets you. And also, Sora, you've had it this whole time because your outfit has an X on it. Because the suspenders crisscross. So you have the Sigil of the Recusant. Yeah. And that concept just completely went away in 3. Like 3 kinda tried to wrap it up in the extended version in the DLC. They're like, all right, we'll try to cover Sigil of Recusant because we wrapped everything else up. So they're like, oh, we needed this for Xion, Roxas, and Axel to kind of recover their identities. Nya, sorry, Darth. And find the thing that brought them all together to begin with, just for a little bit of closure. Yeah. But yeah, they bring up a lot of stuff that never happened, but then they at least manage to make the continuity tight enough and like address things just enough that you can mostly ignore the stuff that they clearly pulled out of their butts and didn't have any plans for earlier on. Yeah. Atreus says that's probably what makes me laugh in Final Fantasy XIV. They talk about the sigil vaguely. Their answer was, it doesn't mean anything. Wait, they talk about Sigil of the Recusant in Final Fantasy XIV? Yeah. Was there, like, Kingdom Hearts crossover in 14, or? I didn't know it. Very briefly, easy to miss. Huh. Double-bladed Roxas did happen, though, so I was glad that's in. Yeah, it did. And I'm glad that you get the opportunity to do that as Sora with the right forms, too. Like, was it final form or ultimate form? Or do they both use 2 Keyblades? I can't quite remember. I think it's just final form. But it's nice that they do have the ability to use them. I understand a lot of, like, 3... Honestly, like, the vast majority of the goodness of 3 is condensed into the last few hours. As soon as you hit Keyblade Graveyard, the game is, like, amazing. but Keyblade Graveyard's like the final world. So I do understand a lot of complaints with 3 if you're not enjoying the other worlds that much. And there's things to enjoy and there's things to not enjoy about the other worlds. Some of them, like the Frozen world, just like phoned it in big time. But with a lot of time to actually just compare my experiences and how I feel about those different games together, I still gotta say that 3 is my favorite. I've even gone back and replayed 2 just to compare it. It's just like everything that 3 did to actually tie everything together and wrap it up and all that, like Keyblade Graveyard, Onward, and the DLC, even though the DLC was a lot of replaying stuff that existed, it's just so good. It's such combined goodness. It's just like, it makes the experience so much, it was so emotional to me. And I'm not afraid to say that. And it's not like the rest of the game was entirely lacking. The Pirates of the Caribbean world was great. The open world, like, sea thing, they, like, built so many elements just for that world. It feels like they almost had a different team on that one. And, like, some of the planets had really interesting stories. Tangled was done really well. It was cool to see Marluxia again. Some of the Heartless designs were really nice. It was interesting how they brought in some of the elements of, like, the Dream Eaters and things like that. And the Unversed, and like, it was sprinkled all throughout. There was a lot of interest. I have a feeling Frozen was like the first one they did, because remember, this was like created over the course of 13 years. I think Frozen was one of the first ones they did because Frozen was popular around when they started working on the game, and they were like, we gotta get that in, and we gotta have the song in there. That popular song, we gotta put it in there. And I think that they didn't give it the same amount of love. It barely had anything to do with the story. But some of the worlds had a lot of love. The most garbage world, it very much was. So there wasn't even any reason for Sora to be there. Larxene didn't even try to do anything to anybody. The only he didn't even stop Larxene. Larxene was very good at stopping him. If she wanted to do anything, she could have. But like, I think the only thing Sora really did was fight the boss at the end, which I guess was important. Otherwise, Larxene kind of probably would have had, I don't know, broken up the good, positive, loving moment. Was like, nah, I'm gonna steal you guys for the light in your hearts or something. I don't know, maybe. But that world happened despite Sora. He was just kind of an interruption to the flow of the Frozen plot. She made an ice maze with her lightning powers. You're not wrong. She also used wind to blow Sora off the mountain when he was at the top. Do you remember that? There was always sparks in there. It's like, oh yeah, the sparking magnetism let her lift the ice, because obviously, like, lightning creates the right kind of magnetism to lift clearly magnetic ice. And I guess, like, she, you know, you get wind powers if you got electricity because it's like a storm, right? I don't know what they were doing. You didn't even get a fight with her. Actually, did you? I don't think you did. You could fight her in the, like, the data thing in the DLC, but also Matreus said, that's a lot why I hated 3, because of the Keyblade Graveyard wasted my time. When I already waited 13... You disliked the Keyblade Graveyard? That, like, or you mean it wasted your time because you had to wait so long to get to the Keyblade Graveyard for the story to really take off? Is that what you mean? That one, okay. Okay, yeah, that makes more sense. I'm like, of anything to complain about in Kingdom Hearts 3, if your complaint was Keyblade Graveyard Onward, I'd have a really hard time understanding that. Like, I could understand if you didn't like, a lot of people were upset about the fact that they kind of, like, quote-unquote killed Sora at the end. Now, we know Sora's not gone, but the fact that he, like, faded out and all that, they're like, come on, 3 was supposed to be a wrap-up. Couldn't we at least have an ending at the end of the trilogy where everybody gets to be together? But I don't know, I feel like it was fitting. I feel like Sora was warned about that for a very long time, and it was the opening for the next game we needed. Most of the characters got to be together. like Sora was really just doing what he was supposed to do. I mean, what he was not supposed to do, and people told him that. What they did to Kairi, that pissed you off? What do you mean the fact that she was like she was basically like sectioned off, supposedly training for most of the game, and we only saw her in a couple of cutscenes, and then like when they actually brought her in, she like gets her arm caught in the one fight that she that she does and then gets killed. Yeah, I had been thinking ever since 1, honestly, I thought they were gonna fix it in 2. Ever since 1, I was like, okay, they need to give Kairi more time now, right? Because she was the damsel in 1. But like after 1, she'd been through stuff, and she helped Sora with the whole like shadow thing and stuff. So they took a while in 2, but I'm like, okay, we have an older Kairi who's trying to get a little bit more involved in the adventure. She's going with Axel, and then Riku handed her a Keyblade in 2, and I'm like, oh, here we go. We're gonna get Kairi in our party. Nope. And not in 3 either. Although the DLC did at least let you play as Kairi and actually have a full move set and have like a cool Kairi and Sora battle together. You got to play as her a couple times, and I appreciated that. Not gonna give like main Kingdom Hearts 3 credit for that, but I did at least appreciate that they gave us some more time. Sora's gone, we play as Kairi in Kingdom Hearts 4. No, we've already seen Sora in Kingdom Hearts 4. If the like vague teaser stuff that they're doing is representative at all, I'm guessing they're probably gonna like rehash what they've done before, and we're gonna control Sora and we're gonna control Riku. Because you clearly have Riku like looking for him, so they'll probably be they just keep missing each other, and and we're revisiting the worlds. We're seeing the new worlds as Sora and as Riku perspective. If they're smart, they'll give us a Kairi side too, and never be up to something else. But I don't know. Kairi played real well in that DLC, so she definitely protected herself. Yeah, she was awesome. I like. I loved playing her in that DLC. She had some really cool attacks, nice animations. I don't know, I wish we had more time with it. Nomura didn't give his female characters too much good time anyway. I forget, maybe you don't like Naminé. I remember somebody here doesn't like Naminé, because I've brought up before that I like Naminé, and I would have liked to see her involved in more stuff too. She was kind of gone in 3 as well. We didn't really get her until after the credits. She was like the one character that didn't even get to be part of the whole final sequence, that basically brought in all characters. They even let Yen Sid come in and have a moment of spotlight in the final sequence, but we didn't get Naminé. And I always felt bad, because Naminé was always the character that felt like she as a character felt like nobody really cared about her, and she was very self-sacrificial. And maybe some people are like blah about hearing that, but it would have been nice to like see her like have some moment of feeling like she legitimately mattered, because her whole character was questioning that she ever did, and all she really did was like go into Kairi and fall asleep. Could go the birth by sleep route with all 3 characters. I'd honestly prefer that. And like a lot of people say, oh, maybe we'll see Marvel now, because they sent them to like the alternate universe, and Disney owns Marvel too. I don't know whether I want that or not, because it could be done well and it could be done really poorly, but they have the option to do it. Same with Star Wars. They don't have that many like additional Disney things tapped into. Like I think I'd have to probably like choke my way through a Cars world. I don't know. Like they got some other things, like they could I don't know, try to do something with Moana, but I don't know, what do they have? So they're gonna have to go to some other. Yeah, lightsaber Keyblade would be nice. having to fight Darth Vader, like, please not have it be fight Kylo Ren. I mean, I know like a lot of people are like Darth Vader's overplayed at this point too. I understand they do. That they have kind of like he's become one of those people that they're like, ooh, we gotta throw him into things because people are always hyped when they see him. But Leia's a princess. It's true. It's true if we're still going the princess route. Also, I wonder. So this is very nerdy, but I had a very detailed, descriptive Kingdom Hearts dream one time, and it made me think of some things. And I wonder how much of it I can bring back into my mind, because it's been a while since I thought about it. But I think in that dream, you know, we got this weird thing now where Zigbar is apparently Lushu from, you know, the pre-world world, back where the Master of Masters was in charge of all these different leaders of the unions who trained Keyblade wielders. And he sent Master of Masters sent Lushu out with this like random black box and a Keyblade that had his eye on it. And he was like, if you take my eye with you into the future, like if you just go through your life holding this Keyblade so that my eye is traveling with you, then I will be able to see that future even now. It's like, I need you to travel to all these places because then I'll know what's gonna happen. And Master of Masters had this like book, of course, that seemed to have pictures and stuff to insinuate he knew what the course of the Kingdom Hearts games were gonna have. And this is not the dream. I'm not talking about my dream yet. This is just stuff that's actually in Kingdom Hearts. Like the back cover story and stuff like that. And again, you know, I analyze these things like crazy. I'm just an analyst about things when I get nerdy about them. So we don't know who Master of Masters is, but now we know who Lushu is, at least to some degree. Apparently he shed his original look, and several bodies later he's like Zigbar. But he brought back the members of the Union at the end of Kingdom Hearts 3. And then he's like, oh, you guys want to know what's in the black box? It's a long story. And then they still don't tell us, of course. Most of them, yes. Not the one that, like, really helps you the most in, like, what was her name? Ava? Or something that is, like, essentially the best of them. Or the goodest of them. She dead, yeah. Or supposedly. Knowing Kingdom Hearts, I bet we're gonna see her. And there's a lot of mentions to she also. You remember there's all these references to a girl that we never hear the full story about all throughout these games, which has been considered to be this other character that, yeah, from 2 and also from Birth by Sleep, like Axel and Saix, young Axel and Saix wanted to be friends with her, and she was like in in Ansem's care, and he did experiments on her or something, and they wanted to break her out. We don't have that filled in, and there's some character from the Union X games that people think it might be. There also might be a reference to her in the world where it's just like souls, you know, the stars that represent souls when you're in the final world that looks like all sky in Kingdom Hearts 3 after Sora dies. There's just stars, and one of them seems like it might be representing the girl, but it may also be somebody different. So, I don't know, there's room for that to be a few people. Ava's one of those people. If her name is Ava, that sounds kind of right and kind of wrong at the same time, so I might have the name wrong. That, like, those characters, it's harder to remember the names. Anyway, though, I think I had this dream about Kingdom Hearts from overanalyzing. and there was like, this is like Zigbar, like some slightly older Zigbar with his hair loose, or I guess going by Lushu. My dream was basically like, I'll just summarize. There was basically like him and the various union leaders that he brought back, even though they seemed like they were the villains and the box was like a bad thing. They were actually trying to be the heroes because Sora was destined to like destroy the world, because he was going to be the one that Kingdom Hearts ultimately came from and destroyed the world like it did in the past to birth a new one. And that the Dark Side Heartless has always been like him, and the heart shape that came from the Dark Side Heartless was Sora's own, heart that emerges and becomes Kingdom Hearts, and chains all the hearts that Sora had saved across time, all this stuff. So basically, like, Sora was essentially the threat, though he didn't want to be, and Lushu and the others were claiming to be the heroes by needing to kill him. And my dream was like, after Sora essentially like summons Kingdom Hearts and fights Lushu and the others, he ends up back at, what was it, Dawnbreak Town, I think it was called, where the Master of Masters was originally from, and it's like he puts his own, he's essentially a soul at that point, and puts his own body inside the black box. So I'm like, I guess my brain is like, Sora's corpse is in that box, essentially. Sora's body is in that box, and Sora and the Master of Masters was actually basically just Sora's spirit when he was older and crazier. And I don't know, the dream was like very good with the details, and they're away from me now, so I don't remember how everything got there. But essentially that helped me make my mind up of like, I feel like there's a good chance that Master of Masters might be Sora, because his movements are all very much Sora's. A lot of his sayings, things that he said, are like what Sora says. The book that he has, that it looks like it has information from the games, has like drawings inside it. If you look, it's all like the beginning of Kingdom Hearts 1 stuff. Like, you would have had to have the perspective of Destiny Islands to see that stuff. They constantly hide his name. When he gets freaked out by people saying certain things, he does the same arm flail Sora does. When people don't take things he says like seriously enough, he does the same like tired head leaned over thing and then hold it there that Sora does. There's even a glitch, and it's, glitch, quote unquote. There's even a glitch in Kingdom Hearts 3 DLC. I think it's when you're fighting young Xehanort in the Datascape. If you take a selfie of yourself during one of young Xehanort's attacks, Sora's eye texture is replaced with the eye texture that is on the Keyblade, like Lushu's Keyblade, the one that Master of Masters sent off. You see his like normal like blue eyes are instead that eye, and I'm like, that doesn't seem like a glitch that would just happen. All right. That'd be an awful weird just glitch, it's quote unquote glitch. I think that was purposeful. And Sora's eyes are blue with like a little bit of green around the pupil. So is the friggin' Master of Masters eyes on the Keyblade. It looks more crazy and demonic, but there's just like all these tie-ins. I'm like, I think that's just older Sora. Now, I don't know if he's actually intending things to go poorly, or if he's putting all this together because that's the only way that he's able to set things up in the way that he needs to save things at the end, and then it's just another sacrifice because Sora does that a lot. I don't know. And I'm not even sure that Kingdom Hearts is clever enough to pull something like that at the end of the day. At the end of the day, I might be thinking about it more than they are. But it could make sense. It could make sense, and it could be a good plot. So I like to think that way. From overanalyzing things, it still makes sense for the Master of Masters to be Sora. So we'll see. I'm just saying it out loud now in case I've called it in the future. But if it's not Sora, and you know they pull one of those things they've done before where they try to hide a character's identity from you, and then it just ends up being somebody you've never heard of anyway, just because they were only hiding it because they hadn't fully decided what they were gonna do with the story yet. Then pretend I didn't say this. We can just Sora versus future Sora would be cool. I think it's possible. And Demyx, yes, Demyx is a candidate too, Matreus. Demyx definitely still has some things going on. There's some things going on with Demyx that clearly hint that he could be the Master of Masters as well. And a lot of that moveset that I was describing, a lot of the reactions and things, even though it kind of comes straight from Sora's animations, are the same type of thing that Demyx does. And a lot of times in the past where Demyx is he's hinted to people kind of overlooking him and underestimating him, and he's had a few times where he's changed his voice into that slightly more serious form, where he turns around and points before battle, and this is a lot of things where it could be Demyx. It certainly would fit. It's just currently I can't come up with as many reasons that tie Demyx to it as I can with Sora. So I just put my own personal theory on Sora, but I think the chance for it to be Demyx is pretty high up there too. The Sinful Rat, hello, thank you for the follow. We're just on crazy after hours stream rants right now. We played a little Undertale earlier. But we've been talking about whatever for a long time now. We're on Kingdom Hearts spoilers. So if you don't want Kingdom Hearts spoilers, just no. But if you don't mind, yeah, we've been just talking about Kingdom Hearts spoilers and and theories. Although we've been switching topics like crazy. Nice to see you. But yeah, I would accept Demyx. I think that would be cool too. But the Sora thing would be pretty neat. I don't know, I like to see my main characters go through a little bit of I don't know, if trauma or difficult mental things. Cool, I joined because your avatar's hair is super cool. I'm glad you like it. I got a few more accessories in my hair sometimes than I normally would. I got a little marble thing here on my clips that was created by one of my friends, Castrelli, on another channel. And this hairpin on the right side was created by a friend, Peony Estera, from another channel too, as well as the little squiddy cat pin right there at the base of my coat. I love seeing the 3D or the clay PO judge used in this channel when I have this screen up, because the text box on this screen shows it in HD. You just get to see it so well, Matreus. But yeah, I'm glad you like my hair. I'm working on the next look for my, Eccentropy 3.0 look, because this is the 2.0, but this hair is not going anywhere. It's mostly going to be outfit changes and a slight style change. The judge is your favorite. Oh, this judge is your favorite now. I do like it. And it was Pio felt so bad about it when she made it, because she's oh, it's such a failure. It's it's not. What's that? Hey, whoa, hold on. Hey, what's hey. Well, I must say, Matreus gave you those bits. You're gonna thank them? Me as innocent? Matreus, you know the Sinful Rat? Thank you for the 1,000 bits. I appreciate it. Even though you beat me half to death. Do you? I don't know. I was accepting what I was hearing, all right? I'm learning as I go along. You run into so many people. Whether you know Matreus or not, you're very welcome at the channel. I really appreciate the bits. Thank you. That helps make my night. I've had a bit of a rough Friday, I'm not gonna lie. Friday's decided to be the final boss on the end of the rest of the week. It challenged me a lot today. Starting with me getting woken up by being spider bit 1 hour before I was supposed to work, or before I was supposed to get up for work, that is. Right early in the morning. And then having a spider like right in front of my face on the pillow. That was fun. No, but you blame random people for bits in every stream. You know what? That's a type of light trolling or like joking blame that I can get behind. It's like a very positive one. How'd you find me? You found me on the Just Chatting page, or did I show up on a recommended or something? I'm always curious. It's Twitch works in mysterious ways. Some people join through Twitter, but that's less common. I always like to hear when I show up on a recommended for somebody. I feel like that's rare. But anyway, I have super nerded out tonight. Oh, you found me on Just Chatting, nice. I've been super nerding. We talked about Marvel a lot. We talked about Kingdom Hearts a lot. I really overanalyze some of the things that I enjoy. But also I feel nice because earlier in my life, maybe like, oh yeah, Doctor Who also, Final Fantasy. Earlier in my life, I got really into critiquing things, and it came from a good place. It was part of the analysis. I'm just ow, oh, wait, hold on. I'm gonna lose my thought. They're Haruru's bits now, huh? You're British, so you love Doctor Who. I really enjoyed Eccleston through Tennant. I had a hard time with Moffat was the writer. What was his name? Matt Smith. I had a really hard time with the Matt Smith stuff. It was such a change. It was so heavy a change so fast. Because we went right from like, I don't want to go, to spitting out fish fingers and custard. You like Capaldi? Capaldi wasn't bad. They did give me a little whiplash with Capaldi also, because we had like a dark, cool Capaldi season, and then they opened the next one with him like jamming on his guitar axe with his sonic sunglasses or whatever it was. They like to do things like that sometimes, but you love the kindness of the speeches he gave. He was definitely an improvement for me over Matt Smith. And no hate for Matt Smith himself. I'm sorry to say this, because this is probably gonna hit wrong for you, because I know a lot of people love this character. I really disliked Amy Pond. There were some parts I loved, like the episode where we saw Amy get lost in time and she became older, and then you had like young Amy versus young Amy trying to stay over older Amy. That hit me emotionally. That gave me a lot more respect for her character. And there were definitely some episodes that really like drew me toward Amy. They were just later. So I don't hate her. I disliked her personality a lot, and I thought she got away with too much. But I actually blamed the actress for a long time, and I feel bad about that. I blamed the actress for a long time because I was like, I don't know, I think there's just something about the delivery. I don't think it's the writing. I think I dislike this actress. And then I saw her in Marvel, which was the second thing I saw her in. I think she's Catherine Gillan. I saw her in Marvel, and I'm like, man, she can actually act. I guess it was the writing. Karen Gillan, not Catherine. Okay, yeah. you'd say Amy was a weaker character, Rory was better. Yeah, Rory was wonderful. That whole like Spartan arc for him, very good. I didn't like hate the Stephen Moffat stuff at first. I just think that like Stephen Moffat he's a fantastic concept writer. So when he was like one of the writers back during like the Tenant stuff, he'd come up with some of the most brilliant episodes. I loved the library stuff. I loved Blink. The Doctor Dances, I think, was his. He did some great stuff, but you can see a lot of similarities behind a lot of his things. And when it came down to him having to write season after season after season after season, I kind of felt like the brilliance and his ability to do concept writing dropped a little bit because he's less good at continuity, so he lost some of the continuity. And if you have like a really excellent concept writer have to write every episode for a really long time, it makes their writing seem less good because a lot of the same themes come back up. Best thing in Doctor Who that was ruined was the Weeping Angel. Exactly. Like he should have, like that was so good in Blink. But by the time we had the Statue of Liberty being a weeping angel, or like weeping baby angels, or like seeing them move like stone in real time and kind of breaking the rules that were set about them. I mentioned, I'm overly analytical on things that I enjoy, and I enjoyed the heck out of Doctor Who. So when Moffat's writing came up, and you could enjoy Moffat's writing a lot on surface level, but if you started getting overly analytical about Moffat's writing, it didn't hold up. In his own seasons, that is, not in his individual episodes. Because again, his individual episodes and the other stuff were brilliant. But his seasons, they just didn't hold up the same way, so it pushed me away from the show a bit. And I didn't watch all of Capaldi because I had just had some Doctor Who burnout after some time, so I never quite made it to Chris Chibnall and like the female Doctor. Or I hear that they've brought Tennant back, and I don't know how that, like what the story elements are that that led to that or anything. I'll probably get back into watching it someday to try and get there. But right now I'm very out of it. I think the last thing I watched was the season with the Mistress. That was a Capaldi one, which was a bit weird also. Not that she was the mistress, but just sort of they sacked all of the character development that the Master went through. Like the Master had, like in season 4.5, the Master went through a lot of character development, and it was just gone when we saw the Mistress. I'm like, what happened? That was so good. It was such a good storytelling, and it's gone now. And anyway, that's all we've been doing. That's all we've been doing in here. I was supposed to end almost 2.5 hours ago. I was gonna end the stream early, and we're like 2 hours overtime now. But I've just been enjoying sitting here at the end of Friday and having some nerdy, overly analytical talks with the chat. It's nice to have those sometimes. This is a pretty quiet day because the way that Twitch is landscape now, it's like a lot of people, now that, you know, some of the mandates are gone and people can enjoy their lives outside more, a lot of people go out on Friday nights and Saturday nights now. At least a lot more than, you know, they did in the last couple of years. But a lot of streamers are still set up with their regular streaming schedule happening on Saturdays and Friday nights. So nowadays, like, Fridays and Saturdays tend to be a lot of streamers streaming and fewer viewers to split between them. I'm looking at my friends list here, and almost the entire list of people that I see who are live right now, I see 1 viewer, 2 viewers, 4 viewers, 4 viewers, 9 viewers, 3 viewers, 13 viewers, and the 13 is somebody who's usually like more around 30. It's all kind of quiet tonight. Sinful Rat says, I do find it funny that the SCP and Doctor Who had the same idea around the same time. Oh yeah. SCP 179? No, that's not right. Let me refresh my SCP knowledge. SCP 173. Oh, I was close. I gotta play one of the SCP games on stream at some point. Well, okay, I should say I've got to play Containment Breach on stream at some point, but I'm just like intimidated by it. That game is so tough and it's so frightening. But I gotta try it out. What's wrong, Darth? How you doing, by the way? You at work currently? I'm gonna have another sip of my water here. I do probably gotta wrap up stream shortly here just because I'm 2 hours overtime. But the nice thing about a Friday is I'm not working tomorrow. I just gotta get some sleep. My brain is a little dead from the week. You've not blamed Darth yet? Oh, I mean, don't empty your pockets on me, Sinful. I really appreciate it, but also make sure you're not going too hard on your money. I think I've already got a dent in the side of my head, too. If you want a continuity game, Alan Wake and Control. Oh god, it's happening again. Oh, I guess I didn't really need the brains on that side of my skull anyway. It's fine. Thank you, Sinful. What do you like to be called? I want to refer to you right. Should I say Sinful Rat? Do you want to be called Rat? Do you want to be called Sinful? I appreciate the 3,000 bits so far. Thank you. Excuse me. Thank you, Darth Valder, for the 1,000 bits. And Haruru and Matreus. Darth says, procrastinating packing my stuff to move back into the house. I'm gonna have that situation coming up this next year. I encountered something weird recently because, alright, I'm gonna get a little bit nerdy here. You guys don't even know that I like Miku. And I like Miku in a way that Miku's been like inspiration for me. Like, Miku's been a muse for a lot of things aesthetically for me. I'm not, like, and occasionally I've enjoyed the songs and stuff. I'm not a big Miku fanboy, but I like the kinds of presence that Miku has. A lot of like the wires and old amps and guitars and the Wi-Fi electronics weird presence of Miku that can range from being like ditzy glitchy computer character to practically God is interesting to me. But they were doing this like anniversary, it's like the 16th birthday of Miku or something, and they got this really nice statue, and I was like, I either want that or I want to like gift it to Froggy. So I went to pre-order it, and it was like, oh, they're gonna ship out October 2024. And I'm like, you know what? I can't do this because you gotta pre-order it and you gotta put in the address they gotta send it to. And my plan is that in May 2024, I'm gonna be moving. I want to have the living by myself experience, because previously in life, I lived for 10 years with one of like my ex-girlfriend and her mother. Actually, I guess I lived there about 8 years, but I lived in their place for a while, and that was not a pleasant time, because that was the girlfriend I've occasionally referenced that was abusive toward me, and I've done a lot to recover from that point. If you were talking to the Ricky from that time now, it'd be almost unrecognizable, even in how I talked. So that wasn't a great time, but I lived there. That was in Brookline outside Boston. And then I lived with my family for a bit in another part of Massachusetts. And then I dormed at college for a while, and then I moved back with my family in the other part of Massachusetts. And then they started losing their house to foreclosure because my family was in poverty, and I had been too, but I got myself out of it. That's not the case anymore. Not trauma dumping, because I've built myself out of that point in life. But that being the case, me being the only one that had built myself out of it really at that time, I took it upon myself to buy a house and have my sister and my mother move in with me at my house because their house was going into foreclosure. So the house that I'm currently living in now is that one. It's the first house that I bought a little earlier than I planned on buying a house, but it's the first house I bought, and I've been living with them here. And that's been for the past 4 years or whatever, with the notion that sometime later I was going to move. And that moving time is going to be 2024. So this is going to be the first opportunity in the entirety of my life where I'm going to be like, I can live by myself. Are you happy? I would say that I'm probably happier at this point in my life than than a lot of my life in the past, because it sounds like a lot all at once, probably to you, Sinful. I'm pretty honest about my life in stream. A lot of it sounds really negative. If I'm like, oh, I was in an abusive relationship for 10 years. First couple of years of it really didn't feel that way. I don't know if it was or not. It was probably a slow build. But if I say that, that sounds really bad. But I'm out of that, and I have grown immensely from that experience. I grew up in awful poverty, and I faced a lot of negatives of the system, but I'm out of that because I worked my way out of it. Hold on, I want to get more lo-fi going. It looks like ours ended. Let's put back on Balam Garden, huh? There we go. And I bought my own house, and I helped out my family, and I have a actual loving girlfriend now, and all that stuff. So yes, I'm in a happy point in my life. I've done a lot to get here. I started the streaming thing. I've got so much ambition for things I want to do. I'm really happy. And there's a lot of things I want to bring you guys. It took me a long time to get here, but I did. So it's all good. All this negative stuff is in the past. And there's a little bit more negatives in the future. That's just how life is. But I think I'm much more prepared to do it. But one thing that I've never been able to do is have the experience of kind of living by myself. And I'm a city guy. Right now I'm in a little suburb because it was the more affordable housing situation for my first. But I've never had the opportunity to live by myself. So I kind of want to go either buy a house near very near or on the edges of the city, or I want to get an apartment in the city proper. And that's Boston for me because I live in Massachusetts. A lot of people know here. So I'd like, to have that experience of living by myself. And maybe have the apartment thing, have the city life, have a little bit of that. That's a form of freedom that I haven't felt like I had yet. And I got a lot of freedom in my current situation because I own this house. And, I'm not living under anybody else's rules or anything, but I'm not living by myself either. So I'd really like to experience that. So sometime in 2024, I'm thinking May, I'm going to try and move. I'm going to put up my house for sale, and I'm going to go somewhere else. That being the case, a big, long way to get back to saying this, I was looking at this Miku figurine for the birthday, and I'm like, it ships out October 2024. I legitimately don't know where I'm gonna be. I can't put in an address for that because I don't know what address it's gonna have. I just know that I'm not gonna be at this one anymore. So that was interesting. That was an interesting thought to have. It's a very long-winded way to get there, but it's funny. And Sinful Rat says, or Rat, okay, your handle is Rat. Rat says, that's wonderful, though. I'm glad things are looking up. You kept putting one foot in front of another. That's beautiful. It's a hard thing to do sometimes. And there was some luck that worked its way in there. But it was a lot of hard work. It people can get paralyzed if you start in such a deep area. Like, a lot of people who start in severe poverty, it's like the notion of being able to get out of that is so extreme because there's so much in the way that you really gotta like figure out how to approach it in a way that you think of one step ahead. You know, like you said, one foot in front of the other. Because in little ways you can build yourself out of the hole. But it can be a lot. I've definitely gone through a lot of tough times with it. I'm just glad. I'm thankful for the fact that I am where I am. Thankful to past Ricky for working as hard as he did. Oh, by the way, my name is Ricky. Channel is Eccentropy, but my name's Ricky. You'll hear it here a lot. Or like Wiki, as Haruru said, but it's not with a W, alright, Haruru? But I'm thankful for past Ricky working hard, and I'm also thankful for any of the parts of it that actually were luck, because there was a part, you know, there were some things where, like, if something happened any earlier or any later than it did, I would have been a lot worse off. That's just the universe being nice, also. Still, just having luck doesn't disregard the willpower to keep moving forward. Yeah, there was definitely a lot of that. But there was also there's a lot of the universe being nice sometimes too. Whether that's luck or not, I'll leave to anybody else, anybody's own personal beliefs about how things work. You know, people who believe in higher powers, or people who believe in karma, or people who believe the universe is designed more in a specific way that we just can't see or perceive currently, or people who just think it's blind dumb luck. Whatever it was, any of those things. I'm just grateful for it happening that way. I'm gonna have a sip of water here and then I'll read what you guys were saying. All right. I'm getting sentimental too, because right now it's like 2:14 a.m. It's not even like 2:14, it is 2:14 a.m. P.O. Box would actually definitely be an option. I just have to open one because I currently don't have one. But I might. I don't know if I'm gonna like do it in time to pre-order one of those figurines, but maybe. There's a couple deadlines coming up I have to hit. I don't want to talk about any of them because they're all secret, but I've got some things that I'm trying to do that will be cool for you guys, I think, if I manage them. But we'll see. We'll see. I'm in my hard-working arc here. I've only been a VTuber for like a year. I've been streaming for like 3 years, and I was using a PNG for a while, so you can kind of say that's a VTuber, but I would show up on cameras sometimes too. I've only really been doing this like solid, committed schedule, like streaming 3 times a week with the Eccentropy 2.0 look and these cool backgrounds and all this stuff for about a year. And I'm constantly trying to bring new things in for you guys right now. I'm in the hard-working arc, which is experimental. I'm trying a lot of things I haven't tried. Some things fail, some things I don't get ready in time because I underestimated how long they'd take, but some things are big successes too. And I'm trying to make it so that, you know, anytime lately if you look at a stream and then look back at the stream a month before that there's some like clear new additions, because there's a lot I can bring to you guys and I want to bring to you guys. Even if it's just something silly, like this. Hold on, I'm gonna do it. Like this guy. Like the Squiddy Cat version of the annoying dog from Undertale. I actually like threw that together in Game Maker and then DaVinci Resolve like in a couple hours one day. But it's still fun. Just little things like that. I just want there to be options for people. Cat luck, yeah, a little bit of cat luck. Jose liked that annoying Squiddy Cat thing a lot. He hasn't even played Undertale, so he didn't get the reference, but he's like, I love how scuffed it looks. Can we have it be an emote? So I actually put it as a sticker on the Discord. And I guess that's worth mentioning. I know there's a few new people in here. If any of you use Discord and like to join channels and are enjoying this enough that you'd like to hear news and see my schedule and all that, I do have a Discord. There it is. It's pretty chill. It's not terribly active. We get a number of messages in there every day, and I talk to people on there, but you know, there's suggestions channels for anything you want to see on the stream, and there's places to post about your pets and art, and my Twitter feed goes through there, and my announcements go through there. So it's kind of a nice place to be a part of if you like the channel. I also recently sent out an announcement on that Discord that in October we're going to be doing a big overhaul. There's a lot of channels I'm getting rid of. There's a few channels that are getting combined, and I'm going to be doing some changes in roles and rules a little bit on there, but it's all going to be good stuff. The ones that I'm getting rid of are all channels that are either completely unused or used like by one person, or were just there for me to use, like polls, but we don't get too much usage out of it. I just mentioned a minute ago, I've been streaming for 3 years, but I've only really been doing like this thing with these themes and all that for 1. So I want to kind of like back when I created this Discord, it was just sort of random. It was I was a webcam stream. I didn't have any themes or anything. I was just basing it off other Discords I had seen, some experiences I had of larger streamers and stuff. I want to now make it Squiddy Cat themed. I want to like make it feel like it's a place for us, for this channel. I want to make, you know, viewers go in there and say, yeah, this is an Eccentropy place. This is what I would expect, instead of it just kind of seeming random and broad. Oh no.
The underscore sinful underscore at GADX2500. Well, that Darth underscore Naira and Haru Kenshi and Madrayachi gave these.
I didn't get pelted. Thank you so much, Sinful. That's like so many bits. That's like more bits than I've gotten. What is, you've been done like 5.5. You've done like 5.5 thousand. Okay, you might be innocent, but at the same time, listen, I don't think I've gotten that many bits in like the last 6 months. I don't know, maybe that's a little exaggeratory, but that is a lot, all right? Thank you. If you want me to thank them, I'll thank them instead. But also, like, for real, you're making my night here, man. But also, please, I don't know what your financial situation is, but also protect your wallet. I'm always careful with that, because you just heard I used to be in a bad one myself, so I never want there to be any buyer's remorse. But still, I'm very, very grateful. Thank you. Not since the VTuber reveal. What, Matreus? I haven't revamped since the VTuber reveal. Oh, the bits. Gotcha. Yeah, I did get a lot of bits when we revealed it. That's true. The celebration. Also, Darth says, oh, sad news, the older cat rejected the tabby kitten, so they had to go back to their mom. Oh no, that's sad. I mean, at least like they still had the mom to go back to. You didn't. It's worse if you adopt from like a shelter, like it's a shelter cat, and then it doesn't work out in your house, because then they have to go back to the shelter, and it's like, no. No. At least I had a house. Not since Rachel stopped being a regular. Don't ask about Rachel, Sinful. No. Rachel's never really been a regular anyway, Haruru. We lost both Rachel and Noseflip. God, the people who know the demons of my past. No, Rachel came into existence initially when I was a webcam streamer, and I was playing with some face filters rather. Via Snapcam on my computer, and I tried out the one that was like the My Twin, which makes you look well, the one I was using makes you look feminine, So it put long hair on me and made me look feminine. And it was, everybody laughed about it because in that state was the first and only time that I have ever naturally gone above 50 viewers without a raid at once. Was that stream that I put on the female face filter. Suddenly, like, a lot of people were joining in. I was getting a lot of bits and followers and all that. And I'm like, wait, no, stop. I feel like I'm lying to you. I'm like, I don't look like this normally. If you're joining for this, it was just a filter. But like, people put a name on Rachel, and Rachel became essentially part of the lore of the channel, I suppose. That's what it is. Nose flip just refers to my previous model. That's the one that I drew and rigged my own previous model. It was a little bit flat. It was a little non-professional, but it had its charm. But if I turned my head back and forth, the nose just kind of like flipped on its axis. And people got a kick out of that. No demons, only cat boys. Hey, not a cat boy, right? I got human ears. Look, just cause there's a lot of squiddy cat theming, and technically on my. Okay, yes, the hood, Matreus. Yeah. And Kenshi, yes, I do have a Nya redeem. Because the hood does have cat ears. And technically my gloves and shoes have cat beans on them as details, but there's human fingers underneath, alright? And I still have the human ears in here, not a cat boy. Alright? So people fell for your feminine version? They did. They did, and there's still people in this channel who are like, please bring Rachel back. So we talk about it sometimes. Alright, let me see. Oh, 1 minute, end every sentence with Nya redemption. Nya. Thank you for that, Darth Valder Nya. Or Darth Nyader Nya. Yeah, okay, so maybe I do give chat the ability to kind of give me a hard time about being a cat boy. Yeah. I mean, I have created these redeems. Yeah. Even if they were kind of chat's ideas most of the time. Yeah. Or inspired by chat. Yeah. I guess this sort of thing does happen. Yeah. Oh boy. Yeah. Anyway. I want to thank you guys very much. Like, you saw, the Undertale kind of gave me a hard time today. I mean, you know, it would push you to 200 viewers. Catgirl Rachel, oh god. You're probably right. Hey, Altair took the hood off. That doesn't happen too often. I really appreciate you guys, because Undertale gave me a hard time today. Undertale... That one boss fight with Muffet, it killed my wrists. I had to try it 3 times. My carpal tunnel was acting up. I needed to do wrist stretches. Even the fight that I won, it took every single piece of my food that I had in my inventory. It took all of my in-game money, and it brought me down to 1 HP. It's like I couldn't have been any more drained than I was after that fight. And it didn't give me any of that back, and then it immediately threw me into a part of the game where there are a bunch of cool things you could buy, but I didn't have any money because of that fight. And then all the people who had the sell option didn't let me sell anything because they were like, oh, we don't actually let you sell here. And I'm like, I was so sad. It beat me down a little bit. I had to end Undertale a little early because I was like, no, I have to have my mind in the right place to play this game. I want to do the voices. I want to enjoy the story. So I got a little like sad from that. And I'm like, okay, we'll sit it down. We'll continue on Sunday or Tuesday. depending on if I want to throw an Elden Ring stream in there first. And I was gonna end stream a half hour early or 20 minutes early. We are now 2.5 hours overtime, purely because you guys have stayed here and allowed me to talk about nerdy stuff with you, and there's been generosity from Rat, from the other people that Rat was blaming, and there's been a lot of like joint nerdiness and sharing theories. Not Rat. Yeah, you're not. That's not Rat, and I'm not Cat. All right, there, we can be on the same page. Rat is innocent. Okay, you joined the server. Where do I find this Rachel thing? Probably the easiest way to find Rachel, because you know, if you're not somebody who worries about having immersion broken by seeing the face behind the model, I have not deleted any of the clips of me as a cam streamer. So if you go into the clips section and you know, you sort it so that you're not looking just at featured clips, and you go to all time, there should be some Rachel ones pretty close to the top. They were some of the more popular clips because people liked Rachel. But anytime you see like the girl look with the long hair and all that, yeah, that'd be where you find Rachel. And at some point we'll probably have a VTuber Rachel, just because people like Rachel so much. We'll probably have a VTuber Rachel model come in and have her own look and everything like that too. Just because she's now made it into part of the lore. Darth, why are you giving false information? You're like, oh, that's not on Discord, they're on OnlyFans. I'm not sure you're even supposed to say OF here on Twitch, so let me just say OF. I don't have one of those, alright? That's just Darth trolling. Hey, I have long hair. I used to have long hair. There's nothing wrong with it. I'm just saying I don't have it anymore. So if you see long hair, that's the Rachel stuff. Honey Buns, welcome, welcome. Thank you for the follow. That's such a cute emote. Who did that come from? Let me see. X Recudo? Interesting. I don't know that person yet. I'm gonna have to check it out. But cute emote. Welcome, welcome. Thank you. Elvana says the only Rachel I know is Rachel Ray. Yeah, you don't need to see Rachel. Elvana, it's fine. It's fine. Oh, and you got like a Halloween one too. Halloween's coming. Who's excited for October? Do we have any of the big like Halloween fans here? Some people go nuts for that holiday. It used to be my favorite one when I was a kid, when I dressed up regularly. You love Halloween, Matreus? It's got such a cozy feeling to it. October's like, fall is nice. People having fun dressing up is nice. I always think back on the weird like plasticky, clothy, like factory smell of shopping for Halloween costumes and things like Party City or aisles of like Target or Walmart or something, and just smelling like just childhood memories of things that probably aren't like good smells, but super nostalgic. Honey says, me finally, I won't be dealing with hot summer days anymore. Oh, I hate the summer. I don't hate the summer, but I kind of hate the summer. Like when I was growing up, I'm like, ooh, summer's the best and spring is the best, because my parents felt that way. And so I guess I got it ingrained in me that those were the best ones and that winter was a pain. But as I got older, I'm like, no, man, I like winter so much better. I can always put on more clothes. I can always, you know, bundle up in a nice comfy blanket and it's so cozy, and sit by a heater or something, like nice and toasty. Or God, yeah, I thought it didn't work. I thought that was disabled. Oh boy, I just got more bits in my hair. Thank you, Rat, or thank you, Honey Buns, because Rat decided to blame Honey Buns for that one. My God, man, 6,000 bits in one stream. Seriously though, thank you. Let me see what people were saying. You're a huge fan of fall and winter. Yeah, me too. They're so nice. Yeah, summer does. I'm not a big fan of summer, especially because right now I'm living in a very suburban area, even though I was used to city before. And I'm moving back to city next year. But in suburbs, in spring and summer, there's so many bugs. So many bugs. Rat says being called Rachel ain't so bad. I got a Kevin Bacon wannabe because of a selfie on one of my Discords. Oh man. Yeah, Rachel's not bad. Rachel's just like, oh, what do we call a female Ricky? And I'm like, Ricky can be a female name. When I was growing up, there was like a talk show host, Ricky Lake, who was female. But this is a different spelling. R-I-K-K-I, I think. It's R-I-C-K-Y for me, but everybody was like, oh, we like Rachel. I'm like, Rachel's good. Uru says, I prefer Christmas. I'm sure Halloween is mostly just an American thing for you to like it that much. It depends. I had a Korean girlfriend for a short time, 6 months, and I'm talking like actual Korean, like she lived in Korea. And I visited Korea too, and I talked to some people there about American traditions too, because they were like, oh, it's American. We're going to talk to them about American stuff. And, oh! Atreus, thank you for gifting a tier 1 sub to the Sinful Rat. Rat, we're called the Squiddy Cats here, or at least the followers are, so you're now a Squiddy Cat. And you can use the emotes. The Squiddy Cats are this guy right here, see that? That's the original Squiddy Cat, that's Binky. It's channel mascot. A lot of the emotes are about that, and like some of the pins and things that I'm wearing are based on the Squiddy Cat. So that's what I call you guys. And also to Honey Buns. I appreciate that, Matreus. Welcome, 2 new Squiddy Cats. You can use the emotes. How did I give bits? I don't have the money. Shh, don't question it, honey. Do you want to be called Honey or Buns or Honey Buns? I don't mind saying the whole thing all the time. Just saying honey like that felt a little bit weird coming out of my mouth because I'm like, sounds like I'm just calling you honey like a, call you Bun Bun. Okay, gotcha. Yeah. I just tried to shorten your name and then I was like, oh no, it sounds like I'm calling you like a sweet name or something. Bun Bun, gotcha. Oh yeah, we also have the Squiddy Cat, that's true. the new annoying Squiddy Cat, that's right, we do have that one. Thank you, Altair. Alright, let me scroll back up a little bit here. All I was saying about the Korea thing is that apparently they were big fans of Halloween there too. People kept bringing up Halloween, being like, oh, we like Halloween. They liked Christmas also. But, yeah, it's not only America. Who used Demote Me Daddy? Oh no, Honey Buns. It's very quiet right now. Hold on, I don't know how to test this. Oh, I do know how to test this. Okay, we're gonna have a short behind the scenes here for a second, alright? Because I've noticed that a lot of my alerts and things are very quiet today. And my computer likes to change settings on me every time something updates, or this or that. So let me see if I can go into the extensions. And I'm gonna go into my extensions, and we're gonna click on the sound alerts. And configure it. Basically, I want to test to see what volume channel it's on, so I can turn it up. You guys gotta hear stuff when you use your points and bits and stuff to play it, so. Let me see. There we go. My alerts. All right, let me see. Okay, that's testing a Goofy Scream one. Now let me test it if I turn this up. Ooh, okay, that was a bit louder. All right, so it's on that volume right now. Okay, I see. So that's why that's not supposed to be the volume it's on. I'll mess with that off stream. But anyway, at least I know that's there now, so. Now I can go to the one that you redeemed, even though I hate to play it again. Just so you can hear it better. This was it. Demote me, mommy. Oh no, that's the wrong one. That's the mommy version. I'm sorry, ignore that. It was this one. Demote me, daddy. God dang it. Those both come from a long time ago. Those come from my Valorant playing days when I was playing with a guy named Kyung Soo, who absolutely I had to do things to make him cringe sometimes. He didn't like it when I leaned close to the mic and said weird things. And if I ever said something like daddy, he was like, no, please stop. So those only came from my mouth, all right, to give him a hard time. But people were like, you need to make it a sound redemption. So I did, and now it's like my most commonly used sound redemption. Demote me, daddy. Oh, no. Alright, so it's on that volume. So if I want to play our lo-fi, I gotta turn this down. Okay, I think that's a decent blend. Tell me if the music sounds too loud or too quiet. I'll try to mess with it more off stream, but I try not to do too much behind the scenes. Elva, have you not heard those before? Oh boy. Yeah, I didn't intend the free demote me, mommy, Altair. Enjoy that. That's usually when you gotta pay bits for. Aw, I like the sad cat emote. Honey. Bun Bun. I'm so used to shortening to like the beginning of the name, and it sounds it sounds strange coming out of my mouth. Alright, I'm just scrolling up here for a second to make sure I didn't miss anything. We were talking about Christmas and Halloween. Trace at you Christmas. Honey says I can't wait for Halloween, Thanksgiving, and Christmas. They can all be good. I don't do too much for Thanksgiving most of the time anymore, but it's just kind of because of the availability of people, and also the last couple of years having like get-togethers be a little bit more of a no-no. Oh, and before Honey got the gifted sub, excuse me, again, I'll get used to it. See, I'm not very good with names. I usually have to like ask people several times or write it down. You said Bun Bun, yeah? Before Bun Bun got a gift sub, Bun Bun said, wish I could sub to you to support more, and I think that's really sweet that you said that. And maybe that's one of the things that encouraged Matreus to give the gift as well, so I appreciate that, thank you. I'm just scrolling through stuff that was said several minutes ago. We saw the annoying Squiddy Cat, good, and then I went in and started messing with the sound alerts. Alright, I think I'm about caught up. The free devote me, mommy, yes. Alright, good. Good. Thank you guys very much for being here and doing all this tonight. I'm very grateful, because Undertale beat me up a little bit today. I enjoyed it, I still had fun with it. I had a lot of fun with the voices. I like throwing on the filter to do Metaton and and who else did we have? We had Papyrus and Alphys and various other side characters and Muffet tonight. But the Muffet boss fight beat up my wrists and a little bit of my mentality, and not being able to get any of the cool stuff from any of those shops because all of my money was spent on that fight and all that. It got me down a little bit. So I'm really grateful for these last few hours, even if it's overtime and it's approaching 3 a.m. my time, so I really do gotta go. I was supposed to stop at 12 and it's approaching 3 a.m. All like these extra hours of being able to just nerd out and just have chats with you guys and meet some new faces and have a good time, like I really needed this. This was an awesome end to kind of a tough week and a tough Friday. Some nice rest, some nice good feelings, positivity, and I'm really happy to meet some new people who are in the channel, like Bun Bun and Rat. welcome very much. I hope you enjoyed your time here, even though it's really just been a chatting portion. I'm gonna try and do some more art streams, but usually we do gaming over here. Our big game at the moment is Elden Ring, but we're also playing Undertale, and there's a lot of other games like the Yakuza series and Danganronpa and things like that I want to bring in, as well as some more, one-offs, shorter things like that. So we got a lot of cool stuff, and I'm in this experimental arc on my channel. I keep calling it the hard-working arc for everybody, where I'm just trying a lot of stuff because I have a lot of I have a lot of new ideas, a lot of really cool things that I want to try out for the channel, and a lot of ambitions of things that I want to get into. Also, Raspberry Gemstones, welcome. Thank you for the follow. Hey yo. I was just saying hi to all these new followers and everything tonight too. I wonder how you found me. Did you find me on Just Chatting? Welcome. I appreciate it. You're new to Rachel, Elvana. What did you go search for the clips? Because if you didn't, you really don't need to. But you'd be able to find Rachel pretty easy if you went into clips and searched by all time. Raspberry says, yep, because I have nothing else to do. Well, you know what? That's how I've found some really good friends in the Twitch sphere now. That's what it's there for. So I appreciate it. Good to meet you, mate. I'll try and see what you're up to. Yeah, we get up to a lot of things. When we're in this arc recently where I'm trying to bring something new into stream,
_sinful_@cheerdex500 at Raspberry Gemstones, last person who gave.
Thank you, Rat. I mean, thank you, Raspberry Gemstones. See, Raspberry, Rat has to always blame somebody for the bits that were sent. If I have to search far, I won't, because I'm lazy. If you searched by top clips of all time, I'm pretty sure Rachel is like, let me look. Now, I wouldn't recommend it to anyone who doesn't want to see my face. Some people don't like to see the face behind the thing. It's an immersion break, I understand it. I'm sometimes like that myself too, but I haven't deleted clips of my cam days. Yeah, Rachel's like right in the top. Several of them. I mean, I don't know. But I've considered, I'm like, should I go back and delete some of my face clips? But I know a lot of people in here like them. Even if I'm, doing full VTuber now. So I'd leave it alone for now. You've never sent a bit in your life? Alright, that's fair, Rat. I'll let you have that. I mean, you're so generous in spirit that I can't help but thank you for the generosity. But anyway, you guys have seriously made my night like way more than I expected tonight. I've had a fantastic time. I don't go 3 hours overtime. My streams are already 4 hours long. I don't go 3 hours overtime for nothing. I've been having a great time. We talked about Doctor Who, we talked about Marvel, we talked about Kingdom Hearts and Final Fantasy, and we talked about like weird theoretical video game ideas. And you're sinful. Generously sinful. How about that? SCPs, it's true. Briefly. Also, somebody mentioned Control earlier. Was that Haruru? Control and something else. I have considered playing Control before. I'm actually spoiler free for that game because it's one I considered, so I could play that at some point. I just don't know if it's like, if people would be interested in watching, or if that should be more like on my own time. A face is a face, not like no face. It's true. Raspberry says, oh, don't worry, I've seen lots of other VTubers meet in real life too, like Chibi. Oh, you've seen real life Chibi? Alan Wake, that was it. Okay, I'm familiar with Alan Wake. I've never played it. I had a friend who played Alan Wake, and they're like, it makes my heart race more than any other game does. They're like, I gotta always take big breaks in Alan Wake because it feels like I'm gonna have a heart attack. I'm like, interesting. I guess it was like really scary to them. I don't know if that's standard, like if Alan Wake is just known to be really scary in general, or if, you know, it just hit them just right. But I've heard some interesting reactions to that game. Slightly turned Alan Wake into a meme, really. Be happy to learn about that if I play it. Were you thinking of playing Project Diva or getting into classic Vocaloid songs? Oh, you've never met Chibi in real life, but you've seen Chibi meet with real life friends. Is that what you were saying? Alan with the bouncing cat. Is that what it is? Interesting that you bring up Project Diva. Have you been lurking for a little bit, or in like Vocaloid, or is that just let's just come to your mind? We actually talked about Miku earlier, and I was talking about wanting to pre-order Miku's, I think it's the 16th birthday. They have this like beautiful statue. One of the figurines, I forget what size it is, like 16 inches or something, but they have like the 16th birthday figurine, and she's got these wings that are just made of various pieces of things. There's like wires and a guitar in there and things that make up the wings on the back of Miku. You know, just one of those like very aesthetic things that Miku has going for her. Now, I've never actually gotten I've never gone down the rabbit hole of Vocaloid stuff or the games related to it before. I don't have anything holding me back from doing it. I just haven't done it yet. But I would say it's not out of the realm of possibility, especially because I've been experimenting with a lot of different things. Miku for me has mostly been a source of inspiration aesthetically. I don't know, I like the weird fact that she can be this silly little, like, derpy, ditzy, internet chibi girl, and also, like, basically a god across this one spectrum. So some of the art is so amazing. Ow! So, you're abusing my head today, rat. I mean, that was the first time you abused my head. The rest of that was other people. Appreciate it. But why bonk? Just to see? Just because you can? Yeah, it does look amazing though. The dark songs are some of your favorites. I gotta start listening to more of it. Never look at Plus Boy, let's say. The English lyrics are kind of weird for a 14-year-old Vocaloid. That is the weird thing, huh? Miku is celebrating the 16th anniversary of being out, and they're calling it Miku's 16th birthday. But Miku has been 14 for all 16 of those years. It's such an odd thing. It's always hard to remember anime character ages too, because through quite a spectrum of age, from like early teen to like near 30-year-old anime character, it looks roughly the same age. It's just when you go like slightly older than that, you can like put, you know, maybe a little like divot on somebody's face to indicate the slightest bit of wrinkle. Oh no, not the yeah, honey. I mean bun. And then you get like the middle-age style characters, the more of those divots you put on. But yeah, it's always hard to remember. It's so like strange to think that Miku's 14. It wasn't there like a song that was very it was like the animal one. It was like it was very furry in nature, I suppose, as well. Can't remember exactly. Again, I haven't gone down the rabbit hole yet, but I do need to listen to more Vocaloid, I think. Banshee is awesome. You thought she was 16? Well, she should be, because Miku's celebrating the 16th birthday. But yeah, I don't know. Oh, let me see. Let's see. Okay, good. I didn't miss anything too much. I just had to scroll back up here because I've been talking a lot. Okay, guys. I've gone almost 3 hours overtime now, even though I intended to end stream 20 minutes early. We instead ended 3 hours late. As much fun as I'm having, it's almost 3 a.m. and I need to sleep. So I think that I need to wrap it up, but I'm gonna be back Sunday, all right? We got a 1 day break here, but Sunday I'm gonna be back. I'm either gonna play more Undertale, because I think that I'm very close to an ending, or we're gonna get back into Elden Ring, because we've had a little bit of a break from that one now. Or I'll do something completely different if I get the muse to draw or something. So I guess I'm not going to promise any specific content, just that I'll be back Sunday. Typically I start at 8 p.m. EST. I don't know what everybody's time zones are, but 8 p.m. EST, so essentially 7 hours ago from now is usually when I start. But I tend to go at least 4 hours most of the time. And a lot of times we go over, especially if it's, you know, I don't have work the next day, like today. We went over by 3 hours. So I'll be around. Thank you so much for everybody who followed tonight. I hope you had fun for this talk. This has been a bit of an odd one. We've covered all kinds of random nerdy topics, but I had a heck of a good time, and I appreciate all the generosity here, and the new squiddies. Bedtime now, go to bed. Yes, I know you all appreciate, or that's the word I'm looking for. Yeah, you can tell I'm getting tired. My vocabulator is malfunctioning. I know you all care about my health as well, so I will make sure that I go to sleep. And I'll hydrate, I'll brush my teeth, all those good things. And I will see you all on Sunday. Thank you for being a part of this, guys. I think, yeah, I don't know who we'd raid right now. This was just kind of a casual one, so I think we're probably just gonna end stream without a raid tonight. I'm just gonna say good night. If you got any after stream care that you need to do, go do it. If you're getting up, if you're on the other side of the world, I hope you have a great day. And if you're going to bed, I hope you have a great night and some good sleep. Bye-bye, everybody. Everyone else did everything right. You know what, Sinful? Even if you just watched, you helped make my night, you know? Can I suggest a raid? Well, you can suggest me a person, and I'll note it down and I'll check them out. I usually like to check new people out before I raid them, but I think I'm just gonna end casually tonight. But if you want to send me a whisper on Twitch, I don't have them closed. I don't know if whispers can even be closed, but if you want to send me a whisper with the name, I'll put it on my list and I'll look into it. Thank you, everybody. Take care. Have a lovely night. And thank you for making my night lovely. I legitimately had a very good time. Otherwise, I would not have streamed 3 hours overtime. Bye-bye, everybody. And I'll see you soon. Keep being you.